Hello and welcome. You're watching Revenger What If. In this video, we present to you what if Naruto was reborn in the Addams family and Wednesday and Enid both fought for his love. If stories like this brighten your day, consider subscribing and hitting the like button. It really helps the channel grow. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Chapter 1, Blood Calls to Blood. The grandfather clock in the foyer struck 13. Naruto Addams stood before the imposing iron gates of his new, ancestral home, a battered leather trunk at his feet and the distinct feeling that he'd stepped into a world both familiar and utterly foreign. Rain poured from a sky that seemed perpetually gray over this corner of existence, soaking through his black suit jacket, the only appropriate attire, according to the family letter, for arriving at the Addams estate. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the decrepit Victorian mansion with its twisted spires and gargoyles that seemed too animated for mere stone. For a fleeting moment, it reminded him of the Hokage Tower after Pain's assault, broken yet defiant. The memory vanished as quickly as it had surfaced. These fragments had been haunting him for months, flashes of another life, another body, another purpose. They left him disoriented, like waking from a dream so vivid it clung to reality. "You must be the boy." The voice, deep and resonant, belonged to a towering figure who had materialized beside the gate. The man's pallid face was accentuated by deep-set eyes and a pencil-thin mustache that twitched with subtle amusement. "Naruto Addams. We've been expecting you." "Uncle Gomez?" Naruto asked, though he knew instinctively who this was. Something about the man felt right, like he belonged to the same crooked universe as Naruto himself. The very same. Gomez's face split into a manic grin as the gates swung open with an ominous creak. "Welcome home, my boy. The prodigal nephew returns at last." Before Naruto could respond, Gomez had enveloped him in a crushing embrace that smelled of expensive cigars and gunpowder. "Wonderful to finally meet you. Such a tragedy about your parents. Truly magnificent, the way they went, all those tentacles. Remarkable, even by Addams standards." Naruto managed a small smile. The details of his parents' demise changed with each family member who mentioned it. He'd stopped asking for clarification weeks ago. "Thank you for taking me in," he said, the words feeling rehearsed yet genuine. "I didn't have anywhere else to go." "Nonsense. Blood calls to blood, my dear boy." Gomez clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder, leading him toward the house. "The Addams family always answers." As they approached the mansion, Naruto felt a strange warmth in his stomach, not unlike the sensation he'd experienced during moments of extreme stress or emotion. It had been happening more frequently lately, a burning energy that seemed to bubble beneath his skin, seeking release. The massive front door swung open before they reached it. In the doorway stood a woman so ethereally beautiful and terrifying that Naruto momentarily lost his breath. Her skin was pale as moonlight, her black dress flowing to the floor like a shadow given form. Dark eyes assessed him with clinical curiosity. "Morticia, my love!" Gomez exclaimed. "Our nephew has arrived." "Naruto," she said, his name sounding exotic and dangerous in her measured tone. "How delightful. We've prepared the East Wing bedroom, the one with the particularly persistent specter. We thought you might appreciate the company." Thank you, Aunt Morticia," Naruto stammered, unused to the casual mention of ghosts as amenities. Her lips curved into a smile that never quite reached her eyes. "You have your father's markings," she observed, reaching out to trace the whisker-like lines on his cheeks. "A true Addams trait. They suit you." Naruto resisted the urge to touch the marks himself. He'd had them since birth, 3 perfect lines on each cheek that earned him curious glances and occasional taunting at his previous schools. Here, apparently, they were a point of familial pride. "Come," said Morticia, "the family is waiting." The grand foyer opened into a parlor that defied conventional interior design. Stuffed animals, not plush toys but actual taxidermied creatures, were positioned in unnatural poses throughout the room. A suit of armor stood guard beside a medieval torture device that seemed well used. The wallpaper featured an intricate pattern that, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be delicately illustrated death scenes. And sitting amidst this macabre collection was the strangest family gathering Naruto had ever encountered. "Everyone," Gomez announced with theatrical flair, "our nephew Naruto has arrived." A girl approximately Naruto's age sat perched on an antique fainting couch, her long black hair braided into perfect pigtails, her expression a masterclass in controlled disinterest. She wore a black dress with a white collar that made her seem like she'd stepped out of a Victorian morning portrait. "Wednesday," Morticia introduced, "your cousin." Wednesday's dark eyes flickered over him, assessing and dismissing in the same moment. "You're late. We expected you yesterday." "My train was delayed," Naruto explained, feeling inexplicably like he was being interrogated. "Pity. You missed things recital." A disembodied hand scuttled across the back of the couch and waved at Naruto, who managed not to jump only through sheer force of will. He played Chopin's Funeral March. It was adequately depressing. "I'll catch the next one," Naruto promised the hand, which gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up before disappearing behind a curtain. A round, bald man with sunken eyes and a ghostly pallor rose from a shadowy corner. "Fester Adams," he introduced himself, pumping Naruto's hand vigorously. "Your uncle. I've prepared a welcome gift." He produced a small box from his coat pocket. "Careful, the scorpions are quite lively." Before Naruto could process this, a loud explosion rocked the room. Through the settling dust emerged a wild-haired boy no older than 12, his face and clothes blackened with soot. "Pugsley," said Morticia with mild disapproval, "indoor explosions are limited to the laboratory and the dungeon." "Sorry, mother," the boy replied without a hint of remorse. He turned curious eyes to Naruto. "Want to see my collection of venoms? I've labeled them by lethality and pain level." "Maybe later," Naruto replied, surprised to find himself genuinely interested rather than horrified. A groan emanated from nearby, and Naruto turned to see what he'd initially mistaken for a pile of clothing on the floor. It shifted, revealing itself to be a mountain of hair with two eyes peering through. "Cousin Itt sends his greetings," Morticia translated as the hair creature emitted more unintelligible sounds. "He says you have an interesting aura." Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. Since childhood, he'd been aware of a presence within him, something powerful and ancient that occasionally made itself known through strange occurrences and impossible feats. The doctors had called it a unique neurological condition. His former guardians had called it troubling. The Addams family, apparently, called it interesting. "Thank you," Naruto said to the hair creature, uncertain but appreciative. An ancient woman with a perpetual scowl shuffled forward, leaning heavily on a gnarled cane. "Grandmama," she introduced herself, her voice crackling like old parchment. "You look underfed. I'll make my special stew tonight, eye of newt, wing of bat, and a secret ingredient I can only harvest during the dark of the moon." Naruto's stomach turned, but he managed a polite smile. "That sounds unique." "He has his father's diplomacy," Grandmama cackled to Morticia. "Remember how Darius could lie through his teeth even as the quicksand was taking him?" "Indeed," Morticia agreed. "A most admirable quality in an Addams." A low, rumbling groan filled the room, and Naruto realized it was coming from a towering figure who had been standing so still near the fireplace that he'd mistaken him for a particularly large coat rack. "And this is Lurch," Gomez said proudly, "our butler and dear friend." "Nice to meet you," Naruto said, craning his neck to look up at the massive man with the greenish complexion and bolts in his neck. Lurch groaned again, the sound somehow conveying both welcome and warning. "Lurch will show you to your room," Morticia explained. "Dinner is at midnight. Wednesday will accompany you to Nevermore Academy tomorrow for your first day." Wednesday's expression soured further. "Must I?" "Now, Wednesday," Gomez interjected, "your cousin is new to our charming little corner of misery. The least we can do is ensure he doesn't get devoured by the wrong creatures on his first day. Wednesday sighed with the weight of someone asked to perform an unbearable burden. Fine. But I won't pretend to like it. I wouldn't expect you to, Naruto replied with a small grin. Something about her complete lack of pretense was refreshing. For a fraction of a second, something like surprise flickered across Wednesday's face before she resumed her mask of indifference. Lurch groaned and gestured for Naruto to follow. As they climbed the grand staircase, Naruto's gaze was drawn to a portrait hanging prominently on the wall, a man with striking resemblance to himself, complete with the whisker marks on his cheeks, standing beside a woman with flowing red hair and a predatory smile. My parents? He asked Lurch, who nodded solemnly. Naruto studied the image, searching for some spark of recognition or memory. Nothing came except the usual hollow ache that accompanied thoughts of his unknown origins. His room, as promised, occupied the east wing of the mansion. The decor continued the theme of elegant decay, a massive four-poster bed with dark curtains, antique furniture covered in a thin layer of dust, and walls lined with bookshelves containing volumes with ominous titles like Summoning the Unspeakable, and 1001 Uses for Human Remains. Lurch deposited Naruto's trunk at the foot of the bed, groaned what might have been, "Welcome home," and departed with thunderous footsteps. Alone at last, Naruto sat heavily on the edge of the bed, which responded with a sound not unlike a dying animal. He ran his fingers along the whisker marks on his cheeks, thinking of the portrait downstairs. What happened to you? He whispered to the memory of parents he'd never known. The room offered no answers, but as darkness fell outside, Naruto could have sworn he heard a distant, familiar laughter echo through his mind, wild and ancient and filled with a terrible power. The dream came as it always did, fragmented images of a world both familiar and impossible. A village hidden among massive trees, buildings adorned with faces carved into stone. People walking on water, breathing fire, commanding the elements themselves. A boy with sunshine hair and ocean eyes, hated and feared for a burden he never chose to bear. A nine-tailed fox of immense power and terrible rage, sealed within his very soul. Friends. Enemies. Mentors. Battles that shook the earth. And then, sacrifice. A decision made in the fraction of a moment, choosing the lives of everyone over his own existence. Blinding pain as the fox roared in defiance. Darkness. Peace. Until a voice cut through the void, "You are not done yet, Kit." Naruto jolted awake, sweat-soaked and gasping. The room was pitch black, but he could sense a presence, something watching from the corner. Hello," he called out, his voice steadier than he expected. A soft, phosphorescent glow emanated from a spectral figure floating near his wardrobe, the promised bedroom ghost. "You were talking in your sleep," the ghost observed in a wispy voice. "Something about a fox and a promise of a lifetime." "Just a dream," Naruto mumbled, though he couldn't quite convince himself. The ghost drifted closer. "The Adams bloodline attracts those with interesting souls. I've haunted 17 generations, and you're by far the most curious." "What do you mean?" The specter smiled enigmatically. "You'll discover it soon enough. Dawn approaches, I suggest you prepare for your first day at Nevermore. Wednesday doesn't tolerate tardiness, especially when forced to play tour guide." With that cryptic advice, the ghost faded into nothingness, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts and the lingering echoes of a life he couldn't quite remember. Nevermore Academy loomed like a Gothic cathedral against the perpetually overcast sky, its architecture a testament to the morbid aesthetic of its founders. Gargoyles perched on every corner, their stone eyes seeming to track Naruto as Wednesday led him through the wrought iron gates. "Try not to embarrass me," Wednesday said without looking at him. Nevermore has standards, despite admitting werewolves and sirens in recent years. "What's wrong with werewolves?" Naruto asked, genuinely curious about the supernatural hierarchy. Wednesday shot him a withering glance. "Nothing, if you enjoy the company of creatures who shed on furniture and chase their tails during full moons." Students milled about the courtyard, an eclectic collection of Gothic fashion, Victorian throwbacks, and the occasional modern outfit that somehow seemed more out of place than the cape-wearing boy levitating 6 inches off the ground. Naruto felt the familiar prickle of being watched. It wasn't a new sensation, he'd been the subject of curious and often hostile stares throughout his life, but here the attention felt different. Less judgmental, more appraising. Staring is the local pastime, Wednesday explained dryly. You're fresh meat in a school of carnivores. A group of students dressed in expensive black attire whispered among themselves as Naruto passed. Those are the Nightshades, Wednesday informed him. Old money, older blood. They believe their lineage makes them superior, despite most of them being unable to spell necromancy. Another cluster, this one more colorful and animated, occupied the steps of the main building. Fangs, Wednesday continued her taxonomy. Werewolves, vampires, and other assorted predators. They care more about full moon parties than academic achievement. And where do the Adamses fit in? Naruto asked. A rare, fleeting smile crossed Wednesday's face. We don't. That's our strength. The administration building was just as imposing inside as out, with vaulted ceilings and stained glass windows depicting what appeared to be historical scenes of witch trials and monster hunts. Cheery, Naruto commented, earning another almost smile from Wednesday. The principal's office door bore an ornate plaque reading, Larissa Weems, Principal, in elegant script. Wednesday knocked once before entering without waiting for a response. Principal Weems looked up from her desk, her perfectly coiffed blonde hair and tailored suit a stark contrast to the Gothic surroundings. Her smile was practiced but her eyes were sharp with intelligence. Miss Adams, punctual as ever, she remarked, then turned her attention to Naruto. And you must be our newest addition. Naruto Adams. Yes, ma'am, Naruto replied, feeling an inexplicable need to stand straighter under her assessing gaze. How interesting, she said, studying the marks on his cheeks. I knew your father, briefly. The resemblance is striking. Naruto perked up. You did? What was he like? Charming, unpredictable, and with an unfortunate tendency to be in the wrong place at the right time, a common Adams trait. She slid a folder across her desk. Your schedule, dormitory assignment, and school regulations. I expect you to adhere to them more strictly than your cousin here. Wednesday remained impassive. I follow every rule to the letter, Principal Weems. It's hardly my fault if the letters occasionally rearrange themselves into more interesting combinations. Weems sighed. Indeed. Now, Miss Adams, please show your cousin to his dormitory in first class. And try to ensure he survives at least until midterms. As they exited the office, Naruto couldn't help asking, is survival generally a concern here? Only if you're interesting, Wednesday replied. The boring ones merely wish they were dead. The boys' dormitory occupied the west wing of the academy, a rambling Gothic structure with gargoyles that seemed more animated than their counterparts on the main building. Inside, the hallways were lined with dark wood paneling and portraits of stern-faced alumni whose eyes seemed to follow them. Room 913, Wednesday read from his assignment sheet. Appropriate. What's special about room 913? Naruto asked. It's where great-uncle Balthazar attended Nevermore. Legend says he performed a ritual that thinned the veil between worlds. 3 students disappeared that night. Wednesday's tone suggested this was a point of family pride. Room 913 proved to be a surprisingly spacious chamber with 2 beds, though only one showed signs of occupancy. Dark curtains covered the windows, and bookshelves lined one wall. The occupied side of the room featured posters of bands with names like Grave Diggers and Midnight Massacre. Your roommate is Xavier Thorpe, Wednesday informed him. Artistic, pretentious, and harmless unless you disturb his creative process. A small silver-framed photograph on the occupied desk caught Naruto's eye, a young man with his arm around Wednesday, both looking marginally less miserable than usual. You know him well. Naruto asked, gesturing to the photo. Wednesday's expression hardened. Ancient history. Don't mention it. Before Naruto could press further, the dormitory door swung open to reveal a tall young man with artistic dishevelment, paint-stained fingers, hair styled to look carelessly tousled, and clothes that managed to be both expensive and deliberately distressed. Wednesday, Xavier said, surprise evident in his voice. This is unexpected. I'm showing my cousin to his new accommodation, she replied flatly. Naruto, Xavier. Xavier, Naruto. I've fulfilled my familial obligation. Try not to kill each other before lunch. With that, she turned and departed, leaving an awkward silence in her wake. So, Xavier broke the tension, you're Wednesday's cousin. My condolences. Naruto laughed despite himself. She's not so bad. Give it time, Xavier advised, extending his hand. Xavier Thorpe. My father's a famous psychic medium, which everyone reminds me of approximately every 7 minutes. Naruto Adams. My parents were eaten by tentacles. Or possibly exploded during a seance gone wrong. The story changes depending on who's telling it. Xavier's eyebrows rose. Genuine Adams mystery. Impressive. He gestured to Naruto's side of the room. Make yourself at home. Just don't touch the crystals on the windowsill, they're tuned to specific dimensional frequencies, and the last time someone moved them, we had shadow creatures crawling out of the bathroom drain for a week. Naruto began unpacking his meager belongings, including several volumes that Gomez had insisted were essential Adams reading, Poisons Through the Ages, and 101 Ways to Escape Premature Burial, among them. Your first class? Xavier asked, checking his ornate pocket watch. Supernatural History with Professor Ansel, Naruto read from his schedule. Good start. Ansel only sacrifices students on special occasions. At Naruto's alarmed expression, Xavier laughed. Kidding. Mostly. Professor Ansel proved to be a wizened man with a glass eye that wandered independently of his real one, creating the unsettling impression that he was watching both the class and something else entirely. The intersection of supernatural phenomena and historical events, he lectured, is not coincidence but causation. The French Revolution. Vampire coup. The Industrial Revolution. Goblin manipulation of human innovation for metallurgical purposes. Naruto took notes diligently, finding himself genuinely interested. This version of history, bizarre as it seemed, resonated with something deep inside him, as if he'd always known the world was stranger than it appeared. A folded note landed on his desk. He opened it carefully, half expecting it to burst into flames or release a miniature demon. Instead, it contained elegant handwriting. New outcasts sit at the West Courtyard fountain. Lunch period. Don't be late. Naruto glanced across the classroom to where Wednesday sat, her attention seemingly focused entirely on Professor Ansel's dissertation about werewolf involvement in the American Civil War. Not by a flicker did she acknowledge the note she'd somehow delivered. The morning passed in a blur of unusual classes. Alchemical sciences featured a small explosion when 2 students mixed incompatible elements. Cryptozoology involved identifying various creatures from molted skin samples. By lunchtime, Naruto's head was swimming with information that challenged everything he thought he knew about the world. Following Wednesday's instructions, he made his way to the West Courtyard where a stone fountain depicting a 3-headed dog spewed water from each snarling mouth. Wednesday sat on the fountain's edge, a book open in her lap, pointedly ignoring the activity around her. You came, she observed without looking up. Surprising. You invited me, Naruto countered, taking a seat beside her. I merely provided information. The choice was yours. She finally closed her book. The Outcast's Table. Nevermore social hierarchy's bottom rung, which makes it the only tolerable location. Around the fountain gathered an eclectic group. A gangly boy with thick glasses was arguing animatedly with a girl whose skin had a distinctly greenish tint. A brooding figure dressed entirely in black sat apart from the others, his fingertips occasionally emitting small sparks of electricity. Eugene, Spectra, and Ajax, Wednesday identified them with a nod. The living computer, the ghost girl, and the human Tesla coil. And you? Naruto asked. What's your thing? Wednesday's dark eyes fixed on him. I see things. Deaths, specifically. Past, present, occasionally future. Naruto felt a chill. That sounds burdensome, she finished for him. It is. Before their conversation could continue, a commotion erupted from the main courtyard. Students gathered, forming a circle around what appeared to be a confrontation. Bianca and Enid, Wednesday explained, making no move to investigate. Weekly territory dispute. Tedious. Despite her disinterest, Naruto found himself drawn to the disturbance. At the center of the circle stood two girls, one with perfect blonde hair and an expression of practiced disdain, the other with rainbow-colored hair and a defiant stance. I've told you before, Wolf Girl, the blonde was saying, her voice carrying the unmistakable tone of privilege, the East Garden is siren territory. Your kind belongs in the woods where you can chase squirrels to your heart's content. The rainbow-haired girl, Enid, presumably, stood her ground. The garden is neutral territory, Bianca. Check the student handbook, if you can read through all that makeup. Bianca's eyes narrowed dangerously. Careful, mutt. Full moon's still a week away. Be a shame if something happened to trigger an early transformation. Something about the confrontation stirred a memory in Naruto, flashes of his own battles against bullies who targeted him for being different. Without conscious decision, he found himself moving through the crowd. Is there a problem here? He asked, his voice carrying more authority than he'd intended. Bianca turned, annoyance shifting to curiosity as she took in the newcomer. Well, well. The Adams boy graces us with his presence. Her eyes lingered on his whisker marks. Interesting features. Birth defect or fashion statement? Family trait, Naruto replied evenly. Kind of like how being unnecessarily cruel must run in yours. A collective "ooh" rippled through the watching students. Bianca's perfect composure cracked slightly. You don't know who you're dealing with, she warned. Naruto smiled, a gesture that felt both foreign and familiar. Neither do you. For a moment, tension hung in the air. Then Bianca tossed her hair with practiced nonchalance. Whatever. Enjoy your pet werewolf, Adams. Just make sure she's had her shots. As she and her entourage departed, Naruto turned to Enid, who was staring at him with undisguised surprise. You didn't have to do that, she said, though her tone suggested she was glad he had. I know, Naruto replied. I wanted to. Enid grinned, her entire demeanor transforming from defensive to radiantly friendly. I'm Enid Sinclair. Werewolf, obviously. And you must be Wednesday's mysterious cousin everyone's talking about. Naruto Adams. Not sure about the mysterious part. Enid laughed, the sound bright and incongruous with their gothic surroundings. Trust me, being an Adams who stands up to Bianca Barkley on his first day. That's instant Nevermore legend status. A slow clap drew their attention. Wednesday had approached without either noticing, her expression unreadable. Congratulations. You've made an enemy of the most vindictive siren at Nevermore before your first day is even complete. A new record, even by Adam's standards. He was awesome. Enid protested. Bianca needed someone to stand up to her. And now she'll dedicate herself to destroying him, Wednesday pointed out. Sirens are notoriously persistent. I can handle it, Naruto assured them, though he wasn't entirely sure what a siren was capable of. Wednesday studied him with newfound interest. Perhaps you can. Curious. Enid looped her arm through Naruto's, her tactile friendliness a stark contrast to Wednesday's reserved demeanor. Come on, legend in the making. You can sit with me and tell me all about how it feels to be part of the creepiest, kookiest family in existence. As Enid led him away, Naruto glanced back to find Wednesday watching them, her dark eyes narrowed in what might have been disapproval, or something else entirely. The afternoon classes proved even stranger than the mornings. In practical enchantments, students attempted to imbue ordinary objects with magical properties. Naruto's assigned butter knife stubbornly refused to levitate despite his concentration. "You're forcing it," his table partner advised. The boy, Tyler, according to his introduction, had successfully made 3 pencils dance in formation. Magic isn't about control, it's about connection. I'm not sure I have any magic to connect with, Naruto admitted. Tyler shrugged. Everyone at Nevermore has something. Some just take longer to figure out what it is. Naruto tried again, focusing on the knife. For a brief moment, he felt that strange warmth in his stomach, the energy that occasionally surfaced during moments of strong emotion. The knife twitched, then shot straight up, embedding itself in the classroom ceiling. Professor Thornhill, a severe woman with silver streaks in her black hair, paused her rounds. "Enthusiasm is appreciated, Mr. Adams, but control is required. 5 points from your grade." As she moved on, Tyler whispered, "Dude, that was intense. What did you do?" "I have no idea," Naruto replied honestly, staring at the knife still quivering in the ceiling. By the end of the day, Naruto's head was buzzing with new information, strange encounters, and the persistent feeling that he'd stepped into a world that was simultaneously alien and exactly where he belonged. He was making his way back to the dormitory when a familiar voice called his name. Enid bounded up to him, her rainbow hair bouncing with each step. "Hey, Nevermore legend. Are you going to the Raisin tonight?" "The what?" "The Raisin. First week mixer in the old Raven sanctuary. Everyone goes, even the outcasts." Her enthusiasm was infectious. "Please say you'll come. It'll be so much more fun with you there." Before Naruto could respond, another voice cut in. "He has Adam's family obligations tonight." Wednesday had approached silently, her expression neutral but her tone brooking no argument. Enid's smile faltered slightly. "Oh, come on, Wednesday. You never let your family have any fun." "On the contrary," Wednesday replied. "Our definition of fun simply doesn't involve mindless socialization to synthetic beats while pretending to enjoy each other's company." "It's just a dance," Enid protested. "Precisely." Wednesday turned to Naruto. "Uncle Fester is demonstrating his new electrical experiments tonight. Missing it would be disappointing." The word carried weight beyond its syllables, a test of family loyalty. Naruto looked between them, Enid with her open enthusiasm, Wednesday with her cool expectation. Something about the situation felt achingly familiar, like he'd been caught between opposing forces before. "Maybe I could do both," he suggested. "Family obligation first, then the Raisin." Wednesday's eyebrow raised a fraction of an inch, the Adams equivalent of shocked surprise. An attempt at compromise. How disappointingly diplomatic. Yet Naruto sensed he'd passed some test. Wednesday nodded curtly. "Acceptable. Uncle Fester begins at sundown. I expect you at the mansion no later." "Yes." Enid pumped her fist in victory. "I'll save you a dance, Naruto." With a bright smile and a wave, she bounded away. "She's..." Naruto began. Exhaustingly exuberant, Wednesday finished. "A perpetual rainbow in a world that deserves more shadows." Despite her dismissive words, Naruto caught something else in her tone, a complexity that suggested Wednesday's feelings about Enid weren't as straightforward as she pretended. "She seems nice," Naruto said simply. "Nice." Wednesday made the word sound like a terminal disease. How utterly ordinary. With that parting shot, she glided away, leaving Naruto wondering how he'd managed to find himself caught between two such diametrically opposed forces on his very first day. Uncle Fester's electrical demonstration proved to be exactly as dangerous and bizarre as Naruto had anticipated. In the basement laboratory of the Adams mansion, Fester had constructed an elaborate apparatus of Tesla coils, Jacob's ladders, and what appeared to be a modified electric chair. The secret, Fester explained as electricity arced between the metal nodes implanted in his head, is to become one with the current. The family watched in appreciation as Fester lit up like a human lightning rod, the room filling with the smell of ozone and slightly singed flesh. "Magnificent," Gomez declared. "The way the electricity follows the path of least resistance through his cerebral cortex, poetry in motion." "Indeed," Morticia agreed. "His pain threshold has improved remarkably since last month's experiment." Naruto found himself genuinely enjoying the demonstration, especially when Pugsley was invited to participate and emerged with his hair standing on end and a maniacal grin on his face. "Your turn, cousin," Pugsley offered, holding out the electrode. "Perhaps another time," Morticia intervened smoothly. "Naruto has a social engagement this evening, don't you, dear?" The Raven, Wednesday supplied, her tone making it clear what she thought of such frivolity. "Ah, your first Nevermore dance." Gomez clapped his hands together. "Splendid. The Adams family has a proud tradition of leaving lasting impressions at school functions. Your father once released 300 Madagascar hissing cockroaches during the spring formal of '99. They're still finding them in the air ducts." "I was thinking of something less impactful for my first week," Naruto admitted. Of course. Gomez winked conspiratorially. "Start small, build your reputation gradually." Very strategic. As the family dispersed after the demonstration, Wednesday fell into step beside Naruto. "You're actually going?" It wasn't a question, but Naruto answered anyway. "I said I would. Social obligations to a girl you just met outweigh familial tradition." "Interesting choice." Naruto stopped, turning to face her. "It's not about obligation. I'm trying to find my place here, both at Nevermore and with the family. I can't do that if I don't experience everything." Wednesday studied him for a long moment. "You're different from what I expected. Is that good or bad?" "To be determined." She hesitated, then added, "Watch yourself tonight. Bianca won't have forgotten this afternoon's encounter. Sirens are vindictive and patient." "Are you worried about me?" Naruto asked, surprised. Wednesday's expression remained impassive. "Your family. Your humiliation reflects poorly on the Adams name." With that, she turned and disappeared down one of the mansion's many shadowy corridors, leaving Naruto to wonder if he'd imagined the brief flash of something almost like concern in her dark eyes. The Raven lived up to its name. The old Raven sanctuary had been transformed into a nightclub atmosphere with gothic flair, black lights casting everything in eerie purple glow, music with heavy bass and lyrics about darkness and desire, and students dancing with varying degrees of supernatural grace. Naruto had changed into the only clothing he owned that seemed remotely appropriate, black jeans and a dark orange button-up that Gomez had declared bold. Distinctive. Practically screams approach with caution. He'd barely entered when Enid materialized beside him, her rainbow hair now adorned with glow-in-the-dark clips that pulsed in time with the music. "You came," she exclaimed, grabbing his hands. "I wasn't sure you'd escape Wednesday's family fun night." "It involved electricity and minor burns," Naruto told her. "Actually kind of amazing." Enid laughed. "Only you could make that sound cool." She tugged him toward the dance floor. "Come on, legend. Show me what Adamses do at parties." The truth was, Naruto had no idea what Adamses typically did at parties, nor did he have any memory of dancing himself. But as the music pulsed around him, something instinctive took over, a natural rhythm that felt both foreign and familiar, like his body remembered what his mind did not. Enid moved with the fluid grace of her werewolf nature, her genuine joy in the moment infectious. For the first time since arriving at Nevermore, Naruto felt the weight of expectations lift, no family legacy to uphold, no mysterious past to unravel, just the simple pleasure of movement and music. "You're good at this," Enid shouted over the music. "For an Adams." Naruto laughed, spinning her in a move he didn't know he knew. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Just that Wednesday would rather be caught dead than dancing." Enid's eyes widened, looking past him. "Speaking of which." Naruto turned to find Wednesday standing at the edge of the dance floor, a vision in black that somehow made the gothic attire of everyone else seem colorful by comparison. Her expression was unreadable, but her presence was unmistakable, commanding attention despite her stillness. "She never comes to these things," Enid whispered, genuine surprise in her voice. Without conscious thought, Naruto found himself moving toward Wednesday, drawn by some inexplicable pull. She watched his approach with the same clinical detachment she applied to everything. "Family obligation complete?" she inquired when he reached her. "Uncle Fester survived his demonstration with minimal charring," Naruto confirmed. "What are you doing here?" "I thought this was beneath Adam's dignity." Something like amusement flickered across her features. "Observing. The social dynamics of Nevermore are a fascinating study in hierarchical posturing and primitive mating rituals." "You could just say you wanted to dance," Naruto suggested, offering his hand. Wednesday stared at the extended hand as if it might suddenly transform into a venomous snake. "Adamses don't dance. We waltz, we tango, we perform the mamushka, but we do not dance." "I'm an Adams, and I was just dancing," Naruto pointed out. "You're an anomaly," Wednesday replied, but there was no real bite to her words. After a moment's consideration, she added, "One dance. For anthropological purposes." Before Naruto could process his victory, the music shifted, from pulsing electronic beats to something slower, more melodic, with an undercurrent of melancholy that seemed perfectly suited to Wednesday's aesthetic. He led her onto the dance floor, acutely aware of the stares their presence generated. Wednesday moved with precise grace, her posture perfect, her steps measured, the result of years of formal dance training that the Addams family apparently considered essential education. "Everyone's watching," Naruto observed. "Let them," Wednesday replied with cool indifference. "Their shock sustains me." As they moved together, Naruto became aware of a strange sensation, the now familiar warmth in his stomach, spreading through his limbs. For a moment, he thought he saw a faint blue glow emanating from his hand where it rested on Wednesday's waist. Wednesday noticed it too, her eyes narrowing. "You're doing something." "I don't know what's happening," Naruto admitted, the glow fading as quickly as it had appeared. Before Wednesday could respond, the moment was shattered by a piercing scream. Not the typical adolescent shriek of excitement, but a genuine cry of terror that cut through the music and froze the dancers in place. Naruto and Wednesday broke apart, both instinctively moving toward the source of the disturbance. At the refreshment table, a girl had collapsed, her body convulsing, her eyes rolled back to show only whites. "What's happening to her?" someone cried. "She's having a seizure," another voice shouted. "No," Wednesday said, her voice cutting through the panic with clinical certainty. "She's being possessed." As if confirming Wednesday's diagnosis, the girl's body went rigid, then rose several inches off the floor, suspended by invisible forces. When her eyes opened, they glowed with an unearthly light. At last, she spoke, but the voice wasn't hers, deeper, ancient, resonating with power. "The vessel has returned." The possessed girl's gaze locked onto Naruto, her finger pointing directly at him. "The power sleeping within. The fox that hungers. We have found you, vessel." A wave of whispers swept through the gathered students. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, not fear, but recognition. Something about the words resonated with the fragments of dreams that had haunted him for months. "What does it want with you?" Wednesday demanded, her usual detachment replaced by intensity. Before Naruto could answer, the possessed girl lunged toward him with impossible speed. Acting on instinct, Naruto stepped in front of Wednesday, hands rising in a defensive posture he didn't remember learning. The moment the girl's outstretched fingers touched his chest, a surge of energy exploded between them. The warm sensation in Naruto's stomach erupted into burning heat, racing through his veins like liquid fire. For a split second, his vision shifted, the world appearing in strange, sharpened detail, energy signatures visible around every living being. The seal weakens, the possessed girl hissed, her voice distorting with pain as wisps of reddish energy began to emanate from Naruto's body. But not yet broken. We will return when you are ready, vessel. With a final convulsion, the girl collapsed. The strange energy dissipated, and Naruto's vision returned to normal. The silence that followed was absolute, 300 students staring in shocked fascination. Enid was the first to reach them. What the hell was that? She demanded, her usual cheerfulness replaced by concern and confusion. Wednesday's dark eyes were fixed on Naruto, seeing something beyond his physical presence. Something impossible, she murmured. And yet, entirely predictable for an Adams. As teachers rushed in and the crowd began to disperse, Naruto felt the weight of stares, some curious, others fearful. But most disconcerting were the matching expressions on Wednesday's and Enid's faces, a mixture of concern, fascination, and determination that suggested his life at Nevermore had just become considerably more complicated. That night, in the solitude of room 913, Naruto dreamed more vividly than ever before. A vast cage of golden bars. Enormous eyes glowing in the darkness. A rumbling voice both terrifying and comforting. They're coming for us, kid. It's time to remember who you are. When he woke at dawn, Naruto found his pillow shredded to ribbons, as if by claws he didn't possess. And in the mirror, just for a moment, his reflection showed not whisker marks but actual whiskers, his blue eyes vertical slitted and burning red. What am I? He whispered to the empty room. From somewhere deep within, a rumbling laughter was his only answer. Chapter 2, Whispers of the Fox. Naruto stood in ankle-deep water, the vast chamber stretching endlessly into darkness. Before him loomed an immense gate, its golden bars towering overhead, sealed by a paper tag marked with an intricate symbol. Red eyes gleamed from the shadows behind the bars, each as large as Naruto himself. You're starting to remember, rumbled a voice that seemed to vibrate through Naruto's very bones. About time, kid. Who are you? Naruto asked, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. What is this place? A massive form shifted behind the bars, revealing glimpses of russet fur and gleaming teeth. I am Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. And this is your mindscape, or what's left of it. Left of it? Your memories were sealed when we crossed over, the fox explained, his voice a mix of irritation and reluctant fondness. A necessary precaution. The transition between worlds is traumatic. Worlds? You mean I'm not from here? A sound like laughter echoed through the chamber. You're asking if you belong in a family of death-worshipping eccentrics with a haunted mansion? No, kid. We come from somewhere else. A world of shinobi, ninja with powers beyond what this reality understands. The dreams, Naruto whispered. They're memories. Fragments. The seal is weakening. One massive claw extended through the bars, stopping just short of touching Naruto. They sensed us at your little dance. The chakra hunters. They've been searching for dimensional anomalies, beings like us who don't belong in this reality. What do they want? Kurama's eyes narrowed. What does anyone want with power they don't understand? To use it. Control it. Destroy it if they can't have it. The fox's massive head lowered to Naruto's level. You need to remember who you are, Naruto Uzumaki. Before they find you again. Uzumaki. But I'm an Adams, you are both, Kurama growled. Your soul found its way to a compatible bloodline. The Adams family has always straddled the boundary between realities. It's why you fit so well among them. His gaze intensified. But make no mistake, you are Naruto Uzumaki, son of the fourth Hokage, Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, and the savior of the shinobi world. The water at Naruto's feet began to ripple, the chamber dissolving around him. Wait. How do I remember? How do I access your power? Extreme emotion, Kurama's voice faded. Danger. The need to protect. Just like before. Naruto jolted awake, sweat-soaked and gasping for breath. Moonlight filtered through the dormitory window, casting long shadows across the floor. Across the room, Xavier snored softly, oblivious to Naruto's midnight revelations. He slipped from bed and approached the mirror, studying his reflection in the pale light. The whisker marks on his cheek seemed more pronounced, almost glowing against his skin. Experimentally, he channeled emotion, focusing on the confusion and frustration of his fractured memories. For a brief moment, his eyes flashed crimson, pupils elongating into vertical slits. "I am Naruto Uzumaki," he whispered to his reflection, testing the name. It felt right on his tongue, like a key fitting a lock he hadn't known existed. Outside, clouds obscured the moon, plunging the room into darkness. Naruto returned to bed, but sleep eluded him. His mind raced with fragments of another life, faces without names, battles without context, powers he could almost remember how to use. By dawn, he had reached a decision. If he wanted answers about who, and what, he truly was, there were two people at Nevermore who might help him look. For entirely different reasons. The Nevermore Academy Library occupied an entire wing of the main building, a cathedral to forbidden knowledge with vaulted ceilings and stacks that disappeared into shadow. Ancient texts occupied locked cases, their bindings made from materials Naruto preferred not to identify. The air smelled of dust, leather, and something metallic that might have been blood. Wednesday occupied her usual table in the farthest corner, surrounded by tomes whose titles included words like dimensional, transmigration, and soul vessels. She didn't look up as Naruto approached, though he knew she was aware of his presence. "Research project?" he asked, sliding into the chair opposite her. "Personal interest," she replied, still not looking up from her book. Last night's events were anomalous, even by Nevermore standards. About that, Naruto began, then hesitated. How much could he share without sounding completely insane? "I've been having dreams. Memories, maybe." This caught Wednesday's attention. Her dark eyes lifted to study him with clinical interest. "Past life experiences?" "I don't think it's past lives. More like..." He searched for words that wouldn't immediately get him committed to the Nevermore Infirmary's psychiatric wing. A different life. Somewhere else. With abilities that don't work the same way here. To his surprise, Wednesday didn't dismiss his claim outright. Interdimensional reincarnation. Rare but not unprecedented. She turned one of the books toward him, displaying an illustration of a being half emerged from a portal, energy swirling around them. The multiverse theory posits infinite realities with varying laws of physics and metaphysics. Consciousness transference between these realities is theoretically possible given sufficient energy and compatible vessel bloodlines. "You believe me?" Naruto asked, genuinely surprised. "I believe in observing evidence before reaching conclusions." She reached out, her cool fingers tracing the whisker marks on his cheek with academic detachment. "These markings. They appeared when you channeled that energy last night. They're not makeup or scarification, they're manifestations of something within you." Naruto fought the urge to lean into her touch. "There's something inside me. A nine-tailed fox spirit named Kurama." Wednesday's eyes widened fractionally, the atom's equivalent of shocked surprise. Kitsune mythology. Japanese fox spirits capable of possessing humans. She pulled another book from her stack. Though none of the lore mentions 9 tails specifically, the more tails, the more powerful the spirit. "He's not possessing me exactly," Naruto tried to explain. "We're partners. Or we were. I can't remember everything yet." "Fascinating." Wednesday's voice remained neutral, but Naruto detected genuine interest beneath her studied indifference. And the entity last night recognized this fox spirit within you. They called me a vessel. Naruto frowned. Kurama said they're called chakra hunters. They search for beings from other dimensions. Wednesday was already scribbling notes in a leather-bound journal. Chakra. Life energy in certain Eastern philosophies. The fuel source for your abilities, perhaps. She glanced up at him. Can you demonstrate? Naruto hesitated. I don't fully remember how to control it. Kurama said extreme emotion or danger triggers it. Then we'll have to manufacture danger. Wednesday closed her book with finality. Meet me at the old groundskeeper's shed after final bell. Bring appropriate clothing for experimental destruction. Is that your way of saying I should wear something I don't mind getting ruined? The corner of Wednesday's mouth twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. Adam's family rule number 17, never conduct potentially catastrophic experiments in couture. As Wednesday gathered her books and glided away, Naruto realized this was the closest thing to excitement he'd ever seen from her. The thought was both encouraging and terrifying. There you are. I've been looking everywhere. Enid's voice carried across the courtyard as Naruto emerged from the library. She bounded toward him with her characteristic energy, rainbow hair bouncing with each step. Hey, Enid, Naruto greeted her, unable to suppress a smile at her enthusiasm. Everyone's talking about what happened at the Raisin, she said, falling into step beside him. Bianca's telling people you orchestrated the whole thing for attention, but nobody believes her because Adelaide, that's the girl who got possessed, doesn't remember anything after drinking the punch. The punch? Yeah, Bianca and her siren squad were in charge of refreshments. Enid's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Which means she could have slipped something into Adelaide's drink to cause the whole episode. I don't think Bianca has the power to make someone levitate and speak in an ancient voice, Naruto reasoned. You'd be surprised what determined spite can accomplish at Nevermore. Enid looped her arm through his as they walked. Anyway, you're officially the most interesting person on campus now. Congratulations. Naruto winced. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. Too late. Enid said cheerfully. But don't worry, I've got your back. Werewolves are super loyal. As they entered the dining hall for breakfast, Naruto became acutely aware of the stares and whispers. Students from every faction tracked his movement across the room, some curious, others wary, a few openly hostile. Ignore them, Enid advised as they collected their food. Nevermore loves a mystery, but they'll find something new to obsess over by next week. They found a table in the corner where Xavier was already seated, sketching something in his notebook. He glanced up as they approached. Ah, my supernaturally radioactive roommate. Sleep well after your spectacular debut? Not particularly, Naruto admitted, sliding onto the bench. Join the club. You were muttering in your sleep all night. Xavier turned his sketchbook around, revealing a detailed drawing of a massive nine-tailed fox, its body wreathed in flame-like energy. This kept appearing in my head after your little light show last night. Ring any bells? Naruto nearly choked on his orange juice. The drawing was eerily accurate, Kurama as he appeared in the dreamscape, right down to the malevolent grin and ancient eyes. How did you, psychic medium's son, remember? Xavier tapped his temple. Dad calls it residual visionary leakage. I occasionally pick up images from people experiencing strong psychic disturbances. And boy, were you disturbing last night. Enid snatched the sketchbook for a closer look. This was inside you. That's so cool. Is it still there? Can it come out and play? It's complicated, Naruto hedged, uncomfortable with the attention. I'm still figuring it out myself. Well, you'd better figure it out quickly, Xavier advised, nodding toward the entrance where a tall, elegantly dressed man with silver streaks in his dark hair was surveying the dining hall. Headmaster Weems just called in her paranormal specialist. Dr. Valyrian only shows up when something at Nevermore crosses from unusual to potentially catastrophic. Who is he exactly? Naruto asked, watching as the man's calculating gaze swept across the room. Director of the Nightshade Society, Enid whispered. They monitor supernatural anomalies, beings or events that don't fit the established metaphysical framework. Like interdimensional reincarnation. Naruto suggested, immediately regretting his words when both Xavier and Enid stared at him. Exactly like that, Xavier confirmed slowly. Why? Is there something you're not telling us, Rumi? Before Naruto could formulate a response, Enid gasped softly. He's coming this way. Act normal. Dr. Valyrian approached their table with measured steps, his expression pleasantly neutral in a way that immediately put Naruto on edge. He carried himself with the practiced ease of someone accustomed to dangerous situations, reminding Naruto of someone from his fragmented memories, though he couldn't place who. Good morning, Dr. Valyrian greeted them, his voice smooth as polished stone. Mr. Thorpe, Miss Sinclair. His gaze settled on Naruto. And you must be Mr. Adams. I've been looking forward to meeting you. You have? Naruto asked, forcing a casual tone. Indeed. We keep track of particularly interesting bloodlines, and the Adams family has always been exceptional. He smiled, the expression not quite reaching his eyes. I understand there was an incident at last night's gathering. Principal Weems has asked me to investigate. Perhaps we could speak privately. It wasn't really a request. Naruto glanced at his friends, finding concern in Enid's eyes and warning in Xavier's. Actually, I'm running late for cryptozoology. Professor Ansel gets upset if we miss the feeding demonstrations. Of course, Dr. Valyrian conceded smoothly. Another time, then. My office is always open should you experience any unusual phenomena you'd like to discuss. He produced a business card from his jacket pocket and placed it on the table. The Nightshade Society values discretion above all else, Mr. Adams. Remember that. As Dr. Valyrian departed, Enid released a breath she'd been holding. That was intense. He was totally scanning you with those creepy eyes. Psychic probes, Xavier confirmed, rubbing his temple. I could feel them bouncing off you. Whatever's inside you, it didn't like being examined. Naruto felt a curl of heat in his stomach, Kurama's displeasure, he realized. I should probably avoid him. Good luck with that. Xavier nodded toward the exit where Dr. Valyrian was deep in conversation with Wednesday. Looks like he's recruiting your cousin for his little investigation. Across the room, Wednesday's expression remained impassive as she listened to Dr. Valyrian, but Naruto could read the subtle tension in her posture. Whatever the Nightshade director was saying, she didn't like it, but she was interested enough to continue the conversation. Naruto had a sinking feeling his plan to keep a low profile at Nevermore had just become considerably more complicated. Cryptozoology class featured a visiting specialist demonstrating the feeding habits of juvenile chimeras, an experience that under normal circumstances would have fascinated Naruto. Today, however, he found it difficult to concentrate, his thoughts consumed by the dream conversation with Kurama and the unwelcome attention from Dr. Valyrian. He was so distracted that he nearly missed the note that landed on his desk, a folded piece of paper that, when opened, contained a message written in elegant script, "Beware the Nightshade Society. They collect what they don't understand. Meet me after class." Naruto glanced across the room to where Wednesday sat, her attention seemingly focused entirely on the chimera demonstration. Not by a flicker did she acknowledge the note she'd somehow delivered. When class ended, Naruto lingered as instructed, waiting until the room had cleared before approaching Wednesday, who remained seated, writing in her journal. "You wanted to see me?" he prompted when she didn't immediately acknowledge him. Wednesday closed her journal with deliberate care. Dr. Valyrian asked me to assist in his investigation of last night's incident. And you agreed? Naruto couldn't keep the note of betrayal from his voice. I agreed to consider it. Wednesday's dark eyes met his. Information is power, cousin. Better to be on the inside of an investigation than its subject. What did he tell you? That the entity which possessed Adelaide Prentice used a dimensional frequency never before recorded at Nevermore. That it specifically targeted you. And that you exhibited energy patterns consistent with chakra manipulation, a power theoretically impossible in our reality. Naruto tensed. And what did you tell him? Nothing of consequence. Wednesday rose from her seat, gathering her books. Family loyalty supersedes academic curiosity. For now. It wasn't the most reassuring statement, but coming from Wednesday, it was practically a declaration of undying allegiance. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. She handed him a small leather pouch. Protective herbs. Carry them with you. The Nightshade Society employs various methods to extract information, including dream invasion. Naruto accepted the pouch, touched by her concern, however clinically expressed. Is that why you're helping me? Family loyalty. Wednesday considered him for a moment. Partially. The Addams family has always protected its own. She hesitated, then added, but there's also the matter of scientific integrity. Whatever you are, Naruto, you deserve to be understood, not dissected. That's oddly compassionate of you. Don't mistake academic ethics for sentiment, she warned, though the edge in her voice lacked its usual sharpness. I still expect you at the groundskeeper's shed after final bell. Your condition requires controlled study. As Wednesday swept from the room, Naruto was left with the distinct impression that beneath her detached exterior, his cousin was genuinely concerned for his welfare, a realization both comforting and unsettling in equal measure. By lunchtime, Naruto had developed a heightened awareness of being watched. Students whispered as he passed, conversations faltering when he drew near. Even the teachers seemed to regard him with newfound wariness, their instructions delivered with careful precision as if concerned he might spontaneously combust. You're paranoid, Xavier observed as they made their way across the courtyard. Though not without reason. Half the school thinks you're harboring a demon, and the other half wants to know how they can get one too. I'm not harboring a demon, Naruto protested. It's more like a symbiotic relationship with an interdimensional entity of immense power. Xavier suggested. Yeah, that's much better. Totally normal Tuesday at Nevermore. They found Enid waiting for them at the Outcast Fountain, her lunch untouched as she pored over a massive book titled Yokai and Spirit Beasts of Eastern Mythology. Naruto, she exclaimed when she spotted them. I've been researching nine-tailed foxes all morning. Listen to this. The Kyubi no Kitsune is said to be the most powerful of all fox spirits, capable of causing tsunamis and earthquakes with a single swipe of its tails. Ancient texts suggest it can only be contained within a human vessel prepared from birth through special sealing techniques. Keep it down, Xavier hissed, glancing around nervously. Do you want to broadcast his situation to the entire school? Sorry, Enid whispered, though her excitement remained undiminished. But isn't it fascinating? You're basically hosting a god. Kurama's not a god, Naruto corrected her. Well, I'm not entirely sure what he is. My memories are still fragmented. The important thing, Xavier interjected, is keeping a low profile until we understand what's happening. The last thing we need is the Nightshade Society taking a deeper interest. Too late for that, came a smooth voice from behind them. Naruto turned to find Bianca Barkley standing there, her perfect blonde hair gleaming in the sunlight, her expression one of calculated interest. She was flanked by two other sirens, their predatory grace mirroring their leaders. Eavesdropping, Bianca? Enid challenged, her usual friendliness evaporating. That's low even for you. It's hardly eavesdropping when you're announcing supernatural secrets loud enough for the entire courtyard to hear. Bianca's gaze fixed on Naruto, assessing and calculating. A nine-tailed fox spirit. Interesting choice of familiar, Adams. He's not a familiar, Naruto corrected her. And it's none of your business. Oh, but it is. Bianca smiled, the expression not reaching her eyes. You see, as president of the Nevermore Student Safety Committee, it's my responsibility to report potentially dangerous supernatural manifestations to the administration. Dr. Valyrian was quite interested in my account of last night's incident. Xavier stood, his normally laid-back demeanor hardening. You're just mad because Naruto called you out yesterday. Please, Bianca scoffed. As if I'd waste energy on petty revenge. Her perfect smile widened. This is simply about keeping Nevermore safe from unregistered entities. The rules exist for a reason. Since when do you care about rules? Enid demanded. Since they became useful. Bianca turned her attention back to Naruto. Dr. Valyrian has requested your presence in his office at 4 o'clock. I'd suggest not being late, the Nightshade Society doesn't appreciate having its time wasted. With a final measuring look, Bianca and her entourage glided away, leaving an uncomfortable silence in their wake. Well, that's not good, Xavier finally said. She's just trying to scare you, Enid assured Naruto, though her voice lacked conviction. The Nightshade Society can't actually do anything without permission from your guardian. My guardian is Gomez Adams, Naruto pointed out. Something tells me normal rules of consent don't apply to my family. Xavier checked his watch. You have combat training next, right? Try not to manifest any supernatural abilities that might get back to Valyrian before your meeting. Great advice, Naruto muttered. Don't use abilities I can't control during a class specifically designed to trigger fight or flight responses. Just a thought, Xavier shrugged. Maybe focus on, I don't know, traditional martial arts. Something that won't make you glow red or sprout extra appendages. Naruto wasn't entirely sure he could make such promises, especially given Kurama's warning about extreme emotions triggering his powers. Still, he nodded reassuringly to his friends. I'll be careful. As he gathered his things to head to class, Enid caught his arm. I could come with you, she offered. To Valyrian's office later. Moral support. The offer touched him. Thanks, but I think this is something I need to handle alone. Just remember, she said, her eyes serious despite her smile, whatever happens, you've got people on your side now. Me, Xavier. She hesitated, then added with a touch of reluctance, even Wednesday, in her own creepy way. The reminder sent an unexpected warmth through Naruto, not the burning chakra energy, but something more fundamental. In his fractured memories, he recalled the profound loneliness of his childhood, the desperate search for connection and recognition. Here, despite the strangeness of his situation, he had found people willing to stand with him after knowing him less than 2 days. Whatever he had been in his previous life, in this one, he wasn't alone. Combat training took place in Nevermore's massive gymnasium, a space that seemed designed for medieval torture rather than physical education. Iron fixtures hung from the walls, weapons of various eras displayed in glass cases, and training mats that bore suspicious stains no amount of cleaning had fully removed. Professor Brannigan, a burly man with a scar running from temple to chin, greeted the class with his usual enthusiasm for potential violence. Today we continue our exploration of defensive techniques against supernatural aggression. Partner up, attackers and defenders. Students scrambled to find compatible partners, the social hierarchies of Nevermore determining who paired with whom. Naruto found himself standing alone, unsurprised when other students gave him a wide berth after the previous night's events. Mr. Adams, Professor Brannigan called out, you'll be working with Mr. St. Clair. A tall, muscular student approached, his expression a mixture of annoyance and forced bravado. Ajax St. Clair, Wednesday had pointed him out as the human Tesla coil at the Outcast Fountain. Up close, Naruto could see the faint electrical current that seemed to dance just beneath his skin, occasionally manifesting as small sparks at his fingertips. Professor, Ajax protested, given the incident at the Raisin, is it safe to pair me with the new kid? Brannigan's scarred face split in a grin that suggested safety was far down on his list of concerns. Precisely why you're perfect partners, St. Clair. Your electrical abilities give you natural defense against whatever talents Mr. Adams might possess. Ajax did not look reassured, but he took his position opposite Naruto on the training mat. Just so we're clear, he muttered as they squared off, if you start glowing or speaking in tongues, I'm hitting you with 50,000 volts. Fair enough, Naruto agreed, settling into a defensive stance that felt instinctively right, though he couldn't remember learning it. Defenders ready. Brannigan shouted. Attackers, begin. Ajax launched forward with surprising speed, electricity crackling around his hands. Instead of the direct assault Naruto expected, Ajax feinted left before driving a lightning-charged fist toward Naruto's right shoulder, a complex move executed with practiced precision. Without conscious thought, Naruto's body responded. He pivoted on his left foot, his right hand rising to redirect Ajax's attack with minimal contact, using his opponent's momentum to guide him past without resistance. The movement felt as natural as breathing, muscle memory from years of training he couldn't consciously recall. Ajax stumbled, caught off guard by the effortless defense. He recovered quickly, spinning to face Naruto with newfound wariness. Lucky move, he muttered. Naruto didn't respond, his focus narrowing as forgotten instincts surfaced. He could feel energy pathways within his body, chakra networks awakening after long dormancy. With each exchange, more muscle memory returned, blocks, strikes, footwork patterns from a lifetime of shinobi training. Their combat drew attention from around the gymnasium. Other students paused their own training to watch as Ajax grew increasingly frustrated, his attacks becoming more aggressive, electricity discharging with each thwarted strike. Stay still, he growled, launching a particularly vicious combination. Naruto flowed around the attacks like water, never quite where Ajax expected him to be. He wasn't consciously analyzing the movements, his body simply knew, responding to telegraphed intentions before Ajax even completed his thoughts. Enough defense, Mr. Adams. Brannigan called out. Show us some offense. The command triggered something in Naruto, a competitive instinct that overrode his caution. As Ajax lunged forward again, Naruto didn't just evade, he countered. His palm struck Ajax's sternum with precise force, not enough to injure, but sufficient to disrupt his opponent's electrical current. Ajax gasped as his power momentarily flickered, the electricity dancing across his skin sputtering like a candle in wind. The disruption lasted only seconds, but the implication was clear to everyone watching. Naruto had somehow interfered with Ajax's innate abilities using nothing but a perfectly placed strike. How did you? Ajax began, his surprise quickly morphing to anger. I don't know, Naruto answered honestly, equally startled by what had happened. Ajax's eyes narrowed, genuine fear transforming into aggressive posturing. You think you're special because you've got some fox demon inside you? Electricity surged around him with renewed intensity. Let's see what happens when I really cut loose. St. Clair. Brannigan warned, but Ajax was already moving. He charged forward, hands extended, electrical discharge building to dangerous levels. The air crackled with ozone as he channeled more power than was permissible in training exercises. This wasn't practice anymore, it was a challenge fueled by wounded pride and fear of the unknown. Time seemed to slow for Naruto. He saw the attack coming, read the intent in Ajax's eyes, the trajectory of his movement, the gathering power. Another fragment of memory surfaced, a technique he'd used countless times in another life. His hands moved of their own accord, forming unfamiliar shapes in rapid sequence. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he whispered, the words emerging without conscious thought. A surge of chakra rushed through his system, warm and familiar. For a brief, disorienting moment, Naruto felt his consciousness split, not diminished, but multiplied. Where one Naruto had stood, there were suddenly three, each solid and real, each containing a portion of his chakra. The gymnasium fell silent. Ajax froze mid-attack, electricity dissipating as shock overwhelmed his concentration. Professor Brannigan's whistle fell from his lips. Every student stared in disbelief at the impossible duplication. The three Narutos looked at each other with equal surprise. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, two vanished in puffs of smoke, leaving the original standing alone on the mat. What the hell was that? Ajax demanded, his voice barely above a whisper. Before Naruto could formulate an answer, the gymnasium doors burst open. Dr. Valyrian stood in the entrance, his normally composed expression sharpened with interest. Behind him, Principal Weems surveyed the scene with concerned calculation. "Mr. Adams," Valyrian said, his voice carrying in the silent gymnasium. "I believe we need to move our appointment forward. Now, if you please." Principal Weems' office had been transformed. Where ornate furniture had stood that morning, clinical equipment now dominated the space, monitoring devices with glowing displays, a chair that resembled something between medical examination and interrogation, and a collection of crystals arranged in a precise pattern around the room. Dr. Valyrian gestured for Naruto to take the central seat. "Please, make yourself comfortable. This is merely a precautionary assessment." "It looks like an interrogation," Naruto observed, making no move toward the chair. "The Nightshade Society prefers the term metaphysical evaluation," Principal Weems interjected smoothly. "I assure you, Mr. Adams, this is standard protocol for unusual manifestations. Creating solid duplicates of oneself goes somewhat beyond unusual," Valyrian added. "In 30 years of supernatural research, I've never encountered a duplication ability that creates physically independent entities with distributed consciousness." Naruto remained by the door. "I'd like to call my uncle." "Of course," Weems agreed. "Though I should mention that the Adams family has a standing arrangement with Nevermore regarding extraordinary circumstances. Your Uncle Gomez signed rather comprehensive waivers when enrolling you. Waivers that specifically address spontaneous manifestation of extradimensional abilities," Valyrian elaborated, his expression suggesting he'd expected this objection. "The Adamses have always understood that their bloodline carries unique potentials." The door opened behind Naruto, and Wednesday entered, her expression unreadable. "I informed Uncle Gomez," she announced without preamble. "He sends his enthusiastic approval for any and all gloriously dangerous experimentation, and asks only that we preserve any resulting appendages for the family collection." That sounded exactly like something Gomez would say. Naruto suppressed a sigh. "Fine. But Wednesday stays." Valyrian and Weems exchanged looks. "Miss Adams is hardly qualified," Weems began. "Family representative," Wednesday cut in. "Adams' protocol for potentially fatal investigations requires a witness to record last words and collect viable tissue samples." The casual mention of fatality and tissue collection made Principal Weems blanch slightly, but Dr. Valyrian merely nodded. "As you wish. Please, both of you, sit." Naruto reluctantly took the central chair while Wednesday perched on a stool nearby, her dark eyes cataloging every piece of equipment with clinical interest. "Now then," Valyrian began, activating several monitors, "let's discuss what happened in the gymnasium. The technique you performed, Shadow Clone Jutsu, I believe you called it, is not in any record of known supernatural abilities in our archives." "I don't remember learning it," Naruto said truthfully. "It just happened." "Muscle memory," Wednesday suggested. "Residual procedural recall despite declarative memory loss." Valyrian's eyebrows rose fractionally. "You've been researching your cousin's condition, Miss Adams." "Interdimensional transference theory," she confirmed without elaboration. "The library has limited texts on the subject." "Indeed it does." Valyrian's calculating gaze shifted between them. "Perhaps you'd benefit from the Nightshade Society's more comprehensive archives." "At what cost?" Naruto asked bluntly. A thin smile crossed Valyrian's face. "Direct. Refreshing." He adjusted one of the crystals beside Naruto's chair. The Nightshade Society exists to understand and categorize supernatural phenomena, Mr. Adams. Knowledge is our currency. We offer information in exchange for the same. You want me to let you study me? I want to help you understand what you are, Valyrian corrected. Whatever entity resides within you, this nine-tailed fox spirit, clearly originates from a different metaphysical framework than our reality. The abilities it grants you operate on principles foreign to our dimensional laws. Naruto felt Kurama stir within him, a sensation of alertness and suspicion. What do you know about Kurama? The name clearly meant something to Valyrian. His expression shifted subtly, surprise quickly masked by professional interest. Kurama. The entity has a name. Naruto corrected. And yes, he does. Fascinating. Valyrian made a note on his tablet. Direct communication with the hosted entity suggests a symbiotic rather than parasitic relationship. May I ask how long you've been aware of his presence? Recently, Naruto admitted. But I think he's always been with me. From birth? Valyrian pressed. Wednesday interrupted before Naruto could respond. Dr. Valyrian, your crystals are aligned for energy extraction, not metaphysical evaluation. Is there something you're not telling us about this standard protocol? Valyrian's expression remained pleasant, but his eyes hardened. You have a good eye, Miss Adams. These particular arrangements can serve multiple functions, including containment and forced manifestation, Wednesday noted coldly. You're not trying to understand my cousin's abilities, you're trying to provoke them under controlled conditions. Understanding often requires provocation, Valyrian replied unapologetically. Particularly when dealing with potentially volatile energies. Naruto felt Kurama's agitation growing, a warmth spreading through his chest and limbs. I think we're done here. Mr. Adams, Principal Weems interjected, the Nightshade Society has resources that could help you control these manifestations. Without proper guidance, you pose a risk to yourself and other students. I'm not interested in your kind of help. Naruto stood, the chair scraping back. Not when it involves tricks and half-truths. Valyrian remained seated, his composure undisturbed. Consider carefully, Mr. Adams. The entity within you, Kurama, carries energy signatures unlike anything in our records. Such anomalies attract attention, not all of it as diplomatic as the Nightshade Society's approach. Is that a threat? Wednesday asked, her voice dropping to a dangerous register. A reality, Valyrian corrected. There are organizations that hunt dimensional anomalies rather than study them. The Chakra Hunters, for instance, have been particularly active in recent months. The mention of Chakra Hunters sent a chill through Naruto. Kurama had used the same term in his dream. What do you know about them? He demanded. Valyrian smiled thinly. Enough to know they've already detected your presence at Nevermore. The incident at the dance was their first attempt at contact, or capture. It won't be their last. Wednesday stood, placing herself subtly between Naruto and Valyrian. Then perhaps the Nightshade Society should focus on protecting Nevermore from these Chakra Hunters instead of harassing students. Protection requires understanding, Valyrian countered smoothly. Something your cousin seems reluctant to facilitate. We're leaving, Wednesday announced, her tone brooking no argument. She turned to Principal Weems. I trust you'll respect the Adams family's right to handle our own peculiarities, without further interference. Weems sighed, clearly caught between institutional protocol and the notorious unpredictability of the Adams family's response to perceived threats. 24 hours, Miss Adams. After that, the board will need to assess whether Mr. Adams' continued presence at Nevermore poses an unacceptable risk to the student body. Understood. Wednesday gestured for Naruto to follow her. At the door, she paused, glancing back at Valyrian. A word of advice, Doctor. The last researcher who attempted to study an Adams against their will ended up as one of Grandmama's special ingredients. I believe his skull still adorns the downstairs powder room. The threat delivered with clinical detachment, Wednesday swept from the room with Naruto close behind. That was insane, Naruto said when they were safely away from Weem's office. Is my skull really going to end up as bathroom decor if I don't get this under control? Don't be ridiculous, Wednesday replied. The downstairs powder room is fully decorated. Your skull would clearly belong in the upstairs guest bathroom, the nautical theme would complement your blue eyes. Naruto couldn't tell if she was joking. With Wednesday, it was always difficult to distinguish between macabre humor and actual intent. What now? He asked as they crossed the courtyard. Weems gave us 24 hours, but I'm no closer to understanding what's happening to me. Hence our original plan. Wednesday checked her watch. The old groundskeeper's shed. 10 minutes. I've already prepared the necessary equipment. For what exactly? Wednesday's eyes gleamed with scientific fervor. Controlled chaos. She departed without further explanation, leaving Naruto to wonder what he'd gotten himself into. He was debating whether to follow immediately when a familiar voice called his name. Enid jogged toward him, concern evident in her expression. There you are. Everyone's talking about what happened in combat training. Are you okay? Did Valyrian try to dissect you or something? Close enough, Naruto replied wearily. Apparently I have 24 hours to get my condition under control, or the school board decides if I'm too dangerous to stay at Nevermore. That's ridiculous. Enid protested. Half the students here could level the building if they wanted to. Tyler Galpin accidentally turned his entire dorm into mushrooms last semester, and they just made him take remedial transformation ethics. Her indignation on his behalf was touching. I think it's less about what I did and more about what I am, Naruto explained. According to Valyrian, my abilities don't follow the normal rules of this reality. Because of the nine-tailed fox thing. When Naruto looked surprised, she added, Xavier filled me in after you left for Valyrian's office. Don't worry, we were super discreet. It's fine, Naruto assured her. Apparently the whole school knows anyway, thanks to Bianca. Enid's expression darkened. She's the worst. But don't worry, I've got your back. She hesitated, then added, so, what's the plan? How do we get your fox friend under control before tomorrow? Wednesday has some ideas. I'm meeting her at the old groundskeeper's shed in a few minutes. Wednesday? Enid looked skeptical. No offense to your cousin, but her idea of helping usually involves emotional trauma and possibly electrical shocks. Probably both, Naruto agreed with a wry smile. But she knows more about interdimensional theory than anyone else I've talked to. And she's family. Enid's expression softened. You really trust her, don't you? Weirdly, yes. Naruto hadn't fully realized it until that moment, but it was true. Despite her macabre tendencies and emotional detachment, Wednesday had shown genuine concern for his welfare, expressed in her own uniquely disturbing way. Then I'm coming too, Enid declared. You need someone there who actually has normal human emotions. You know, in case Wednesday decides scientific discovery is worth sacrificing your limbs or something. Naruto laughed, the tension of the day easing slightly. I'd appreciate the company. Just, be prepared for anything. Please, Enid scoffed, looping her arm through his as they walked. I'm a werewolf with rainbow hair attending a school for supernatural outcasts. Anything is basically Tuesday for me. Her confidence was contagious, and Naruto found himself grateful for her presence as they made their way toward what would undoubtedly be an interesting afternoon, to say the least. The old groundskeeper's shed stood at the edge of Nevermore's grounds, where manicured lawns gave way to wild forest. Time and neglect had transformed the structure into something from a horror film, weathered wood, crooked windows, and a perpetual shadow that seemed to defy the laws of solar movement. Wednesday had arrived before them, transforming the interior into an unsettling laboratory. Candles provided flickering illumination, casting long shadows across walls now covered with arcane symbols. A circle of salt encompassed most of the floor space, intricate patterns drawn within it. Various instruments of questionable purpose were arranged on a workbench, some recognizably scientific, others distinctly mystical. She looked up from her preparations when they entered, her expression darkening at the sight of Enid. "This isn't a social gathering. I'm moral support," Enid declared, undeterred by Wednesday's frosty reception. "Also emergency medical response if needed. Your werewolf healing abilities only apply to yourself," Wednesday pointed out. "I meant I'm really good at howling for help," Enid clarified with a grin. Wednesday sighed with the put-upon air of someone forced to tolerate lesser intellects. "Fine. But stay outside the circle unless instructed otherwise. Interdimensional energy is notoriously sensitive to contamination." "She means you're welcome to join us," Naruto translated, earning a glare from Wednesday that could have frozen lava. "I mean exactly what I said," she corrected. "Now, take off your shirt and stand in the center of the circle." Both Naruto and Enid blinked at the abrupt command. Why?" Naruto asked. "According to my research, chakra networks throughout the body are more easily accessed without the interference of synthetic materials." Wednesday gestured impatiently. "Unless you'd prefer to continue having unpredictable manifestations of abilities you can't control." Put that way, Naruto could hardly argue. Still, he felt self-conscious as he removed his Nevermore uniform shirt and stepped into the center of the salt circle. The cool air raised goosebumps on his skin, or perhaps it was the intensity of Wednesday's clinical assessment, or Enid's much less clinical appreciation, that caused the reaction. "The markings aren't visible yet," Wednesday observed, circling him with scientific detachment. "Fascinating. In Eastern metaphysical traditions, chakra flows through specific pathways, nadis, connecting energy centers throughout the body. Your abilities suggest a similar but distinct system." "I can feel it sometimes," Naruto admitted. "Like warm water flowing under my skin, especially when I'm stressed or in danger." "Then we need to reproduce those conditions." Wednesday selected what appeared to be a ceremonial dagger from her workbench. "Fear is a reliable catalyst for latent abilities." "Whoa." Enid stepped forward. "You are not stabbing him." "Don't be dramatic," Wednesday scoffed. "I'm merely going to create a controlled threat scenario." Naruto was not reassured. "Maybe we could try something less pointy first." Wednesday considered this, then set the dagger aside with reluctance. "Meditation, then." Traditional chakra cultivation begins with focused awareness of energy centers. She produced a small leather-bound book. These exercises are adapted from ancient texts on channeling life energy. This approach seemed considerably safer. Naruto settled into a cross-legged position in the center of the circle, following Wednesday's instructions to focus on his breathing and visualize energy flowing through his body. Minutes passed in silence. Naruto concentrated, trying to locate the warm sensation he'd experienced during moments of stress. Nothing happened. "This isn't working," he finally said, opening his eyes. Wednesday made notes in her journal. "Passive methods appear ineffective. The energy responds to emotional triggers rather than conscious direction." She turned to Enid. "You care about him. Threaten him." "What?" "No." Enid protested. "Your reluctance is counterproductive," Wednesday informed her. "If you truly want to help, create an emotional response strong enough to trigger his abilities." "There has to be another way," Enid insisted. Wednesday sighed. "Very well." Without warning, she picked up a bucket of water and threw its contents directly at Naruto's face. Naruto sputtered, shocked by the sudden drenching. "What the hell?" "Surprise and discomfort," Wednesday explained calmly. "Basic emotional triggers." "Did it work?" Enid asked, looking for any sign of supernatural manifestation. "Evidently not," Wednesday assessed. "Perhaps stronger stimulus is required." Before Naruto could protest, she produced what appeared to be a small crossbow and fired it directly at him. Acting on pure instinct, Naruto rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the bolt that embedded itself in the floorboard where he'd been sitting. "Are you insane?" he shouted, genuine anger rising within him. "Controlled danger," Wednesday corrected, already reloading. "Your abilities manifested previously when you or others were threatened. I'm simply recreating those conditions. By trying to kill me? If I were trying to kill you, you'd be dead," she stated matter-of-factly. The trajectory was calculated to miss by precisely 3 centimeters. Wednesday. Enid moved protectively toward Naruto. "This is going too far." Wednesday ignored her, raising the crossbow again. "Focus on the feeling, Naruto. The energy inside you. The need to protect yourself." Something in Naruto snapped. The frustration of the day, Valyrian's interrogation, the school's ultimatum, his own fragmented memories, crystallized into burning anger. He felt heat rushing through his veins, power bubbling beneath his skin. "I said stop," he shouted, thrusting his hand forward. A surge of visible energy, golden-orange and swirling like flame, erupted from his palm. The chakra blast struck the crossbow, shattering it into splinters. The force continued outward, disrupting the salt circle and extinguishing half the candles in a gust of supernatural wind. Silence fell in the aftermath. Naruto stood panting in the center of the disrupted circle, his body emitting a faint glow that illuminated the whisker marks on his cheeks, now darkened and more pronounced. His eyes, when he looked up, had shifted from blue to crimson, pupils narrowed to vertical slits. "Incredible," Wednesday breathed, her scientific detachment momentarily overcome by genuine awe. Enid stared open-mouthed. "Naruto, your eyes." He could feel the difference, sharpened senses, heightened awareness, power thrumming through his body like electricity. For the first time since arriving at Nevermore, he felt fully awake. "I remember this," he said, his voice deeper, rougher. "Kurama's chakra. We used to share it, back home. The interdimensional transfer must have disrupted your connection," Wednesday theorized, already scribbling notes despite the destruction around her. "The seal containing the entity weakened during transition, allowing partial access to its power but disrupting your conscious control." "He's not an it," Naruto corrected, the red glow in his eyes intensifying. "Kurama is my partner. My friend." Something shifted within him, a presence awakening fully for the first time since his arrival in this reality. He could feel Kurama's consciousness expanding into the spaces of his mind that had been empty before, filling gaps in his memory, restoring connections long dormant. With the fox's awakening came flashes of his former life, training with Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya, fighting alongside Team 7, the pain and triumph of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The memories weren't complete, but they were clearer than ever before. "I was a shinobi," he told them, the glow beginning to fade as he asserted control over the chakra flow. "A ninja from Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. Kurama was sealed inside me at birth to protect the village after he attacked it. A weapon," Wednesday observed. "At first," Naruto acknowledged. "But we became more than that. Partners. I used his power, and he used my body to experience the world. We saved each other. We saved everyone." The last memory hit him with physical force, his final battle, the decision to sacrifice himself to seal away a goddess bent on enslaving humanity. The tearing sensation as he and Kurama were ripped from their reality, cast into the void between dimensions. "We died," he whispered. "Or we should have. But something happened, something brought us here instead." "Interdimensional reincarnation," Wednesday confirmed. "Your consciousness and Kurama's, bound together, finding compatible vessels in this reality. The Adam's bloodline's natural affinity for the supernatural made you an ideal host. But why can't I control it properly?" Naruto asked, examining his hands as the last of the visible chakra faded. "Before, I could use specific techniques, jutsus, without losing control. Different metaphysical framework, Wednesday explained. Like trying to run software designed for one operating system on another. The basic energy, chakra, exists in both realities, but the implementation differs. So I need to, what? Relearn everything? Or adapt, Enid suggested, approaching cautiously now that the light show had ended. Like how werewolves have to learn different transformation techniques depending on lunar phases and emotional states. Wednesday nodded, surprising both of them by acknowledging Enid's insight. Precisely. Your abilities need recalibration to function within our reality's constraints. Naruto absorbed this, then looked at the destruction he'd caused with a single chakra burst. I'm guessing this didn't solve my 24-hour problem. On the contrary, Wednesday replied. You demonstrated conscious control, however briefly. The school board doesn't need to know it took life-threatening danger to achieve it. And what about the chakra hunters? Naruto asked. If what Valyrian said is true, they already know I'm here. Then we prepare. Wednesday's expression hardened with determination that, despite her usual detachment, reminded Naruto forcefully of her father. The Adams family has centuries of experience dealing with those who hunt what they don't understand. And you've got friends, Enid added firmly. Werewolves, remember? Super loyal. She hesitated, then reached out to touch his arm, a simple gesture of solidarity that carried surprising weight. Naruto felt something stir within him at the contact, not Kurama's chakra this time, but something equally powerful. Connection. Belonging. The very things he'd spent his previous life fighting to achieve. Thank you, he said simply, meaning it for both of them. Wednesday merely nodded, already turning her attention to the data she'd collected. But Naruto caught the subtle shift in her posture, a protective angle to her shoulders that hadn't been there before. Enid, less restrained in her emotions, squeezed his arm gently. So. Does this mean I'm friends with both you and a nine-tailed fox spirit now? Because that is seriously going to boost my social media following. Naruto laughed, the tension of the moment breaking. I'll have to ask Kurama how he feels about selfies. As they began cleaning up the aftermath of the experiment, Naruto felt more centered than he had since arriving at Nevermore. The mystery of his identity wasn't fully solved, far from it, but for the first time, he had direction. He knew what he was, if not entirely who he was in this new reality. More importantly, he wasn't facing it alone. Word of Naruto's demonstration in the groundskeeper's shed spread through Nevermore with supernatural speed. By dinner, the story had evolved from controlled chakra manifestation to summoned ancient deity who granted 3 wishes and predicted the apocalypse. Naruto found himself the center of attention in the dining hall, students from every faction watching with a mixture of fascination and wariness. Ignore them, Xavier advised as they ate. Nevermore thrives on rumor and spectacle. By next week, someone will transform into a dragon during astronomy class and you'll be old news. Unless the chakra hunters show up first, Naruto pointed out. Xavier paused mid-bite. The what now? Wednesday, who had surprisingly joined their table, looked up from her book. Interdimensional entity trackers. They detected Naruto's energy signature during the Raisin incident. According to Dr. Valyrian, they're likely to make another attempt at contact, or capture. Wonderful, Xavier muttered. As if murderous sirens and Nightshade Society interrogations weren't enough excitement for one semester. Enid remained optimistic. But Naruto can control his abilities now. Well, sort of. We just need more practice sessions. Preferably without lethal weapons, Naruto added dryly. The crossbow was effective, Wednesday defended. Results justify methodology. Their debate was interrupted by a commotion at the dining hall entrance. Bianca Barkley stood there, scanning the room with purpose before locking eyes with Naruto. She approached their table with the confident stride of someone accustomed to commanding attention. Adams, she addressed him, ignoring the others completely. A word. Whatever you have to say, you can say in front of my friends, Naruto replied evenly. Bianca's perfect features arranged themselves into an expression of calculated indifference. Fine. The Sirens are hosting a gathering at Darkwater Lake tomorrow night. Your presence is requested. The invitation, or command, took everyone by surprise. Siren gatherings were exclusive affairs, attendance by invitation only and rarely extended outside their social circle. Why would Naruto want to go to your little scale-shedding party? Enid asked suspiciously. Because, Bianca replied with exaggerated patience, representatives from several old supernatural families will be attending. Families with extensive libraries on interdimensional entities and their containment. Wednesday's interest visibly sharpened. Which families? The Nightshades, the Thornwoods, and the Street Clares, Bianca listed. All with ancestral connections to organizations that have monitored supernatural boundaries for generations. The same boundaries the chakra hunters are apparently crossing, Naruto observed. A flicker of surprise crossed Bianca's perfect features. You know about them already. Interesting. She recovered quickly. Then you understand why these families might have information relevant to your situation. Why the sudden helpfulness? Xavier asked, voicing everyone's suspicion. Yesterday you were reporting Naruto to Valyrian. Today you're offering access to exclusive supernatural archives. Bianca's smile didn't reach her eyes. Let's call it enlightened self-interest. If these chakra hunters are targeting Nevermore, all factions are at risk. Even sirens prefer to sleep without worrying about interdimensional invaders. It was logical, but Naruto didn't trust her sudden change of heart. Still, the opportunity to access information about his condition, and the potential threat, was too valuable to dismiss outright. I'll think about it, he said finally. Don't think too long, Bianca advised. Midnight tomorrow. Formal attire. She glanced dismissively at Wednesday and Enid. Your entourage is not invited. This is a diplomatic opportunity, not a social outing. With that parting shot, she turned and glided back to the siren table, leaving an uncomfortable silence in her wake. It's a trap, Enid declared immediately. Obviously, Wednesday agreed, surprising everyone with her concurrence with Enid. The question is, what kind? Humiliation. Information extraction. Ritual sacrifice. You always go straight to ritual sacrifice, Xavier noted. It's efficient and multifunctional, Wednesday defended. Naruto considered the invitation. Trap or not, access to those family libraries could help us understand what we're dealing with. The chakra hunters, interdimensional travel, maybe even how to stabilize my connection with Kurama. Too risky, Enid insisted. Bianca doesn't do favors, she creates debts. Whatever information you get will come with strings attached. All information has a price, Wednesday countered. The question is whether the knowledge is worth the cost. And whether you can trust Bianca not to sell you out to Valyrian or these chakra hunters the moment it benefits her, Xavier added. Naruto felt Kurama stir within him, a sensation of alert wariness rather than outright hostility. The fox had opinions about this, he realized, even if they couldn't yet communicate as clearly as they once had. I'll sleep on it, he decided. Maybe Kurama can offer some insight now that we're reconnecting. As if on cue, the lights in the dining hall flickered, then dimmed completely for several seconds before restoring to normal. A murmur ran through the assembled students. Power fluctuations were common at Nevermore, but usually accompanied by supernatural phenomena. That's the third time today, Xavier noted, glancing at the ceiling. Maintenance says they can't find the cause. It's not the wiring, Wednesday said with certainty. It's a dimensional fluctuation. The veil between realities is thinning. Because of me? Naruto asked quietly. Wednesday's dark eyes met his. Because of something. Your arrival may be symptom rather than cause. The implications hung heavy in the air. If the boundaries between dimensions were weakening, the chakra hunters might be only the first of many threats to cross over. Naruto's decision about Bianca's invitation had just become considerably more complicated. Sleep brought no clarity, only more vivid dreams of his former life. Naruto found himself once again standing before Kurama's cage in the mindscape, the massive fox regarding him with ancient eyes. The siren cannot be trusted, Kurama rumbled without preamble. Her kind feed on manipulation and control. But the information her family connections might provide is bait, the fox interrupted. She serves her own interests, nothing more. Naruto sighed, sitting cross-legged in the shallow water. Then what do we do? The chakra hunters are coming, the Nightshade Society is watching, and I still can't control your chakra properly in this reality. Kurama's massive tails swished thoughtfully. The goth girl has potential. Wednesday. Naruto couldn't hide his surprise. I thought you'd prefer Enid. She's warmer, more, like my old friends. Warmth is not what we need, Kurama growled. The Adams girl understands darkness. Respects it. Does not fear it. His massive head lowered to Naruto's level. And she is blood. In this reality, blood connections carry power. You think Wednesday can help stabilize our connection? I think she already is, the fox replied. Notice how your memories have clarified since your arrival at the Adams house. How our communication has improved since she began studying your condition. Naruto hadn't considered it, but Kurama was right. His fragmented recollections had become more coherent since arriving at the mansion, and even more so since Wednesday's investigations began. The werewolf has a role to play as well, Kurama continued, surprising Naruto again. Her nature resonates with mine, beast contained within human form, power tied to emotion and lunar cycles. Different implementation, similar principle. So you're saying I need both of them, Naruto realized. Wednesday's knowledge and family connection, and Enid's intuitive understanding of dual nature. Kurama's massive teeth gleamed in what might have been a smile. Perhaps you're not as dense in this life as you were in the last. Hey! The fox's rumbling laughter echoed through the chamber. Some things never change, Kit. The mindscape began to fade, signaling Naruto's return to consciousness. Before it dissolved completely, Kurama offered one final piece of advice: trust your instincts. They remember what your mind has forgotten. Morning brought unexpected visitors to Nevermore. Naruto was halfway through metaphysical biology when a black-clad figure appeared at the classroom door, Lurch, the Adams family butler, his imposing frame barely fitting through the doorway. Mr. Adams, Professor Thornhill sighed, it appears you have a family emergency. Lurch groaned affirmatively, the sound reverberating through the classroom. Go, Thornhill waved Naruto away. Try not to return with additional appendages or fewer vital organs than you departed with. Naruto gathered his books and followed Lurch into the hallway, where he was surprised to find Uncle Fester waiting, his pale face split in a manic grin. Nephew! Fester exclaimed, embracing Naruto with crushing enthusiasm. We came as soon as we heard about your magnificent manifestation. Gomez is beside himself with pride, an interdimensional entity in the family. Better than the time cousin ITT turned out to be a sentient hair colony from the fifth dimension. How did you hear about, Naruto began, then stopped himself. Wednesday called you. Such a thoughtful girl, Fester confirmed. Called this morning to inform us you'd partially accessed your fox spirit's power and might be targeted by interdimensional hunters. Morticia immediately began preparing the guest dungeon for visitors. The Adams family's enthusiasm for potential danger never ceased to amaze Naruto. That's thoughtful. Indeed. Fester clapped him on the shoulder. Now, Gomez insists you come home immediately for proper training. The Adams family has centuries of experience with containing, channeling, and catastrophically releasing supernatural entities. I can't just leave school, Naruto protested. Principal Weems gave me 24 hours to demonstrate control, and there's a gathering tonight that might provide information about the chakra hunters. Fester's perpetually wide eyes somehow widened further. A gathering? With potential enemies? Even better. Gomez will want to attend. He rubbed his hands together gleefully. Nothing invigorates an Adams like infiltrating a potentially hostile social event. I don't think that's a good idea, Naruto tried to explain. It's a siren-hosted function for old supernatural families, very exclusive. Pish-posh. Fester dismissed his concern. The Adamses are the oldest supernatural family in 17 dimensions. According to great-grandmother Zerelda's demon blood ritual of 1853, anyway. Never quite figured out if the demon was lying about our interdimensional lineage or just trying to escape the summoning circle. Naruto could see he was fighting a losing battle. Fine. But can we at least focus on helping me control Kurama's chakra first? Before we crash any exclusive parties? Kurama. The fox spirit has a name. Magnificent. Fester's eyes gleamed with manic delight. Gomez will be ecstatic, named entities are so much more volatile than anonymous ones. As Fester led him toward the waiting family hearse, driven by Thing, who somehow managed to steer despite being only a disembodied hand, Naruto resigned himself to whatever bizarre training methods the Adams family might devise. At the very least, it would be more straightforward than navigating the complex social politics of Nevermore. The Adams mansion looked even more imposing in daylight, if the perpetual gloom surrounding the property could be called daylight. Gargoyles leered from every corner, weather vanes in the shape of impaled victims spun lazily in the breeze, and the gardens bloomed with deadly nightshade and wolfsbane. Gomez awaited them on the front steps, elegant in his pinstriped suit despite the early hour, a cigar clenched between his teeth and a fencing foil in his right hand. "Naruto, my boy," he exclaimed, bounding forward with boundless energy. "Wednesday tells us you've made contact with your inner beast. Splendid. Marvelous. An Adams tradition going back generations." "It is?" Naruto asked, surprised. "Of course. Great-uncle Vlad had a three-headed serpent living in his spleen. Cousin Ophelia shared her consciousness with a vengeful banshee. And let's not forget Grandmama's brief possession by the ghost of Lucrezia Borgia, her poison recipes improved tenfold." Morticia appeared in the doorway, elegant as always in flowing black. "Welcome home, Naruto. We've prepared the ritual chamber for your training. I do hope the restraints are strong enough." Wednesday mentioned something about explosive energy manifestations. "I'm not sure restraints are necessary," Naruto began, then reconsidered as he recalled the destruction in the groundskeeper's shed. "Actually, maybe they are. That's the spirit." Gomez clapped him on the shoulder. "Embrace the danger. Revel in the uncertainty." The ritual chamber proved to be a converted wine cellar, its stone walls covered in arcane symbols, some of which Naruto recognized from Wednesday's research. Iron fixtures suggested previous occupants might have required significant restraint, and the lingering smell of ozone hinted at electrical experiments, likely Fester's contribution. Pugsley was already there, setting up what appeared to be some form of primitive chakra measurement device, a complex arrangement of crystals, copper wire, and what might have been a modified seismograph. "Cousin Naruto," he greeted cheerfully. "Can you make the fox come out? I want to see if it'll bite off my hand like in the Japanese legends Wednesday told me about." "That's not exactly how it works," Naruto explained, increasingly concerned about the Adams family's enthusiasm for potentially catastrophic manifestations. "Kurama and I are partners. I channel his energy, his chakra, but he doesn't physically emerge." "How disappointingly restrained," Morticia observed. "Perhaps with proper encouragement." "Before we attempt full manifestation," Gomez interjected, "perhaps we should start with the basics. Wednesday mentioned you accessed the entity's power through emotional triggers, fear, anger, protective instincts." "Yes," Naruto confirmed, relieved by this more reasonable approach. "Strong emotions seem to weaken whatever seal is preventing full access to Kurama's chakra." "Excellent." Gomez drew his fencing foil. Nothing stimulates primal emotion like Mortal Kombat. Before Naruto could protest, Gomez lunged forward with surprising speed and precision. Acting on instinct, Naruto sidestepped, the blade missing him by inches. Good reflexes. Gomez approved, immediately following with a complex combination of thrusts. Your body remembers its training, even if your mind does not. Naruto found himself engaged in an impromptu duel, relying on the muscle memory that had served him in combat training. Gomez was a far more skilled opponent than Ajax had been, decades of experience evident in every calculated movement. Feel the energy, Gomez instructed as they circled each other. The power simmering beneath the surface. Don't fight it, direct it. Despite the bizarre circumstances, Naruto found Gomez's coaching effective. As the duel intensified, he became increasingly aware of the chakra flow within his body, warm currents of energy following pathways that felt both foreign and familiar. Channel it to your extremities, Gomez suggested, executing a particularly aggressive thrust that forced Naruto to leap backward. Visualize the flow. Following his uncle's instruction, Naruto focused on directing the warm energy down his arms and into his hands. To his surprise, a faint blue glow manifested around his fingers, chakra becoming visible as he consciously channeled it. Magnificent. Morticia applauded from the sidelines. The ethereal manifestation begins. Encouraged, Naruto extended his right hand, palm outward, focusing the energy into a concentrated point. The blue glow intensified, swirling into a spiraling pattern that somehow felt right. Raisin, he whispered, the technique's name emerging from restored memory. The chakra responded, condensing into a spinning sphere of energy above his palm, smaller and less stable than he remembered creating in his previous life, but recognizable nonetheless. Cara mia. Gomez called to Morticia, eyes alight with manic joy. He's forming a concentrated energy vortex. And Adams hasn't managed that since Great Aunt Lavinia's ill-fated attempt to communicate with tornado spirits in 1907. The Raisin wobbled, Naruto's concentration breaking as he tried to maintain the technique while processing Gomez's enthusiastic commentary. The sphere destabilized, chakra dispersing in a harmless flash of energy. Almost. Gomez encouraged. The control will come with practice. The important thing is that you access the power consciously rather than reactively. Naruto nodded, surprised by his uncle's insight. Despite his theatrical mannerisms and seemingly chaotic approach, Gomez displayed genuine understanding of energy manipulation principles. The fox spirit, Kurama, his energy feels different from my own, Naruto explained, trying to articulate what he was experiencing. In my previous life, we could combine our chakra. Here, it's like they're oil and water. They don't mix properly. Dimensional incompatibility, Morticia observed. Your soul and Kurama's evolved in a reality with different metaphysical laws. The transition disrupted your harmonization. Precisely the issue Wednesday identified, Gomez confirmed. Fortunately, the Adams family has extensive experience with interdimensional adjustments. Great-grandmother Esmeralda's third husband was composed entirely of non-Euclidean geometry. Took him years to manifest in our dimension without causing migraines in everyone who looked at him. Despite the bizarre comparison, Naruto found their analysis helpful. So how do I realign our energies to work in this reality? The same way great-grandmother Esmeralda helped her husband, Morticia replied. Gradual exposure and intentional integration. Gomez elaborated, begin with small, controlled manifestations of Kurama's chakra. Mix it with your own in increasing proportions. Your body, your Adam's body, will adapt to serve as a bridge between the fox's reality and ours. It made sense, in an Adams sort of way. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing inward to the place where he could feel Kurama's presence, the cage in his mindscape now more accessible than ever before. Kurama, he called silently. We need to synchronize our chakra. Small amounts at first. He felt the fox's acknowledgement, not words, but a sensation of agreement. A trickle of Kurama's distinct energy, hotter, more volatile than Naruto's own, flowed into his chakra network. Naruto directed this combined energy toward his hand again, visualizing the Rasengan technique. This time, the swirling sphere formed more easily, its color shifting from blue to purple as Kurama's reddish chakra mixed with Naruto's blue. Remarkable! Gomez exclaimed. The chromatic shift indicates successful integration. The Rasengan held stable for nearly 30 seconds before dissipating, a significant improvement. Naruto felt the difference immediately. The technique had required less concentration, forming almost naturally once he'd established the proper chakra flow. I think it's working, he said, examining his hand where the energy had manifested. It feels more synchronized. Of course it's working. Gomez beamed proudly. You're an Adams. Supernatural adaptation is in your blood. For the next several hours, the family guided Naruto through various exercises in chakra control. Pugsley's strange device measured energy outputs, Fester contributed, somewhat dangerous, demonstrations of elemental manipulation, and Gomez provided surprisingly insightful coaching on integrating disparate energy sources. By mid-afternoon, Naruto had successfully maintained a stable Rasengan for over 2 minutes and executed basic chakra enhancement of physical movements, running up walls, reinforcing punches with energy, even a rudimentary substitution technique that left Pugsley cackling with delight when Naruto switched places with a training dummy just as the boy detonated a small explosive beneath it. Magnificent progress. Gomez declared when they finally paused for refreshment, a suspicious green liquid that Grandmama insisted was revitalizing tonic, but smelled distinctly of swamp water and nightshade. You're re-establishing your connection with Kurama at an impressive rate. It's easier here, Naruto realized, declining the tonic with as much politeness as he could muster. At the mansion, I mean. The connection feels clearer. The Adams' ancestral home exists at a crossroads of realities, Morticia explained. The veil between dimensions has always been thinner here. It's why we experience such delightful hauntings and spontaneous manifestations of otherworldly phenomena. The foundation stones were quarried from a meteorite that fell during the Perseid meteor shower of 1697, Gomez added. Family legend claims it originated from a dimension where the laws of physics are merely polite suggestions. That explained the house's strange energy, the sensation Naruto had experienced since first arriving at the gates. The mansion itself served as a dimensional bridge, facilitating his reconnection with Kurama and their shared abilities. No wonder Wednesday's research has been so effective, he mused. She's been working with the mansion's natural properties without even realizing it. Oh, Wednesday realizes it, Morticia corrected with maternal pride. She's been studying the mansion's interdimensional properties since she was 7. Her thesis on practical applications of non-Euclidean architecture in summoning rituals won the family's Macabre Achievement Award 3 years running. Of course she had. Naruto was beginning to realize that Wednesday's detached, scientific approach to the supernatural masked a deep intuitive understanding of forces beyond normal comprehension, an understanding she'd inherited from both her parents, albeit expressed in her own uniquely somber way. Speaking of Wednesday, Gomez checked his pocket watch, she should be arriving shortly. School days end and all that. We'll want her insights on your progress before tonight's infiltration of the Siren Gathering. About that, Naruto began cautiously, I'm not sure bringing the entire family to Bianca's event is the best approach. The invitation was specific. Nonsense. Gomez dismissed his concern with characteristic enthusiasm. Social infiltration is an Adams specialty. We'll observe proper protocols, formal attire, strategic entrance, calculated chaos only when absolutely necessary. Seeing Naruto's expression, Morticia placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Your uncle means well, Naruto. But perhaps a more subtle approach would better serve your needs tonight. She turned to Gomez. Darling, remember Duke Wellington's ball in '97? Sometimes a targeted appearance is more effective than a full family descent. Gomez's eyes lit with understanding. Ah! The strategic infiltration approach. Even better. He clapped Naruto on the shoulder. We'll equip you properly, my boy. Ancestral artifacts, protective amulets, perhaps a small vial of Grandmama's truth serum for emergencies. Before Naruto could express concern about what constituted truth serum in the Adams household, the front door opened, heralding Wednesday's arrival. She entered the ritual chamber with her usual measured pace, taking in the setup with clinical interest. I see training has progressed, she observed, noting the scorch marks on the walls and ceiling. Controlled combustion or accidental discharge? Bit of both. Gomez answered proudly. Your cousin has made remarkable progress. Chakra manipulation, energy projection, even rudimentary reality distortion. Wednesday turned her assessing gaze to Naruto. Show me. Without hesitation, Naruto channeled chakra to his palm, forming the now familiar Raisin. The swirling sphere of energy stabilized quickly, its purple hue indicating the successful integration of his and Kurama's chakra. Fascinating, Wednesday observed, circling him with scientific interest. The energy signature is more coherent than yesterday. Less chaotic dispersion, improved structural integrity. She glanced at the monitoring equipment. Output levels. Steady increase without corresponding control loss, Pugsley reported, showing her the readouts. The integration coefficient has improved by approximately 47% since initial manifestation. Wednesday nodded, seemingly satisfied with this technical assessment. The Nightshade Society will be interested in your progress. As will the Chakra Hunters, if Valyrian's assessment is accurate. Which brings us to tonight's gathering, Gomez interjected. A perfect opportunity for reconnaissance. The family is prepared to provide backup if needed. No, Wednesday stated flatly. A full Adams presence would alert Bianca and her allies to our intentions. Better to maintain the pretense of accepting her invitation at face value. Precisely my thinking, Morticia agreed. Naruto should attend alone, officially. Unofficially, however. I've already made arrangements, Wednesday confirmed. Enid will attend as a server, the catering company employs werewolves for their enhanced senses and strength. Xavier has access through his father's connection to the St. Clair family. I'll monitor from outside the property boundary using astral projection techniques from Grandmama's grimoire. Naruto blinked, surprised by the thoroughness of Wednesday's planning. You organized all this without telling me? You were occupied with chakra integration, she replied matter-of-factly. Time management is essential when facing interdimensional threats. And you included Enid and Xavier, he noted, unable to keep a hint of approval from his voice. Something almost like embarrassment flickered across Wednesday's features before vanishing beneath her usual impassivity. They have useful skills. Pragmatism dictated their inclusion. Of course, Naruto agreed, hiding a smile. The important thing, Gomez declared, oblivious to the subtext, is that you'll have support while gathering intelligence. Now, let's discuss proper attire for supernatural espionage. Darkwater Lake shimmered beneath the full moon, its surface unnaturally still despite the gentle breeze rustling through surrounding trees. Lanterns floated above the water, casting ethereal light across the expansive grounds of the Barclay estate, a modernist mansion of glass and stone that somehow managed to appear both welcoming and forbidding. Naruto approached the main entrance, feeling uncomfortable in the formal attire Gomez had insisted upon, a tailored black suit with subtle crimson accents that, according to his uncle, honors both the Adams aesthetic and your Fox companion's coloration. The fabric felt strange against his skin, though he had to admit the overall effect was impressive, based on Morticia's approving nod before his departure. Naruto Adams, he stated at the entrance, where a stern-faced security guard consulted a guest list. Identification, the guard requested. Naruto produced the invitation Bianca had sent that afternoon, delivered to his dormitory by one of her siren entourage. The guard examined it carefully before nodding. Proceed to the main terrace. Ms. Barclay will greet you there. The mansion's interior was a study in calculated opulence, minimalist yet clearly expensive, with strategic lighting highlighting ancient artifacts displayed in glass cases. Many appeared to be ceremonial objects related to water deities and sea creatures, reflecting the siren heritage of the host family. Guests mingled throughout the space, predominantly older individuals with the unmistakable bearing of supernatural aristocracy. Naruto recognized few faces, though he noted several adults who bore strong resemblances to Nevermore students. The terrace overlooked Darkwater Lake, offering a spectacular view of the illuminated water. Bianca stood near the railing, resplendent in a flowing gown the exact shade of the lake at midnight. She turned as Naruto approached, her perfect features arranged in a welcoming smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Adams. You came. And dressed appropriately, I see." "Thank you for the invitation," Naruto replied with careful politeness. "It's quite an event. The Barkley family has hosted the Darkwater Gathering for 7 generations," she informed him, her tone suggesting this was common knowledge among those who mattered. "Only the oldest supernatural bloodlines receive invitations." "Then I'm honored to represent the Adams family." Something like genuine surprise flickered across Bianca's face. "You're more diplomatic than your cousin." Wednesday would have made some comment about preferring a funeral to a social gathering. Wednesday expresses herself differently, Naruto found himself defending his cousin. "But we both appreciate opportunities to learn." Speaking of learning, Bianca gestured toward a distinguished gentleman approaching them. "Allow me to introduce Dr. Alexander St. Clair, head of the St. Clair family and leading authority on interdimensional anomalies." The man, clearly Ajax's father based on the resemblance, extended his hand. Unlike his son's perpetually electricity-charged skin, the elder St. Clair's touch was normal, though Naruto sensed carefully controlled power beneath the surface. "Young Mr. Adams," Dr. St. Clair greeted him. "Your recent arrival at Nevermore has generated considerable interest in certain circles." "So I've gathered," Naruto replied cautiously. "I'm still adjusting to everything myself." Of course. St. Clair's smile was practiced, professional rather than warm. Interdimensional transference is a complex process, particularly when complicated by entity symbiosis. Your fox spirit, Kurama, I believe, presents a fascinating case study. The casual mention of Kurama's name sent a chill through Naruto. He hadn't shared that detail with Bianca or any of the street Clairs. "How do you, Dr. Valyrian is a colleague," St. Clair explained, reading his reaction. "The Nightshade Society and my own research foundation frequently collaborate on matters of interdimensional significance." "I wasn't aware my private conversations with Dr. Valyrian were being shared with others," Naruto noted, keeping his tone neutral despite his growing wariness. "Privacy is relative when interdimensional stability is at stake," St. Clair replied without apology. "Which brings us to the purpose of your invitation tonight. The chakra hunters represent a genuine threat, not only to you, but to the metaphysical balance of our reality." "You know about them?" "We've been monitoring their activities for months," Bianca interjected. "Their first incursions were subtle, energy fluctuations, minor dimensional tears. But they're growing bolder. The incident at the Raisin was their most direct approach yet." St. Clair nodded gravely. "They seek vessels, individuals capable of channeling and containing interdimensional energy. You, Mr. Adams, with your fox spirit, represent a particularly valuable target." Naruto processed this information, trying to determine how much to reveal about his own understanding of the situation. "Dr. Valyrian seemed to think they might be trying to capture me. Or Kurama. Capture would be their initial goal," St. Clair confirmed. "But their ultimate objective is extraction and utilization. The entity within you contains energy unlike anything in our dimension, power they could weaponize for their own purposes." The blunt assessment aligned with Kurama's warnings. Naruto felt the fox stir within him, alert and wary, but not yet hostile. "Why tell me this?" Naruto asked Bianca directly. "Yesterday you were reporting me to the administration as a potential threat. Today you're warning me about interdimensional hunters." For the first time, Bianca's perfect composure showed a crack, a flicker of what might have been genuine concern. Because the chakra hunters don't discriminate once they begin full incursion. They'll drain any supernatural being they encounter. Sirens, werewolves, Adamses, we're all potential energy sources to them. Common enemies make reluctant allies, St. Clair added pragmatically. The old supernatural families have maintained the barriers between dimensions for centuries. We have a vested interest in preventing unauthorized crossings. It made sense, though Naruto remained suspicious of their sudden willingness to share information. What exactly do you want from me? Bianca exchanged glances with St. Clair before responding. We want to help you stabilize your connection with the fox spirit. Controlled, harmonized energy is harder for the hunters to track and extract. And in return, your assistance when they make their move, St. Clair stated plainly. Your abilities, properly harnessed, represent a significant defensive asset. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of waitstaff offering champagne. Naruto accepted a glass automatically, his attention caught by a flash of rainbow-colored hair partially hidden beneath a server's cap. Enid, positioned perfectly to overhear their conversation while maintaining her cover. Let me introduce you to some of the other families, Bianca suggested, clearly eager to move the conversation into more public territory. The Thornwoods, in particular, have extensive experience with transdimensional entities. As Bianca led him through the gathering, Naruto maintained the appearance of polite interest while processing everything he'd learned. The old supernatural families clearly knew more about the chakra hunters than they were sharing, their knowledge too specific to be theoretical. Xavier materialized beside him during a momentary lull in introductions, smoothly inserting himself into the conversation as if he belonged. Naruto. Didn't expect to see you here. Father insisted I make an appearance to uphold family connections or whatever. His casual greeting provided perfect cover for a whispered warning, St. Clair's lying about something. Father's never mentioned chakra hunters before tonight, and he tells me everything about his research. Before Naruto could respond, a commotion near the mansion's entrance drew everyone's attention. Security guards were clustered around a new arrival, their postures suggesting tension rather than welcome. What now? Bianca muttered, moving toward the disturbance with practiced hostess efficiency. The crowd parted to reveal Dr. Valyrian, impeccably dressed and utterly unperturbed by the guards flanking him. Ms. Barkley, he greeted Bianca with practiced courtesy. Forgive the intrusion. Urgent business with several of your guests couldn't wait for formal invitation. The Nightshade Society is always welcome at Barkley gatherings, Bianca replied smoothly, though her expression suggested otherwise. Though advance notice is customary. Some matters defy scheduling, Valyrian countered, his gaze finding Naruto across the room. Mr. Adams. Just the young man I needed to see. As Valyrian approached, Naruto felt Kurama's energy surge protectively, a response to perceived threat. He struggled to maintain control, conscious of the many observers evaluating his reaction. Dr. Valyrian, he acknowledged with forced calm. This is unexpected. Necessity often is. Valyrian's attention shifted briefly to Xavier, then back to Naruto. I won't waste time with pleasantries. There's been another incursion, more significant than previous attempts. The chakra hunters are no longer testing boundaries, they're actively breaching them. The announcement sent a ripple of murmurs through the gathered guests. St. Clair stepped forward, his expression hardening. Where? Nevermore Academy, Valyrian replied grimly. Approximately 20 minutes ago. Energy signatures consistent with the Raisin incident, but exponentially stronger. Naruto felt his blood run cold. The school? Are the students, emergency protocols activated immediately, Valyrian assured him. But the incursion appears targeted. They're searching for something. Or someone. All eyes turned to Naruto, the implication clear. Me, he stated unnecessarily. They're looking for me. For Kurama. Most likely, Valyrian confirmed. Which is why I need you to come with me immediately. The Nightshade Society has containment measures that may prevent them from locking onto your energy signature. Or you could be delivering him directly to them, came a cold voice from behind Valyrian. Wednesday stood in the entrance, her black dress rain-spattered, her expression dangerously calm. How she had arrived at the Barclay estate, miles from Nevermore with no apparent transportation, was anyone's guess. Miss Adams, Valyrian acknowledged without turning. Your concern for your cousin is admirable, if misplaced. The Nightshade Society exists to prevent exactly this type of interdimensional crisis. Convenient timing, Wednesday observed, moving to stand beside Naruto. A crisis emerges just as my cousin begins gaining control of his abilities. Just as he's invited to meet families with supposed knowledge of these chakra hunters. Valyrian's expression remained neutral, though Naruto detected a flicker of irritation. Conspiracy theories waste valuable time we don't have, Miss Adams. The incursion is real, and expanding. As if to punctuate his statement, the lights throughout the mansion flickered, then dimmed completely for several seconds before restoring to partial power. Outside, the floating lanterns over Darkwater Lake extinguished simultaneously, plunging the grounds into moonlit shadow. Energy drainage, St. Clair observed tensely. They're getting closer. Naruto made a split-second decision. I need to go back to Nevermore. Absolutely not, Valyrian countered. You'd be delivering yourself directly to them. Or removing the target they're searching for, Naruto argued. Leading them away from the school and the other students. Naruto's right, Wednesday supported, surprising him with her immediate agreement. If the hunters are tracking his energy signature, keeping him here endangers everyone at this gathering as well. Bianca, who had been watching the exchange with calculating attention, surprised everyone by siding with the Adamses. If they're already at Nevermore, they've established a foothold in our reality. We need to confront them directly rather than hiding potential targets. Finally, something we agree on, Wednesday noted dryly. Valyrian's composure slipped, revealing genuine alarm. You don't understand what you're suggesting. These entities exist partly outside our dimensional laws, conventional defenses are useless against them. Then we'll use unconventional defenses, Naruto stated, feeling Kurama's approval pulse through their connection. I've spent all day working on controlling and channeling Kurama's chakra. If these hunters want to find me so badly, let's give them what they're looking for, on our terms. A dangerous smile curved Wednesday's lips. An Adams confronting interdimensional threats head-on. Uncle Gomez will be so proud. This is madness, Valyrian protested. You're barely beginning to understand your abilities, Mr. Adams. Confrontation at this stage is suicide. Not alone, came Enid's voice as she stepped forward, removing her server's cap to reveal her full rainbow-colored hair. He'll have help. Xavier moved to stand with them as well. Count me in. My psychic abilities might help detect their movements. The children of Nevermore, united against interdimensional hunters, Bianca observed with grudging respect. How nauseatingly heroic. Despite her sarcastic tone, she joined their group, adding, sirens can disrupt energy patterns with our voices. Might prove useful against entities operating on unfamiliar frequencies. St. Clair looked between Valyrian and the assembled students, clearly weighing options before making his decision. The Nightshade Society's caution is noted, Doctor. But these young people raise valid strategic points. Controlled confrontation may be preferable to reactive defense. Valyrian's expression hardened. On your heads be it. But know this, the chakra hunters don't take prisoners. They extract what they need and discard the remnants across dimensions. What returns, if anything, is rarely recognizable. The warning hung heavy in the air as the impromptu alliance prepared to depart. Naruto felt Kurama's presence strengthen within him, the fox's determination matching his own. Whatever awaited them at Nevermore, they would face it together, not just Naruto and Kurama, but Wednesday, Enid, Xavier, and even Bianca. As they moved toward the exit, Naruto caught Wednesday studying him with unusual intensity. "What?" he asked quietly. "You've changed," she observed. "Your energy pattern is more integrated." The mansion training was effective. "Gomez is a surprisingly good teacher," Naruto acknowledged. "Once you get past the enthusiasm for potentially lethal methods." The ghost of a smile touched Wednesday's lips. "An Addams family specialty." Her expression sobered as she added, "Whatever happens at Nevermore, remember your training. Control, not power, will determine the outcome." Coming from Wednesday, who typically embraced chaos rather than restraint, the advice carried particular weight. Naruto nodded, appreciating the concern behind her clinical assessment. As they stepped into the night, Darkwater Lake's surface began to ripple despite the absence of wind, concentric circles expanding outward as if something beneath was rising. In the distance, lightning-illuminated storm clouds gathering over Nevermore Academy. The hunt was about to become a confrontation. Chapter 3, The Nature of Bonds. The storm intensified as they approached Nevermore Academy, lightning fracturing the sky in patterns too geometric to be natural. Wind whipped across the grounds, carrying whispers in languages none of them recognized. The ancient building silhouette stood stark against flashes of purple-tinged electricity, windows glowing with an eerie blue luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. "Dimensional fracturing," Wednesday observed, her voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. "The veil is thinning rapidly." Naruto felt it too, a resonance within his chakra network, Kurama's energy responding to the disturbance. The fox's presence pushed closer to the surface of his consciousness, more accessible than ever before. "They're here," he confirmed, eyes shifting momentarily to crimson as he tapped into Kurama's senses. "Multiple presences. Not fully materialized in our reality." Bianca glanced at him with poorly disguised fascination. "Your eyes." "Side effect," Naruto explained tersely. "Enhanced perception when I channel Kurama's chakra." Xavier stared toward the academy's main building. "I'm getting psychic impressions. Scattered. Fragmented. Like they exist partially in multiple places simultaneously." "Quantum superposition," Wednesday suggested. "Existing across dimensional boundaries until observation collapses their waveform into a single reality." "In English?" Enid requested, her werewolf senses clearly on high alert, body tense with preparedness. "They're ghosts until they decide not to be," Xavier translated. "Wonderful," Bianca muttered. "How do we fight something that isn't fully here?" Naruto closed his eyes, focusing on the connection with Kurama. The fox's knowledge surfaced in his mind, ancient wisdom from countless encounters with beings from beyond normal reality. "We make them choose a form," he said, opening eyes that now glowed with purpose. "Force them to fully materialize by creating a focal point they can't resist." "You mean yourself," Wednesday deduced immediately. "You intend to use your chakra signature as bait." Naruto nodded. "They're drawn to interdimensional energy. Kurama and I will provide exactly what they're looking for, but on our terms." "That's insane," Bianca protested. "You'll be painting a target on yourself." "I've had worse," Naruto replied with a confidence that felt both foreign and familiar, echoes of his former self emerging through the fragmented memories. "Besides, I won't be alone." He looked at each of them in turn, Wednesday with her calculating intelligence, Enid with her fierce loyalty, Xavier with his psychic sensitivity, even Bianca with her reluctant alliance. In that moment, something clicked into place within him, a sensation he recognized from his past life. The ability to inspire others, to forge connections that transcended normal boundaries. "We need to reach the central courtyard," he continued, the plan forming as he spoke. "Open space, multiple access points, strong ley line convergence according to Wednesday's research. The nexus point of Nevermore's supernatural architecture," Wednesday confirmed, a hint of approval in her tone. "Optimal position for controlling dimensional energy." "What about the other students?" Enid asked, concern evident in her voice. Emergency protocols would have evacuated them to the safe rooms beneath the library, Xavier assured her. Dad helped design the metaphysical shielding. They'll be protected. A sudden surge of energy pulsed through the academy grounds, the blue glow intensifying in every window. The very air seemed to ripple, reality distorting like heat waves above summer pavement. They're escalating, Wednesday observed. We need to move. Now. As they approached the main entrance, the massive doors swung open of their own accord, an invitation that felt more threatening than welcoming. The entrance hall beyond was transformed, familiar architecture now warped by pools of swirling energy that clung to walls and ceiling like luminous moss. Don't touch the energy manifestations, Naruto warned, sensing their danger through Kurama's awareness. They'll drain your life force on contact. They navigated the distorted hallways carefully, the academy they knew transformed into something alien and hostile. Classroom doors opened onto empty voids or landscapes from other worlds. Stairways twisted in geometrically impossible angles. The physics of their reality strained against the invasion of incompatible dimensional laws. The courtyards just ahead, Xavier pointed, wiping blood from his nose, a side effect of his psychic senses overloading in the dimensional chaos. As they rounded the final corner, they found their path blocked by a figure that seemed to flicker in and out of solid existence, sometimes transparent, sometimes painfully real. A student in Nevermore uniform, yet not quite right. The body moved with jerky, unnatural motions, head tilted at an impossible angle. Tyler, Enid gasped, recognizing their classmate despite his distorted appearance. Tyler Galpin's eyes snapped toward them, pupils expanded to consume the entire eye in pools of absolute darkness. When he spoke, the voice emerged from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Vessel, the entity using Tyler's body addressed Naruto. The convergence approaches. Your energy will facilitate the merging. Let Tyler go, Naruto demanded, stepping forward. Your quarrel is with me. This shell is temporary, the possessed student replied with mechanical indifference. A stepping stone to greater consumption. Wednesday moved beside Naruto, her analytical gaze assessing the possession. The entity hasn't fully integrated with Tyler's consciousness. There's disruption in the aura patterns. Can we force it out? Naruto asked. Possibly. She reached into her bag, producing a small vial of dark liquid. Grandmama's exorcism tincture. Theoretical application for interdimensional entities, but the principle should be sound. I'll hold him, Enid volunteered, her fingers already elongating into partial claws, the beginning stages of werewolf transformation. Tyler's body convulsed, the possessing entity sensing their intent. Interference will be met with dissolution, it warned, raising hands that crackled with stolen energy. Naruto moved first, channeling chakra to enhance his speed. He circled behind Tyler in a blur of motion, restraining the possessed student with a technique that felt instinctive, muscle memory from countless similar encounters in his previous life. Now, Wednesday. She approached with methodical precision, uncorking the vial. Hold his mouth open. Naruto complied, struggling to maintain his grip as the entity within Tyler fought with supernatural strength. The moment Wednesday poured the tincture into Tyler's mouth, a sound like reality tearing echoed through the corridor. Tyler's body went rigid, then convulsed as black smoke poured from his eyes, nose, and mouth, the entity forcibly ejected from its host. The smoke hovered momentarily, forming a vaguely humanoid shape before dissipating with a shriek of rage. Tyler collapsed, unconscious but breathing, his appearance returning to normal. He'll recover, Wednesday assessed clinically, checking his pulse. The possession was recent, minimal cellular degradation. We can't leave him here, Enid insisted. Drag him into that classroom, Bianca suggested, pointing to a door nearby. At least it's not opening onto a void dimension at the moment. Xavier and Enid quickly moved Tyler to safety while Naruto and Wednesday conferred. That was a scout, Naruto realized. Testing our defenses, assessing our capabilities. Wednesday nodded. The primary incursion will be more substantial. The possession suggests they're capable of using human hosts as conduits, potentially all of Nevermore's students if we don't contain this quickly. When the others rejoined them, Naruto outlined what they faced. The courtyard is still our best option. I'll create a chakra beacon to draw them in, then we establish a containment perimeter. With what? Bianca asked skeptically. None of us exactly packed interdimensional entity barriers. Wednesday produced several small objects from her bag, crystals, vials, and what appeared to be carved bone tokens. Adam's family emergency kit. Always prepared for supernatural confrontation. Of course you are, Bianca muttered, though her tone carried reluctant appreciation. As they approached the courtyard doors, Naruto felt Kurama's presence surge forward in his mind, the fox's consciousness aligning more closely with his own than at any point since his arrival in this reality. Naruto, the fox's voice resonated within him. When we enter the courtyard, channel my chakra directly. No filtering, no modulation. Raw power. That could be dangerous, Naruto replied mentally. I haven't fully adapted to your energy in this dimension. Precisely, Kurama confirmed. The chakra hunters expect harmonized energy, controlled, refined. Raw chakra will disrupt their extraction techniques, force them to fully manifest to defend themselves. The strategy made sense, though the risks were substantial. Unfiltered access to Kurama's chakra had been dangerous even in their original dimension, where Naruto's body had been specifically prepared from birth to contain such power. Wednesday won't approve, Naruto noted internally. She emphasized control over power. Kurama's mental response carried a hint of amusement. Since when do you follow rules, Kit? Besides, the goth girl understands darkness better than she admits. She'll adapt. Decision made, Naruto turned to his companions. Change of plans. I'm going to release Kurama's chakra directly, create an energy surge they can't ignore. That contradicts everything you learned during training, Wednesday pointed out immediately, just as he'd expected. Unfiltered interdimensional energy could damage your chakra network irreparably. It's also the last thing they'll expect, Naruto countered. They're hunting for controlled energy, not raw power. Wednesday studied him intently, her dark eyes searching his. Whatever she saw there must have satisfied her, because she nodded once, sharply. Very well. But we'll need to modify the containment array to accommodate higher energy outputs. She quickly instructed the others in positioning the artifacts she'd brought, creating a modified circle around the courtyard fountain, the center point where Naruto would stand. These will help channel the excess energy, she explained, placing the final crystal. Preventing feedback loops that could collapse your network. Naruto was touched by her concern, however clinically expressed. Thank you. Don't mistake technical adjustments for sentiment, she warned, though without her usual edge. Adam's family protocol requires meticulous documentation of unprecedented supernatural manifestations. Your survival facilitates comprehensive data collection. Despite her detachment, Naruto recognized the underlying message, she was worried about him. It was, perhaps, the closest thing to emotional expression Wednesday was comfortable offering. With the perimeter established, they took their positions. Wednesday and Xavier at the north and south points, Bianca and Enid at east and west. Naruto stood at the center, beside the stone fountain whose water had ceased flowing, now floating in suspended droplets like a frozen moment in time, another sign of reality's distortion. Ready? He asked, meeting each of their gazes in turn. Four nods answered him, determination evident in their expressions despite the fear none of them could entirely suppress. Whatever their differences, whatever rivalries existed between them, in this moment they stood united against a common threat. Naruto closed his eyes, reaching inward to the mental space he shared with Kurama. The massive gate within his mindscape stood partially open now, the seal weakened by the dimensional transition and his growing acceptance of their partnership. Together, he said to the fox. Together, Kurama agreed, pressing against the bars. Like old times, Kit. Naruto released his careful control, allowing Kurama's chakra to flood his system without the filters and modulation he'd been practicing. The effect was immediate and overwhelming, raw power surging through pathways designed for more refined energy. His body glowed from within, chakra visible as a golden-orange aura that erupted around him like living flame. The whisker marks on his cheeks darkened and widened, his canine teeth elongated, fingernails hardened into claws. His blue eyes blazed crimson, pupils narrowing to vertical slits that allowed him to perceive energy patterns invisible to normal sight. Naruto. Enid whispered, awestruck by the transformation. He felt different, more primal, more powerful, yet still himself. This wasn't the mindless rage of Kurama's influence that he'd experienced in his previous life, this was partnership, synergy between human consciousness and ancient spirit. It's working, Wednesday observed, watching as the suspended water droplets in the fountain began to orbit Naruto like tiny planets around a sun. The dimensional frequency is stabilizing. You're creating a fixed point in reality they can't ignore. The storm above intensified, clouds spiraling directly over the courtyard. Lightning struck the ground around them in a perfect circle, leaving glowing symbols etched into the stone, not random destruction but deliberate communication. They're coming, Xavier warned, wincing as psychic pressure built in his mind. Multiple entities converging on our position. The air before them rippled, then tore open like fabric ripping along a seam. Through the dimensional breach stepped three figures, humanoid in basic shape but wrong in all details. Their bodies seemed composed of shifting geometric patterns rather than solid matter, angles and curves that shouldn't be able to exist together somehow forming cohesive entities. Where faces should be, they had only swirling vortices of energy, constantly reconfiguring into new patterns. The vessel, their voices overlapped in discordant harmony. The nine-tailed anomaly. You have revealed yourself. You were looking for me, Naruto replied, Kurama's influence lending his voice a deeper resonance. Here I am. The central entity glided forward, its form solidifying slightly as it adjusted to their reality's physical laws. Your energy signature is unique across 17 dimensions. A perfect catalyst for the convergence. What convergence? Wednesday demanded, her scientific curiosity momentarily overriding caution. The merging of realities, the entity replied, its vortex face turning toward her. The dissolution of boundaries. The return to primordial unity. They're trying to collapse dimensional barriers, Xavier translated, blood now streaming from his nose as his psychic abilities strained under the entity's presence. Merge all realities into one. Which would destroy the unique metaphysical properties of each dimension, Wednesday deduced. Catastrophic ontological failure. Simplified translation, end of everything, Bianca added tensely. Including sirens, werewolves, and annoying Adamses. The central entity extended what might have been an arm, energy coalescing at its tip. The vessel will surrender the anomaly willingly or through extraction. The outcome is predetermined. I don't think so, Naruto responded, channeling more of Kurama's chakra. The golden-orange aura intensified, forming the spectral outline of a fox around his human form. Kurama isn't something you can extract or use. He's my partner, my friend. Friendship, the entity's tone suggested the concept was both foreign and irrelevant. A temporary alignment of interests. Inefficient. The anomaly's energy will serve greater purpose within the convergence. Without warning, all three entities attacked simultaneously, firing beams of concentrated energy directly at Naruto. The assault struck the chakra aura surrounding him, energy colliding with energy in a blinding display of power. Naruto felt the impact throughout his entire being, not just physically but metaphysically, the entities attempting to disrupt the connection between his consciousness and Kurama's. He staggered but held his ground, the fox's determination reinforcing his own. Now, he shouted to the others. Wednesday activated the containment artifacts, crystals glowing as they projected a barrier of focused intent around the courtyard. Xavier channeled his psychic abilities to reinforce the metaphysical boundaries, preventing the entities from slipping between dimensions to escape. Bianca began to sing, a siren's song specifically tuned to disrupt the frequency of the entity's energy. The effect was visible immediately, their geometric forms wavering like bad television reception. Enid, partially transformed into her werewolf state, moved with supernatural speed to reinforce weak points in the barrier as the entities attempted to breach it. The coordinated defense caught the chakra hunters by surprise. Their attack faltered momentarily, giving Naruto the opening he needed. Drawing on techniques that felt as natural as breathing, he formed a series of hand signs, channeling Kurama's chakra into a jutsu he hadn't attempted since arriving in this reality. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The courtyard filled with perfect duplicates of Naruto, each solid, each containing a portion of his and Kurama's combined chakra. 20 Narutos surrounded the three entities, each clone manifesting a Rasengan in their palm. The central entity's vortex face spun faster, its equivalent of alarm. Impossible. Physical duplication with distributed consciousness and energy division. Believe it, 20 voices replied in unison, an echo of his younger self's catchphrase emerging from restored memory. The shadow clones attacked simultaneously, each Rasengan striking a different point on the entity's geometric forms. The impact created cascading disruptions throughout their energy patterns, forcing them to solidify further to maintain cohesion. As the entities became more substantial, they became more vulnerable to the physical laws of this dimension. Bianca's siren song penetrated deeper into their consciousness, disrupting the mental patterns that allowed them to maintain their complex forms. Wednesday, observing the effect, called out, "They're adapting. Modifying their frequency to compensate." She was right, the entities were already adjusting, their attacks becoming more focused, more deadly. Beams of energy cut through several shadow clones, dispersing them instantly. The central entity extended multiple appendages, each targeting a different defender. Xavier cried out as psychic backlash overwhelmed his defenses, blood now streaming from his ears as well as his nose. Bianca's voice faltered as one entity disrupted her vocal cords with precision energy manipulation. The containment barrier weakened as two of Wednesday's crystals overloaded and shattered. "We can't maintain this," Enid shouted, dodging energy blasts while trying to protect Xavier's collapsed form. Naruto felt Kurama's urgency through their connection. "More power, Kit. We need to overload them. If I channel any more raw chakra, I could burn out completely," Naruto warned internally. "Not raw chakra," Kurama corrected. "Transformed chakra. Remember the Raisin Shuriken?" The technique surfaced in Naruto's memory, one of his most powerful jutsu, combining shape and nature transformation to create a devastating attack. In their original dimension, it had been capable of cellular-level destruction, disrupting the target's chakra network beyond repair. "I don't know if I can control it here," Naruto admitted. "The physics are different." "Then don't control it," Kurama suggested. "Adapt it. This reality has different laws, different possibilities. Let the technique evolve to fit the environment." Understanding dawned. Naruto dismissed his remaining shadow clones, drawing their residual chakra back into himself. The golden-orange aura around him intensified, taking more distinct shape, 9 spectral tails forming behind him. "Everyone get back," he warned, beginning the complex process of chakra manipulation. Wednesday caught on immediately. "He's attempting advanced energy transformation. The containment field won't hold. Fall back to secondary positions." As his friends retreated to safer distances, Naruto focused entirely on the technique forming between his hands. Unlike the Raisin Shuriken of his memories, this version incorporated elements unique to this dimension, the mystical energies of the Atom's bloodline, the metaphysical properties of Nevermore Academy, the quantum uncertainties that allowed the chakra hunters to exist between realities. The result was something new, a swirling disk of golden-orange energy surrounded by rings of midnight black, symbols from multiple dimensional alphabets inscribed within its rotating form. It hummed with power, reality rippling around it as if the technique itself existed partially outside normal spacetime. Dimensional Raisin Shuriken, Naruto named it instinctively, feeling the rightness of the title. The three entities, sensing the threat, combined their forms into a single massive construct, a towering geometric nightmare that loomed over the courtyard. The anomaly reveals its true potential, their unified voice echoed. Perfect for the convergence. You can't have him, Naruto declared, the spectral fox aura around him growing more defined with each second. Kurama is not your tool or your catalyst. He launched the dimensional Raisin Shuriken directly at the combined entity. The technique flew true, expanding as it traveled, the black rings spinning faster until they blurred into a sphere of void-like energy surrounding the golden-orange core. When it struck the entity, reality itself seemed to hold its breath. For one eternal moment, nothing happened, silence absolute and complete. Then, with a sound like 1,000 glass windows shattering simultaneously, the technique detonated. The explosion wasn't physical but dimensional, a controlled collapse of space-time that created a localized singularity. The entity was caught within this metaphysical maelstrom, its form pulled apart not just physically but conceptually, the very idea of its existence unraveling across multiple planes of reality. Naruto fell to his knees, exhausted beyond measure. The golden-orange aura faded, Kurama's chakra withdrawing to sustainable levels. Through blurring vision, he watched as the dimensional tear the entities had created began to close, reality reasserting its natural laws. Did it work? He managed to ask as his friends rushed to his side. Wednesday reached him first, her clinical assessment belied by the urgency of her movements. The entities have been forcibly dispersed across multiple dimensions. Temporarily neutralized, though not permanently destroyed. Their energy signature is fading, Xavier confirmed, still wiping blood from his face. Whatever you did severed their connection to our reality. Enid knelt beside Naruto, supporting him as he swayed. That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. You were like a golden fox warrior or something. Even Bianca looked impressed, though she tried to mask it with her usual detachment. Adequate performance, Adams. Though the property damage is excessive. Naruto looked around, noticing for the first time the extent of the destruction. The courtyard was transformed, stone cracked in patterns that resembled circuit boards, water from the fountain frozen in crystalline structures that defied gravity, trees partially phased into other states of matter. Nevermore's maintenance staff will be displeased, Wednesday observed dryly. A weak laugh escaped Naruto. Just tell them an Adams was involved. Apparently that explains everything. As the adrenaline of battle faded, Naruto felt consciousness slipping away, his body unable to sustain the aftermath of channeling so much interdimensional energy. The last thing he heard was Kurama's voice in his mind, satisfied, proud, but tinged with concern. Rest, Kit. You've earned it. But this fight is just beginning. Dreams and memories blurred together as Naruto drifted in the space between consciousness and oblivion. Fragments of his past life surfaced with new clarity, training with Kakashi-sensei, the bonds formed with Team 7, his promise to Sakura, the grief of losing Jiraiya, the triumph of mastering Sage Mode. Most vivid were the memories of his gradual understanding with Kurama, from feared prisoner to reluctant ally to treasured partner. The Fox's journey from hatred to grudging respect to genuine friendship mirrored Naruto's own growth from ostracized orphan to respected shinobi to savior of their world. When awareness finally returned, Naruto found himself not in the Nevermore infirmary as expected, but in his bedroom at the Adams mansion. Moonlight filtered through heavy curtains, casting the room in gentle shadow. The family ghost hovered nearby, apparently assigned to monitor his condition. Welcome back, the specter greeted him. 3 days of unconsciousness, a new record for bedroom occupants who aren't actually deceased. 3 days. Naruto croaked, throat dry from disuse. Indeed. The family has been taking shifts watching over you. Even Wednesday hasn't left for school, most concerning behavior for an Adams. Showing attachment so openly. Before Naruto could process this information, the bedroom door opened. Wednesday entered, carrying a leather-bound journal and what appeared to be medical monitoring equipment. She paused upon seeing him conscious. You're awake, she observed, her tone neutral though Naruto detected a subtle relaxation of her perpetually tense shoulders. Interesting timing. I was just about to begin the hourly measurement of your metaphysical resonance patterns. Sorry to disrupt your schedule, Naruto replied, a small smile forming despite his exhaustion. Wednesday approached, setting her equipment on the bedside table with methodical precision. How much do you remember? The fight with the chakra hunters. The dimensional Raisin Shuriken. Passing out afterward. He hesitated, then asked, everyone else is okay. Xavier suffered minor psychic hemorrhaging but recovered within 24 hours. Enid's accelerated healing addressed her injuries almost immediately. Bianca experienced temporary vocal paralysis that resolved by morning. Wednesday recited their conditions with clinical detachment. The courtyard will require extensive metaphysical reconstruction. And you? Naruto pressed. Something flickered across Wednesday's features, discomfort with the direct inquiry about her welfare. I am unharmed. The containment crystals absorbed the majority of dimensional backlash. Naruto nodded, relieved. Then a more concerning thought struck him. What about Tyler? And the other students? Tyler Galpin has no memory of his possession but otherwise shows no lasting effects. The remaining student body was successfully sheltered in the library's protected chambers. Wednesday made notes in her journal as she spoke. Principal Weems has temporarily closed the academy for structural assessments, though the underlying reason is obviously metaphysical recalibration following the dimensional incursion. So everyone's safe, Naruto summarized, relaxing slightly. For now. Wednesday's dark eyes met his directly. But the chakra hunters weren't destroyed, merely dispersed. And your display of power has likely attracted additional attention, both from them and other interested parties. Naruto wasn't surprised by this assessment. The battle had been merely the opening engagement in what promised to be a longer conflict. What does the Nightshade Society say? Dar. Valyrian has been suspiciously absent since the confrontation, Wednesday replied, a hint of suspicion in her tone. The Society's official statement describes the incident as a localized metaphysical anomaly successfully contained through standard protocols. That's not even close to what happened. Indeed. Wednesday adjusted one of the monitoring devices. Their deliberate minimization suggests either ignorance, unlikely given their resources, or intentional obfuscation. You think they know more than they're saying about the chakra hunters? I think, Wednesday replied carefully, that organizations dedicated to maintaining dimensional boundaries have vested interests in controlling narratives about those boundaries' failure. It was a diplomatically phrased accusation, but the implication was clear: the Nightshade Society might not be the allies they presented themselves to be. A soft knock interrupted their conversation. The door opened to reveal Morticia, elegant as always despite the late hour. Naruto, she greeted him, genuine warmth in her voice despite her naturally somber demeanor. How wonderful to see you rejoining the living. Temporarily, of course. Thanks, Aunt Morticia, Naruto replied, still adjusting to the Addams family's casual relationship with mortality. The family will be delighted, she continued, gliding into the room with ghostly grace. Gomez has been beside himself with excitement since hearing about your magnificent battle. He's composed 3 epic poems and a minor opera celebrating your exploits. That's really not necessary, Naruto managed, imagining Gomez's theatrical retelling of events. Nonsense. Adam's achievements must be properly commemorated. Morticia turned to Wednesday. Darling, perhaps our patient would benefit from some of Grandmama's restorative broth? The batch with mandrake root and salamander eyes, not the experimental fungal variant. Wednesday nodded, rising from her seat beside Naruto's bed. I'll retrieve it. The physiological measurements can wait until after nutritional replenishment. As Wednesday departed, Morticia took her place, studying Naruto with penetrating dark eyes so similar to her daughter's yet warmed by maternal concern. The family is proud of you, Naruto, she said simply. Interdimensional combat is an Adams tradition dating back generations, but few have managed it with such spectacular results on their first attempt. I had help, Naruto pointed out. Kurama, Wednesday, Enid, all of them. Recognizing one's allies is wisdom, Morticia approved. Though I notice you mention my daughter and the werewolf girl with particular emphasis. Naruto felt heat rise in his cheeks. They were both incredible during the fight. Everyone was. Indeed. A knowing smile curved Morticia's perfect lips. Young women with such distinct qualities. Wednesday with her analytical brilliance and connection to darkness. Enid with her emotional intuition and natural vitality. Both clearly drawn to you, each in her own way. I don't think Wednesday is, Naruto began, but Morticia's raised eyebrow stopped him mid-sentence. My daughter expresses attachment differently than most, she explained. Where others show affection through conventional displays, Wednesday demonstrates care through obsessive research, meticulous observation, and calculated intervention during life-threatening situations. Put that way, Wednesday's behavior since his arrival at Nevermore took on new significance. Her immediate investigation into his condition, her presence during his training, her quick adaptation of the containment field to protect him during the battle, all could be interpreted as expressions of growing attachment, translated through Wednesday's unique emotional language. As for the werewolf girl, Morticia continued, her interest is considerably more transparent. Though no less genuine for its conventional expression. They're both important to me, Naruto admitted, unsure how else to respond to Morticia's perceptive analysis. Of course they are, she agreed with serene certainty. The heart rarely confines itself to simple choices when complex ones are available. An Adams trait, I might add. Your father maintained passionate correspondence with a Norwegian sea witch and a Carpathian shadow dancer simultaneously for 7 years before meeting your mother. Before Naruto could process this casual revelation about his supposed father's romantic history, the door burst open to admit Gomez, resplendent in a smoking jacket despite the late hour, eyes wild with excitement. He's awake. Gomez exclaimed, bounding to the bedside. The interdimensional warrior returns to us. Glorious day. Or night, rather, which is far superior for proper celebrating. Darling, Morticia cautioned, perhaps modulate your enthusiasm. Our nephew is still recovering from extensive chakra depletion. Of course, Gomez agreed, though he remained visibly energized. Naruto, my boy. Your battle with the chakra hunters has already entered family legend. Uncle Fester is constructing a mechanical diorama of the entire confrontation, complete with miniature dimensional explosions. That sounds, potentially dangerous, Naruto noted. Precisely. Gomez beamed with approval. The best commemorations always carry the risk of property damage or minor injuries. Wednesday returned, carrying a steaming bowl of something that smelled surprisingly appetizing despite its murky appearance. Grandmama's restorative broth, she announced, setting it carefully on the bedside table. Fortified with nutrients specifically selected for metaphysical regeneration. And only mildly hallucinogenic, Gomez added cheerfully. The visions usually subside within hours. Days at most. Despite this concerning addendum, Naruto found himself genuinely touched by the family's care, each expressing concern in their uniquely macabre way. There was something oddly comforting about their unquestioning acceptance of his supernatural nature, their enthusiastic embrace of the bizarre and dangerous. Thank you, he said simply. All of you. Family stands together, Gomez declared, suddenly serious despite his perpetual exuberance. Especially against interdimensional threats. Which reminds me, we've strengthened the mansion's metaphysical defenses. Ancestral wards reactivated, boundary stones recharged, guardian entities fed and appeased. The Adams family has centuries of experience maintaining supernatural barriers, Morticia explained. The foundations of this house contain protective measures dating back to the original construction. Which is why your connection with Kurama stabilized more rapidly here, Wednesday added, her scientific interest evident. The mansion's unique metaphysical properties facilitate interdimensional harmonization. Naruto nodded, understanding now why he felt stronger, more integrated with Kurama while at the Adams estate. The mansion itself acted as a bridge between realities, easing the strain of containing an entity from another dimension. "How is the fuzzy fellow?" Gomez inquired brightly. "Recovered from his spectacular energy expenditure." Naruto reached inward, checking on Kurama's presence. The fox's consciousness responded immediately, stronger than before despite their recent exertions. "He's regaining strength quickly," Naruto reported. "And he seems more present somehow. More accessible. The battle appears to have accelerated your synchronization," Wednesday observed. "Shared trauma often reinforces psychological bonds. The principle apparently extends to interdimensional partnerships as well." "Splendid." Gomez clapped his hands together. "When you're fully recovered, we must continue your training. I've dozens of ideas for channeling techniques specifically adapted to your unique energy signature. Perhaps we should allow Naruto to rest before planning additional potentially catastrophic experiments," Morticia suggested gently, placing a restraining hand on her husband's arm. "Dimensional combat requires appropriate recovery time." Of course, Gomez conceded, though his eyes still gleamed with barely contained excitement. "Rest now, train later. We have all the time in the world to explore the magnificent possibilities of interdimensional chakra manipulation." As Morticia guided her husband from the room with practiced grace, Naruto found himself alone with Wednesday once more. She remained beside his bed, making notes in her journal while occasionally adjusting the monitoring equipment. "Your parents are amazing," Naruto observed, watching as she methodically recorded data. "In a terrifying sort of way." "They're Adamses," Wednesday replied simply, as if this explained everything. Perhaps it did. A comfortable silence fell between them as Naruto cautiously sampled the restorative broth. It tasted better than expected, earthy and complex, with undertones of herbs he couldn't identify. Almost immediately, he felt energy returning to his depleted body, chakra pathways tingling as they regenerated. "Wednesday," he finally said, "thank you. For everything. The research, the containment field, bringing me here instead of the school infirmary." She looked up from her journal, dark eyes meeting his. "The Nevermore medical facilities lack appropriate equipment for monitoring interdimensional energy fluctuations," she stated practically. "The mansion's inherent properties provide superior recovery conditions." The decision was logical, not emotional. Of course, Naruto agreed, hiding a small smile at her characteristic deflection. Wednesday hesitated, then added with uncharacteristic uncertainty, "Your technique, the dimensional Raisin Shuriken. It was impressive. I've never observed energy manipulation of that complexity." Coming from Wednesday, this was extraordinary praise. "I couldn't have done it without everyone's help. Especially yours. The containment field gave me the stability I needed to form the technique properly." Something almost like pride flickered across her features before being subsumed by her usual detachment. "Collaborative metaphysical engineering has certain advantages," she acknowledged. "Though your fox spirit deserves significant credit for the energy transformation components." "Kurama," Naruto corrected gently. "His name is Kurama." Wednesday nodded, accepting the correction. "Kurama," she repeated, testing the name. "The entity has a distinct consciousness, personality traits, independent will." "He's a person," Naruto explained. "Different from humans, older, more powerful, but still a person. With thoughts and feelings and a complicated history of his own." This concept seemed to intrigue Wednesday. "I'd like to communicate with him directly at some point. His perspective on interdimensional metaphysics would be invaluable for my research." "I think he'd be open to that," Naruto replied, feeling Kurama's curious interest at the suggestion. "Once we've strengthened our connection a bit more." Wednesday made a note in her journal. "Fascinating potential for cross-dimensional information exchange. A priority for future experiments." Before Naruto could respond, a soft knock interrupted them. The door opened to reveal Enid, her rainbow hair unmistakable even in the dim light. She froze upon seeing Naruto awake, eyes widening with delighted surprise. "You're up," she exclaimed, rushing forward only to stop abruptly at Wednesday's warning glance. "Sorry. I'm supposed to be calm and quiet because you're recovering, but this is so exciting. We've been so worried." Her genuine enthusiasm was a stark contrast to Wednesday's measured responses, yet Naruto found himself equally appreciative of both reactions. Enid insisted on visiting daily despite the inconvenience of traveling between Nevermore and the mansion. Wednesday informed him, her tone suggesting this behavior was irrational but not entirely unexpected. "Of course I did," Enid replied, unembarrassed by her dedication. Friends don't abandon friends after they save everyone from interdimensional monsters with amazing fox powers. Wednesday stood, gathering her monitoring equipment with methodical precision. "I'll analyze these readings and return in precisely 2 hours for the next assessment. Try not to engage in activities that would elevate your metaphysical resonance patterns." With that clinical instruction, she departed, leaving Naruto alone with Enid, who immediately took the seat Wednesday had vacated. "She hasn't left your side for more than an hour since they brought you here," Enid confided once Wednesday was safely out of earshot. "Sleeping in that chair, monitoring everything, snapping at anyone who suggested she take a break. It was kind of sweet, in a Wednesday way." Naruto absorbed this information, reconciling it with Morticia's earlier insights about her daughter's expression of attachment. She was being thorough, he suggested, though he couldn't entirely suppress a pleased feeling at the thought of Wednesday's vigil. "Sure, let's go with that," Enid agreed with a knowing smile. "Anyway, how are you feeling? That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. One minute you were normal Naruto, the next you were glowing with this amazing fox aura, and then that spinning disc technique that literally tore reality apart." Her enthusiastic recounting brought the battle back in vivid detail. "It was intense," Naruto acknowledged. "I wasn't sure it would work in this dimension." "Well, it was awesome," Enid assured him, leaning forward eagerly. "Everyone at Nevermore is talking about it. You're basically a legend now. Even Bianca seems impressed, though she'd never admit it." "How is everyone? Wednesday mentioned you all recovered, but..." "We're fine," Enid confirmed. "Xavier got the worst of it with his psychic nosebleeds, but he's back to normal now. Bianca couldn't talk for almost a day, which some people considered an improvement." Naruto laughed, then winced as the movement pulled at depleted muscles. Enid's expression immediately shifted to concern. "Sorry. I shouldn't be making you laugh when you're still healing." She reached out, her hand finding his with natural ease. "Seriously though, Naruto, what you did was amazing. You saved all of us." The warmth of her touch and the sincerity in her eyes created a different kind of energy within him, not chakra, but something equally powerful. Connection. Belonging. Feelings he recognized from his previous life but was experiencing anew in this one. "We saved each other," he corrected gently. "I couldn't have done it alone." Enid's smile brightened. "Team effort, huh? I like that." She hesitated, then asked with uncharacteristic seriousness, "The fox inside you, Kurama? Is he okay too?" The fact that she asked about Kurama's welfare, treating him as a person rather than a power source or curiosity, touched both Naruto and the fox. He felt Kurama's surprised approval ripple through their connection. "He's recovering well," Naruto assured her. "And he appreciates you asking. Most people don't think about how these things affect him too." "Well, as a werewolf, I get it," Enid explained. "Having another nature inside you, something powerful and not entirely human. The relationship is complicated. People tend to focus on either the human side or the monster side, not understanding it's really about the relationship between them." Her insight struck Naruto deeply. Even in his original world, few people had understood his connection with Kurama with such intuitive clarity. "That's exactly it," he agreed, feeling Kurama's continued interest in the conversation. It took us years to develop a real partnership. In my previous life, I mean. The words slipped out before he could consider their implications. Enid's eyes widened, but not with the disbelief or confusion he might have expected. Previous life, she repeated. You mean, you remember existing before being in atoms? Naruto hesitated, then decided on honesty. After facing interdimensional entities together, maintaining secrecy about his origins seemed pointless. Not a past life exactly, he clarified. A different life, in another dimension. I was a shinobi, a ninja, from a village called Konoha. Kurama was sealed inside me as a baby to protect the village after he attacked it. Instead of skepticism, Enid's expression showed fascinated acceptance. That explains so much. The weird martial arts moves, the energy techniques, why you sometimes look confused by normal stuff everyone knows. You believe me? Just like that? Naruto, I turn into a wolf during full moons and attend a school for supernatural outcasts, Enid pointed out reasonably. Interdimensional reincarnation is honestly not the weirdest thing I've heard this week. Her matter-of-fact acceptance was refreshing after the clinical analysis and experimental approach others had taken to his situation. Encouraged, Naruto shared more details about his life as a shinobi, his childhood struggles, his determination to become Hokage, his hard-won friendship with Kurama, and finally, the sacrifice that had somehow resulted in his rebirth into the Adams family. Enid listened with rapt attention, asking questions that showed genuine interest in understanding who he had been, not just the powers he had possessed. So in your world, you were kind of a hero, she summarized when he finished. That tracks. You've got that saving people instinct, even here. I wasn't always heroic, Naruto admitted. I made plenty of mistakes, hurt people I cared about sometimes. But I tried to follow my ninja way, never going back on my word, protecting those precious to me. And that's why you fought so hard against those chakra hunters, Enid realized. You were protecting everyone, just like before. Some things don't change, I guess, Naruto agreed, touched by her understanding. Even across dimensions. Enid squeezed his hand gently. I'm glad. I like who you are in this dimension, Naruto Adams. Or Uzumaki. Whichever you prefer. Both, I think, he decided. Naruto Uzumaki Adams. Covers all the bases. Perfect, Enid approved. Complicated name for a complicated guy. Their conversation continued until Naruto's eyelids began to grow heavy, the restorative broth working its way through his system and encouraging healing sleep. Enid noticed his fatigue immediately. I should let you rest, she said, reluctantly releasing his hand. Wednesday will have my head if I exhaust you before her next round of creepy measurements. Will you come back tomorrow? Naruto asked, surprised by how much he wanted her to say yes. Enid's smile was like sunrise breaking through clouds. Try and stop me. I'll bring notes from classes too, so you don't fall behind. Not that academic standing seems like a priority after fighting interdimensional monsters, but still. As she rose to leave, Naruto felt Kurama stir within him. Enid, he called, prompted by the fox's nudging. Kurama wants me to tell you something. She paused expectantly. He says your werewolf nature resonates with his energy. That's why you could sense the chakra hunters before they fully materialized. He thinks with practice, you might be able to communicate with him directly, the way I do. Enid's eyes widened with delight. Seriously? That would be amazing. She directed her next words to Naruto's midsection, apparently assuming that's where Kurama resided. Thank you, Mr. Nine-Tailed Fox. I promise I won't abuse the privilege. Naruto felt Kurama's amused rumble at her enthusiastic response. He likes you, Naruto translated. Says you remind him of someone I knew before. I hope that's a good thing, Enid replied with a grin. It is, Naruto assured her, though he couldn't quite place the comparison himself. another fragment of memory not yet fully restored. With a final cheerful wave, Enid departed, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts and Kurama's presence. As sleep began to claim him once more, he reflected on the stark contrast between Wednesday and Enid, one analytical and measured, the other emotional and expressive, both showing care in their distinctive ways. Both important to him. Both becoming increasingly precious. Complicated, Kurama observed within his mind, the fox's first direct communication since their battle. Very, Naruto agreed silently. The fox's rumbling laughter followed him into dreams. Recovery progressed rapidly over the following days, Naruto's natural healing abilities enhanced by Kurama's chakra and Grandmama's increasingly questionable medicinal concoctions. By the 5th day post-battle, he was strong enough to resume basic training in the mansion's ritual chamber, carefully monitoring his chakra output under Gomez's enthusiastic and Wednesday's cautious supervision. Nevermore Academy remained closed for structural repairs, though everyone understood the true reason was metaphysical recalibration following the dimensional incursion. This unexpected break allowed Enid, Xavier, and occasionally even Bianca to visit the Adams mansion, continuing their impromptu alliance against the chakra hunter threat. On the 7th day, Gomez organized what he called a modest celebration of interdimensional victory, which translated to the entire extended Adams family gathering at the mansion for a banquet that would have terrified most conventional dinner guests. Dishes with names like Tentacle Surprise and Void Mushroom Casserole dominated the massive dining table, while Cousin ITT performed what might have been music on an instrument constructed from bones of indeterminate origin. To Naruto, Gomez proclaimed, raising a goblet of something that smoked ominously. Who upheld the finest Adams traditions of supernatural combat and property destruction. To Naruto, the assembled family echoed, their enthusiasm genuine if macabre. Wednesday, seated beside Naruto, leaned closer to murmur, ignore the excessive theatricality. The family's approval is sincere, if expressed through traditionally disturbing channels. I'm getting used to it, Naruto assured her. It's actually nice, in a terrifying sort of way. Across the table, Enid watched their exchange with curious interest. Despite Wednesday's initial reluctance, Gomez had insisted on including Naruto's friends in the celebration, declaring them honorary Adamses by combat association. Enid had embraced the designation with characteristic enthusiasm, while Xavier approached the honor with amused caution, and Bianca accepted with reluctant curiosity. Is it always like this? Xavier asked Naruto, eyeing a dish that appeared to be moving under its own power. More or less, Naruto confirmed. Though usually with fewer relatives. I think Gomez invited everyone with Adam's blood within a 100-mile radius. The family gathers when significant supernatural events occur, Wednesday explained. Tradition dating back to great-grandfather Aloysius's accidental summoning of the Mesopotamian chaos entity in 1853. Your family history is so cool, Enid sighed appreciatively. The most exciting thing my family ever did was chase the wrong hiker during the full moon of '97. Dad still gets letters from the guy's therapist. The casual mention of supernatural family mishaps fit perfectly with the Adams atmosphere, Naruto realized. Perhaps that was why his friends seemed to adapt so easily to the mansion's peculiarities, each came from bloodlines with their own unusual traditions and incidents. After dinner, the gathering moved to the Great Hall for what Gomez described as light entertainment. This proved to be Uncle Fester demonstrating his electrical conductivity with increasingly dangerous voltages, Pugsley displaying his collection of partially domesticated, carnivorous plants, and Wednesday performing a hauntingly beautiful piece on the harpsichord that somehow managed to sound simultaneously like a funeral dirge and a battle hymn. Throughout the evening, Naruto found himself dividing his attention between Wednesday and Enid, the former providing subtle commentary on family members' eccentricities, the latter responding to everything with delighted fascination. Their contrasting perspectives gave him a fuller appreciation of the Adams experience than either could have provided alone. As the celebration continued, Morticia glided to his side, her serene presence a calm center within the controlled chaos of the gathering. You seem to be adjusting well to the family, she observed. Not everyone embraces the Atom's approach to life and death so readily. It's growing on me, Naruto admitted. Like a fungus, maybe, but in a good way. Morticia's lips curved in appreciation of his analogy. The finest relationships often begin as seemingly troublesome growths before revealing their true value. Her gaze drifted meaningfully toward Wednesday, then Enid. Some of the most rewarding bonds develop from initially discordant elements. Before Naruto could respond to this thinly veiled relationship advice, a commotion at the main entrance drew everyone's attention. Lurch appeared in the doorway, his imposing figure somewhat diminished by obvious agitation. Dr. Valyrian, he announced with a resonant groan, and guests. The Nightshade Society director entered the great hall with measured confidence, flanked by two associates whose formal attire couldn't quite disguise the outline of weapons beneath their jackets. The festive atmosphere immediately chilled, Adam's family members shifting subtly into more defensive positions, a movement so natural it appeared choreographed. Mr. Adams, Valyrian greeted Gomez, ignoring the palpable hostility directed toward him. Forgive the intrusion on your family gathering. Urgent matters require immediate attention. The Nightshade Society knows Adam's hospitality is extended even to uninvited guests, Gomez replied, his perpetual joviality underlaid with steel. Though traditionally, such guests arrive with proper warning and considerably fewer concealed weapons. Valyrian's expression didn't change, though his associates shifted uncomfortably. A precaution only. Recent events have necessitated increased security protocols. Recent events meaning my nephew's battle with interdimensional entities? Gomez clarified, moving to stand protectively near Naruto. A battle your organization was notably absent from, despite prior warnings. Our resources were deployed elsewhere, Valyrian stated without elaboration. The Chakra Hunter's diversionary tactics proved effective. Wednesday stepped forward, her dark eyes assessing Valyrian with clinical suspicion. Convenient timing. Almost as if someone wished to observe the confrontation without participating in it. Your implication is noted, Miss Adams, if inaccurate. Valyrian's attention shifted to Naruto. I've come to speak directly with your cousin regarding the aftermath of the Nevermore incident. Naruto met Valyrian's gaze steadily, feeling Kurama's alertness within him. Whatever you have to say can be shared with everyone here. They're all involved now. Valyrian considered this, then nodded once. Very well. The Chakra Hunters you encountered were merely advanced scouts. Our monitoring stations have detected increased interdimensional activity consistent with preparation for a larger incursion. We neutralized them, Naruto pointed out. Sent them back to whatever dimension they came from. Temporarily, Valyrian corrected. Interdimensional entities of their classification cannot be permanently destroyed through conventional means, only dispersed and delayed. They're already reconstituting. Bianca, who had remained deliberately removed from the conversation until now, stepped forward. If they're coming back, why come here? Shouldn't your organization be preparing defenses rather than interrupting family celebrations? Because Mr. Adams is key to those defenses, Valyrian replied simply. Or more specifically, the entity he hosts. Naruto felt tension ripple through the room, the Adams family's protective instincts awakening at this direct reference to Kurama. His name, Wednesday stated coldly, is Kurama. And he is not a tool for your organization's use. Names and autonomy are secondary concerns when facing existential threats, Valyrian countered. The nine-tailed fox's energy signature is unique across multiple dimensions. It can be used to create targeted containment fields specifically calibrated to the Chakra Hunter's dimensional frequency. You want to use Kurama's chakra as a weapon against them, Naruto translated, disliking the familiar echoes of how his previous world had viewed the fox, as a power source rather than a sentient being. Not a weapon, Valyrian corrected. A calibration mechanism. The process would be non-invasive, requiring only monitored energy samples under controlled conditions. At your facilities, I presume, Wednesday noted skeptically. The Nightshade Society's containment laboratories are uniquely equipped for interdimensional energy work, Valyrian confirmed. The procedure would take approximately 72 hours. Gomez stepped forward, his usually jovial expression hardened into something more dangerous. My nephew is not leaving family protection during a period of interdimensional threat. Whatever procedures you deem necessary can be conducted here, under Adam's supervision. Our equipment cannot be transported, Valyrian stated with finality. The calibration requires specialized containment fields that exist only at our primary facility. Naruto felt Kurama's warning surge through their connection, a deep suspicion of Valyrian's motives and methods. The Fox had experienced too many attempts at exploitation in their previous life to trust such requests now. I'm not interested, Naruto declared firmly. Whatever you need to calibrate, you'll have to find another way. Valyrian's composed expression slipped momentarily, revealing genuine concern, or a convincing facsimile. This isn't a request that prioritizes convenience, Mr. Adams. Without proper calibration, our defenses will be ineffective against the next incursion. The consequences would extend far beyond Nevermore Academy. Perhaps, Morticia suggested, her calm voice cutting through the tension, a compromise might be reached. The Adams family has certain artifacts capable of collecting and preserving energy signatures without requiring the source's presence. This caught Valyrian's interest. What sort of artifacts? The obsidian chalice, Wednesday supplied immediately, understanding her mother's suggestion. 13th century construction, used by great-grandmother Desdemona for capturing and analyzing spiritual emanations. Gomez nodded enthusiastically. Excellent suggestion. The chalice could contain a sample of Kurama's chakra while preserving its interdimensional properties. Valyrian appeared skeptical. Antiquated methods rarely maintain quantum coherence across dimensional boundaries. The Adams family was conducting interdimensional research when your organization was still debating whether ghosts had corporeal substance, Wednesday stated flatly. Our antiquated methods have successfully contained entities from 17 distinct reality frameworks. The standoff continued, neither side willing to concede, until Naruto felt Kurama's presence push forward in his mind. Let me speak to them, the Fox requested internally. Through you. Naruto hesitated, uncertain. They had practiced channeling Kurama's consciousness to share his senses, but allowing the Fox to speak directly through him was a more intimate connection they hadn't fully explored in this dimension. Trust me, Kit, Kurama urged. I've dealt with power-hungry authorities in multiple lifetimes. Decision made, Naruto closed his eyes, surrendering partial control to his partner. When he opened them again, they glowed crimson, pupils elongated into vertical slits. His whisker marks darkened and widened, and when he spoke, his voice carried dual tones, his own intertwined with Kurama's deeper, more resonant speech. Nightshade Director, Kurama addressed Valyrian directly, using Naruto's vocal cords but unmistakably a different entity speaking. Your concern about the chakra hunters is genuine. Your methods, however, are suspect. Valyrian showed remarkable composure despite the unexpected development, though his associate stepped back involuntarily. The Fox spirit itself. Fascinating. I am Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, he continued through Naruto. I have existed across epochs and dimensions. I recognize containment protocols disguised as research procedures. Your request for 72 hours of calibration conceals intentions to study and potentially replicate my energy signature. A necessary precaution, Valyrian admitted, abandoning pretense. Your power represents an unprecedented interdimensional anomaly. Understanding it is crucial for maintaining reality barriers. Kurama's laugh, deep and knowing, emerged from Naruto's throat. You speak of maintaining barriers while seeking ways to weaponize what lies beyond them. Typical human hypocrisy, consistent across all dimensions I've encountered. The Fox's directness through Naruto created a strange tableau, the assembled Adams family watching with fascinated appreciation, Naruto's friends with varying degrees of awe, and Valyrian's team with poorly concealed alarm. I will provide what you need to calibrate your defenses, Kurama declared. No more. The obsidian chalice will contain a sample of my chakra, sufficient for your stated purpose. Attempt to use it for anything else, and you will discover why beings across multiple realities speak my name with fear. The threat hung in the air, made more effective by the absolute certainty with which it was delivered. Valyrian, to his credit, recognized when compromise was the only viable option. Acceptable, he conceded. When can this transfer be arranged? Tomorrow, Gomez declared before Kurama could respond. Midnight. Traditional time for supernatural transactions, of course. Of course, Valyrian agreed dryly. My team will return then. As the Nightshade Society representatives departed, Kurama relinquished control back to Naruto, who swayed slightly from the effort of the shared consciousness. That was. He began, searching for words to describe the experience. Magnificent. Gomez supplied enthusiastically. Direct communication with an interdimensional entity through voluntary possession. An Addams family first. Not possession, Naruto corrected, regaining his equilibrium. Partnership. Kurama and I shared consciousness temporarily. It's different from being taken over. Semantics, Wednesday observed, though her eyes gleamed with scientific interest. The metaphysical implications are profound regardless. The entity, Kurama, maintained cognitive coherence while utilizing your neurological systems. The applications for interdimensional communication are extraordinary. Forget the science for a second, Enid interjected, approaching Naruto with wide-eyed fascination. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Your voice got all deep and powerful, and the way you just completely shut down Valyrian, amazing. Even Bianca seemed impressed, though she masked it with her usual affected indifference. Adequate negotiation tactics, I suppose. Though perhaps more dramatic than necessary. Dramatic is the Addams way, Gomez declared proudly. Kurama clearly understands this already. The fox has excellent instincts. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama rumbled with satisfaction. I like your uncle, the fox commented privately. Reminds me of certain toads I knew in our previous life. The remainder of the evening continued with renewed enthusiasm, the Addams family delighted by this latest supernatural development. Naruto found himself at the center of attention, fielding questions about Kurama and their shared consciousness from relatives with varying degrees of macabre interest. Throughout it all, he noticed Wednesday watching him with calculating intensity, clearly cataloging every detail of his interaction with Kurama for future reference. Similarly, Enid remained close by, her protective instincts evident despite the celebratory atmosphere. As the gathering finally began to disperse in the early hours of morning, Naruto found a quiet moment with both girls on the mansion's sprawling back terrace. The night air carried the scent of Morticia's poisonous blooms, strangely pleasant in their deadly perfume. Valyrian will try again, Wednesday stated without preamble, her practical mind already focused on future challenges. The obsidian chalice compromise delays but doesn't eliminate his interest in Kurama's energy signature. At least we bought some time, Naruto replied. And established boundaries. Boundaries don't mean much to people who study ways to cross dimensional ones, Enid pointed out with unexpected insight. My dad says the Nightshade Society has been trying to recruit werewolves for their research programs for decades. Always with good excuses about protection and understanding, but the wolves who go never come back quite right. Wednesday nodded in rare agreement with Enid. The Society's methods prioritize results over ethical considerations. Their history with supernatural beings is problematic at best. Then we stay vigilant, Naruto decided. And keep working on controlling Kurama's chakra more effectively. The better our partnership, the harder it will be for anyone to exploit either of us. I can help with the control part, Enid offered eagerly. Werewolves spend years learning to balance our human and wolf sides. Some of the techniques might work for you too. And I'll continue researching interdimensional harmonization methods, Wednesday added, not to be outdone. The mansion library contains several promising texts on energy synchronization across reality frameworks. Naruto smiled at their competitive assistants, each offering help in her own distinctive way. I appreciate both approaches. Honestly, I think I need perspectives from both of you to really understand what's happening. This diplomatic response earned him a suspicious look from Wednesday and a knowing smile from Enid, but neither challenged his assessment. Instead, a momentary silence fell, comfortable despite the undercurrents of rivalry between the two girls. The chakra hunters will return, Wednesday finally said, her practical mind focused on the threat ahead. Valyrian was correct about that much. We should prepare accordingly. Let them come, Naruto replied with quiet confidence. Last time we faced them separately. Next time, we'll be ready to fight as one. The declaration seemed to resonate with both girls, though for different reasons, Wednesday appreciating the strategic implications, Enid responding to the emotional solidarity. In that moment, despite their differences, all three recognized they were stronger together than apart. As they returned inside, Naruto felt Kurama's thoughtful presence in his mind. Interesting bonds you're forming, Kit, the fox observed privately. The darkness and the light, both drawn to you. Some things truly don't change across dimensions. Naruto wasn't entirely sure what the fox meant, but he felt the truth of it nonetheless. Whatever challenges lay ahead, from chakra hunters, the Nightshade Society, or forces yet unknown, he wouldn't face them alone. In this new life, as in his previous one, bonds would be his greatest strength. The midnight ceremony to fill the obsidian chalice with Kurama's chakra proceeded with typical Adam's theatricality, Gomez insisting on full ceremonial robes, Grandmama burning incense made from questionable ingredients, and Pugsley attempting to enhance the proceedings with strategically placed small explosives that Morticia confiscated with serene efficiency. Valyrian and his Nightshade Society representatives arrived precisely at midnight, bringing equipment that appeared both highly technological and mysteriously arcane. The combination of the Society's clinical approach and the Addams family's theatrical ceremony created an atmosphere of controlled chaos that somehow suited the interdimensional nature of the task. The obsidian chalice itself proved to be an ancient artifact of unsettling beauty, black crystal so dark it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, inscribed with symbols from languages long forgotten. In Wednesday's capable hands, it hummed with potential, awaiting its purpose. The procedure is simple, she explained with clinical precision. Naruto will channel a controlled amount of Kurama's chakra, which the chalice will collect and preserve in its interdimensional matrix. The energy signature will remain stable indefinitely, its properties unchanged by temporal progression. Remarkably sophisticated for a medieval artifact, Valyrian observed, professional interest momentarily overriding his usual caution. The Addams family has always been ahead of conventional metaphysical understanding, Morticia stated with quiet pride. Great-grandmother Desdemona conducted interdimensional research centuries before the scientific community acknowledged multiple realities. The actual transfer proceeded with surprising smoothness, Naruto channeling a carefully measured portion of Kurama's chakra into the chalice under Wednesday's meticulous supervision. The fox's energy manifested as a swirling vortex of golden-orange power, contained perfectly within the ancient vessel, which glowed with inner light once the process was complete. Extraordinary, Valyrian commented, studying the chalice and its contents with intense interest. The energy maintains perfect coherence despite the dimensional transition. The chalice preserves the intrinsic properties of whatever it contains, Wednesday explained. Useful for studying substances that would otherwise deteriorate outside their natural environment. Valyrian received the chalice with ceremonial care, securing it in a specially designed container his associates had brought. The Nightshade Society acknowledges this contribution to interdimensional security, he stated formally. The sample will be used solely for defensive calibration as agreed. See that it is, Gomez replied, his usual joviality underlaid with steel. The Addams family takes agreements involving interdimensional entities quite seriously. Violations tend to have creative consequences. The underlying threat was unmistakable, delivered with a smile that somehow made it more rather than less intimidating. Valyrian nodded once in acknowledgement before departing with his team and the precious cargo. Well, that's done, Naruto observed once they had gone. Though I doubt it's the end of the Nightshade Society's interest in Kurama. Certainly not, Wednesday agreed. The sample will inevitably lead to further questions, further research objectives. Valyrian will return with new requests disguised as necessary security measures. But we've established a precedent for compromise rather than compliance, Morticia noted with approval. An important boundary for future negotiations. With the ceremony complete and the late hour upon them, the family dispersed to their respective chambers. Naruto found himself too restless for sleep, his mind active with thoughts of Valyrian's warnings about the chakra hunter's return and Kurama's continued integration with his consciousness. He made his way to the mansion's sprawling library, a cathedral to forbidden knowledge that rivaled Nevermore's own collection. The room remained perpetually shrouded in shadow despite the numerous candelabras, towering bookshelves disappearing into darkness overhead. To his surprise, Wednesday was already there, surrounded by ancient tomes and making notes in her ever-present journal. She looked up at his entrance, unsurprised by his appearance despite the late hour. Residual energy displacement often causes insomnia, she observed by way of greeting. A common side effect of interdimensional chakra donation. Is that what it is? Naruto asked, taking a seat across from her. I thought it might be concern about what the Nightshade Society will do with Kurama's chakra sample. That too, Wednesday acknowledged. Valyrian's intentions are methodical but not transparent. His interest extends beyond defensive calibration. Kurama thinks they'll try to replicate his energy signature, Naruto confided. Create their own version of interdimensional chakra for what they'll call security purposes. A logical extrapolation, Wednesday agreed, closing her current book and selecting another from the stack beside her. The Nightshade Society's historical pattern suggests weaponization typically follows investigation. Naruto leaned forward, curious about her research. What are you looking for? Precedents, she replied, turning the ancient book to show illustrations of beings caught between worlds, entities partially manifested across dimensional boundaries. The chakra hunters aren't the first interdimensional incursion in recorded history. Understanding previous encounters may provide strategic advantages for the inevitable next confrontation. And? Found anything useful? Wednesday hesitated, uncharacteristic uncertainty flickering across her features before she responded. Perhaps. Though it's troubling. This caught Naruto's full attention. For Wednesday Adams to describe something as troubling suggested truly disturbing implications. Tell me. She pushed a particularly ancient tome toward him, its pages yellowed with age, text written in a language he didn't recognize but could somehow understand, another side effect of his interdimensional nature, perhaps. This account from 1687 describes entities similar to the chakra hunters, beings existing partially across dimensional boundaries, seeking specific energy signatures to facilitate larger incursions. Wednesday's finger traced the faded illustrations as she spoke. They were ultimately defeated, but at significant cost. What cost? The vessel, the being whose unique energy they sought, had to return to its original dimension, taking the targeted power with it. Wednesday's dark eyes met his directly. In essence, to close the door permanently, the key had to be removed from this reality entirely. The implications settled over Naruto with chilling clarity. You're saying that to stop the chakra hunters completely, Kurama and I would need to leave. Go back to our original dimension. If this account is accurate, yes. Wednesday's tone remained clinical, though something in her expression softened almost imperceptibly. Though interdimensional transference is rarely reversible through conventional means. The original pathway that brought you here has likely closed permanently. Relief mixed with confusing disappointment washed through Naruto. The prospect of returning to his original world, to Konoha, to his friends and the life he'd known, stirred unexpected longing. Yet the thought of leaving this new existence, the Adams family, Wednesday, Enid, and the connections he'd begun to form here created equally powerful reluctance. There might be alternatives, Wednesday continued, apparently reading something in his expression. The account is a single data point, not a definitive conclusion. Other texts suggest containment rather than removal as a viable solution. Naruto nodded, grateful for her attempt at reassurance, however clinically expressed. We'll keep looking. Between your research and Kurama's knowledge, there must be a way to stop the hunters without interdimensional exile. A logical approach, Wednesday agreed. After a moment's hesitation, she added, the Addams family would find your departure suboptimal. From both practical and sentimental perspectives. Coming from Wednesday, this was practically an emotional declaration of attachment. Naruto smiled, touched by what remained unspoken beneath her careful words. I'm not planning on going anywhere, he assured her. This is home now. For both Kurama and me. Something flickered in Wednesday's dark eyes, relief, perhaps, or satisfaction. She nodded once, returning her attention to the ancient texts with renewed focus. They researched in comfortable silence for some time, the only sounds the turning of pages and the occasional note being recorded in Wednesday's journal. Despite the troubling implications of what they'd discovered, Naruto found the quiet partnership comforting, Wednesday's methodical approach to problems balancing his more intuitive style. Their research was interrupted by a sound that seemed out of place in the mansion's perpetual atmosphere of elegant decay, a soft melody, haunting yet somehow uplifting, drifting from somewhere outside the library. What's that? Naruto asked, the music stirring something within him, a memory just beyond conscious reach. Wednesday tilted her head, listening. Unknown. Not typical of the mansion's usual acoustic manifestations. Curious, they followed the sound through the mansion's winding corridors, the melody growing stronger as they approached the conservatory, Morticia's domain of deadly flora and exotic carnivorous plants. The glass-walled room was bathed in moonlight, creating silver patterns across the strange vegetation. In the center of the room stood a figure that didn't belong, neither family member nor known visitor. Tall and unnaturally slender, clothed in garments that seemed to shift between solid form and mist, playing a flute-like instrument that produced the haunting melody they'd been following. The stranger lowered the instrument as they entered, turning to reveal features that were both beautiful and disturbing in their perfection, too symmetrical, too precise to be human. Eyes of luminous amber regarded them with ancient intelligence. Naruto Uzumaki, the figure spoke, voice melodious yet carrying undertones that vibrated at the edge of hearing. And Wednesday Addams. I've been waiting for you both. Wednesday stepped slightly in front of Naruto, her posture shifting to one of protective caution despite her outward calm. You have us at a disadvantage. You know our names, yet we don't know yours. The stranger smiled, an expression that somehow conveyed both warmth and predatory assessment simultaneously. I've had many names across many dimensions. In this reality, I am known as the Fox Hunter. Naruto felt Kurama's immediate reaction, alert wariness surging through their connection. You're not a chakra hunter, he stated with certainty. Indeed not, the stranger confirmed. Though I hunt across dimensions, my quarry is more specific. I track those who carry the essence of the great spirit beasts, the tailed beasts of your home dimension, Naruto Uzumaki. The direct reference to his origin sent a chill through Naruto. How do you know about that? I know many things, the fox hunter replied enigmatically. Including the true nature of your arrival in this dimension. Your sacrifice to save your world had unexpected consequences, ripples across the multiverse that continue to this day. Wednesday's eyes narrowed with scientific suspicion. You claim interdimensional awareness yet infiltrated the Addams estate without triggering ancestral wards or boundary alarms. Improbable. Your family's protections are impressive, the stranger acknowledged with a slight bow. But they were designed to prevent hostile entry. I come not as enemy but as messenger. Observer. Guide, perhaps, if you choose to accept such assistance. And why would we trust you? Naruto challenged, feeling Kurama's continued skepticism through their bond. The fox hunter studied him with those unsettling amber eyes. Because I've walked the path between worlds longer than either of you have existed. Because I've tracked 17 vessels of tailed beast energy across multiple dimensions and timelines. And because, unlike the Chakra Hunters or the Nightshade Society, I understand what truly happened when you died in one world and awakened in another. Despite his wariness, Naruto found himself intrigued. This stranger offered answers to questions he hadn't even fully formulated yet, the how and why of his interdimensional rebirth, not just the reality of it. Speak plainly, Wednesday demanded, her patience for enigmatic pronouncements clearly limited. What do you want with my cousin? Cousin, the fox hunter repeated, amusement coloring the word. How quickly identities form in new realities. He has been Naruto Adams for mere weeks, yet the connection between you is already stronger than many lifelong blood relations. Answer the question, Naruto insisted, though the observation about his bond with Wednesday wasn't wrong. The fox hunter's expression grew more serious. The chakra hunters seek Kurama's energy to facilitate the convergence, the collapse of dimensional boundaries into a single homogenized reality. This cannot be allowed to happen. On that much, we agree, Wednesday stated coolly. Yet your understanding of how to prevent it remains incomplete, the stranger continued. The text you discovered tonight contains partial truth, the vessel must indeed return to its origin point to seal the dimensional breach permanently. But there are alternatives to physical transference. Naruto exchanged glances with Wednesday, surprised that the fox hunter somehow knew what they'd been researching moments ago. What alternatives? The fox hunter raised the flute-like instrument. This is the echo flute, carved from the world tree that grows at the nexus of dimensions. Its music can create harmonic resonance between realities, allowing energy to flow between worlds without requiring physical transference. Theoretical interdimensional quantum tunneling, Wednesday translated, scientific interest overriding her suspicion. Creating a controlled channel between specific points in the multiverse. Precisely, the fox hunter confirmed with approval. Young but perceptive. The Adams bloodline has always recognized truths others dismiss. And you're offering this, flute, to help us? Naruto asked skeptically. Not the flute itself, the fox hunter clarified. But knowledge of how such resonance can be created using your existing connection to your home dimension. The fox spirit, Kurama, maintains metaphysical threads to his original reality. These can be utilized to create a controlled energy exchange rather than complete transference. Kurama stirred within Naruto's mind, his suspicion tempered with reluctant interest. Ask about the cost, the fox suggested internally. There's always a price for crossing dimensional boundaries. What's the catch? Naruto asked, following his partner's advice. What do you get out of helping us? The fox hunter's expression shifted, becoming momentarily more alien, less human in its symmetry. Balance, the stranger replied simply. The multiverse requires equilibrium between dimensions. The chakra hunters threaten that balance. My purpose transcends individual worlds, I maintain the integrity of the greater cosmic design. That's not an answer, Wednesday pointed out coldly. It's metaphysical platitude disguised as explanation. A smile curved the fox hunter's perfect lips. Direct, like all Adamses. Very well. The stranger stepped closer, the air around them seeming to thin as if reality itself grew more tenuous in their proximity. What I get is prevention of catastrophic dimensional collapse. What you get is continued existence in your chosen reality without sacrificing what makes you uniquely valuable to it. The fox hunter extended a hand toward Naruto, palm upward, revealing an object that hadn't been there a moment before, a small crystal flute, similar to the larger one the stranger carried but sized for human hands. This is a fragment of the echo flute, attuned to your specific interdimensional frequency. When the chakra hunters return in force, and they will, this can create the harmonic resonance necessary to close their access to this dimension permanently. One note, played with intent, while channeling Kurama's chakra. Naruto stared at the offered object, feeling Kurama's caution warring with curiosity. Why not just play it yourself if you're so concerned about dimensional balance? Because I am not the vessel, the fox hunter explained patiently. The resonance must come from the being whose energy bridges the dimensions naturally. You, Naruto Uzumaki, exist in both realities simultaneously, your body here, your spiritual echo there. Only you can create the perfect harmony required. Wednesday moved closer to Naruto, her analytical mind clearly processing the implications. If such interdimensional resonance is possible, it could theoretically affect Naruto's connection to Kurama. What assurance do we have that this won't sever their bond? The question demonstrated Wednesday's growing understanding of the importance of his partnership with Kurama, a concern not just for the power the fox represented but for the relationship itself. Naruto felt a surge of appreciation for her insight. A legitimate concern, the fox hunter acknowledged. The resonance strengthens existing bonds rather than severing them. Your connection with Kurama would become more stable, more integrated, which serves my purpose as well as yours. Fragmented dimensional energy is vulnerable to exploitation. Harmonized energy is not. Naruto exchanged a long look with Wednesday, seeking her assessment. Despite her usual emotional restraint, he had come to value her judgment, particularly regarding matters of supernatural significance. The theoretical framework is sound, she admitted reluctantly. Harmonic resonance between dimensional planes is consistent with established metaphysical principles. Though I've never encountered practical implementation of such concepts. The fox hunter waited patiently, the crystal flute still offered, neither pressing or withdrawing. The choice remains yours, Naruto Uzumaki. I offer a tool, not a command. Use it or not as you deem appropriate when the moment arrives. After another moment's consideration, Naruto reached out and accepted the small flute. It felt unexpectedly warm against his skin, humming with subtle energy that resonated with his own chakra in a way that seemed oddly familiar. How will I know when or how to use it? He asked. When the time comes, Kurama will guide you, the fox hunter replied. The nine-tailed fox has existed across dimensional boundaries since before human civilization began. Trust in your partnership. With those words, the fox hunter raised the larger flute once more, playing a brief melody that seemed to bend reality around them. The air rippled like heat waves above summer pavement, and between one note and the next, the stranger simply vanished, not with dramatic effect but with the casual ease of someone stepping through an ordinary doorway. Silence fell in the conservatory, broken only by the subtle sounds of Morticia's carnivorous plants stirring in the moonlight. Naruto stared at the crystal flute in his hand, feeling its strange resonance with his chakra network. Well, Wednesday finally said, that was notably dramatic, even by Adam's standards. The understated observation broke the tension, drawing a surprised laugh from Naruto. Your family has mysterious interdimensional beings dropping in for midnight chats often? Usually only on major holidays, Wednesday replied with perfect deadpan delivery. Though typically with more tentacles and fewer cryptic musical instruments. Her dry humor, rare as it was, helped ground the surreal encounter in something approaching normalcy. Naruto carefully tucked the crystal flute into his pocket, aware of Kurama's thoughtful presence in his mind. What do you think? He asked the fox internally. I think, Kurama replied after a moment's consideration, that beings who walk between dimensions rarely reveal their true motives. But the flute contains genuine power, I could feel it resonating with our combined chakra. So we keep it, Naruto decided. As an option, at least. A prudent approach, Wednesday agreed, having observed his momentary internal dialogue with Kurama. Though comprehensive analysis of the artifact would be advisable before any attempted use. They made their way back through the mansion's shadowy corridors, the encounter with the fox hunter leaving both of them too alert for sleep. By unspoken agreement, they returned to the library to document what had occurred while the details remained fresh. As Wednesday meticulously recorded every aspect of the fox hunter's appearance, words, and behavior, Naruto contemplated the crystal flute and its implications. If the stranger was to be believed, it offered a solution to the chakra hunter threat without requiring him to leave this dimension, a way to maintain the life he was building here while resolving the interdimensional disruption his presence had caused. Yet questions remained. Who exactly was the fox hunter? What were their true motives? And how had they known so much about Naruto's previous life, his connection with Kurama, and the research he and Wednesday had just been conducting? We should inform the family, Wednesday noted, finishing her documentation. Interdimensional entities bypassing ancestral wards represents a security concern regardless of their apparent intentions. Agreed, Naruto said. Though maybe wait until morning. Gomez will probably want to install additional defenses immediately, and Fester might suggest electrifying the entire property. A ghost of a smile touched Wednesday's lips. Valid assessment of probable family responses. Morning disclosure is acceptable. As they continued their research into the early hours, Naruto found himself occasionally glancing at Wednesday, appreciating her methodical approach, her unflinching confrontation of supernatural threats, her subtle protectiveness disguised as scientific interest. In his former life, he had valued friends with more obvious emotional expressions, Sakura's fiery temperament, Rock Lee's passionate declarations, even Sasuke's brooding intensity. Wednesday's careful restraint and clinical detachment had initially seemed foreign, even cold. Now he recognized the depth beneath her measured exterior, a mind that processed the world differently yet felt no less deeply for it. The realization reminded him of Enid's contrasting nature, her open enthusiasm, immediate emotional connections, and straightforward expressions of loyalty. Both girls represented different approaches to life, different ways of processing the world, both equally valid and increasingly precious to him. "You're contemplating something inefficient," Wednesday observed, breaking into his thoughts. "Your chakra flow patterns have shifted to indicate emotional rather than analytical processing." "Just thinking about how different people approach the same situations," Naruto admitted. "You, Enid, even this fox hunter, everyone sees the world through their own lens." Wednesday considered this. Diverse perspectives increase problem-solving efficiency. The werewolf's intuitive approach complements my analytical methodology. Your adaptive strategy bridges both. It was a clinical assessment of their dynamic, yet held surprising insight. "We make a good team," Naruto translated with a smile. "Functionally effective," Wednesday agreed, which might have been her highest form of praise. Morning eventually found them still in the library, surrounded by ancient texts and Wednesday's extensive notes. The crystal flute remained in Naruto's pocket, a tangible reminder of the fox hunter's enigmatic visit and the choices that lay ahead. Whatever came next, whether chakra hunters, Nightshade Society machinations, or further interdimensional complications, Naruto felt more prepared to face it. With Kurama as his partner, Wednesday's analytical brilliance, Enid's loyal support, and the Addams family's macabre protection, he was building something in this new dimension that felt increasingly like belonging. The bonds forming here might be different from those of his previous life, but they were no less real, no less important. Perhaps that was the true meaning of interdimensional existence, not just physical transference between worlds, but the capacity to forge connections that transcended conventional boundaries. As Wednesday had noted, functionally effective. But also, in ways neither of them might fully articulate, something more. Chapter 4, Veil Between Worlds. The return to Nevermore Academy after a 2-week closure should have felt like resuming normalcy. Instead, as students filtered through the ancient gates, an unmistakable current of unease rippled through the gathered crowd. The school stood as it always had, Gothic spires reaching toward perpetually gray skies, gargoyles leering from weathered cornices, yet something fundamental had changed. "They feel it too," Wednesday observed, watching her classmates' wary glances and hushed conversations. "The dimensional disruption has altered Nevermore's metaphysical resonance." Naruto nodded, sensing the disturbance through his enhanced awareness. After weeks of training with the Addams family and his continued integration with Kurama, his sensitivity to supernatural energies had sharpened considerably. The academy grounds vibrated with subtle wrongness, reality stretched too thin in places, bunched unnaturally in others. "Like fabric that's been torn and poorly mended," he described, earning an approving glance from Wednesday at the apt analogy. A flash of rainbow hair announced Enid's arrival as she bounded toward them with characteristic enthusiasm, though even her perpetual brightness seemed tempered by the strange atmosphere. "There you are," she exclaimed, embracing Naruto briefly before stepping back. "Can you feel how weird everything is? It's like the air has texture." "Dimensional residue," Wednesday explained clinically. "The chakra hunter's incursion weakened reality's structural integrity. Principal Weems' repairs addressed aesthetic damage but not metaphysical destabilization." Translation: "The school looks fine but isn't," Naruto simplified, having grown accustomed to interpreting Wednesday's technical assessments. Enid shivered slightly despite the mild temperature. "It's making my wolf senses go crazy. Like everything smells slightly wrong, not bad exactly, just off." The three made their way toward the main building, where Principal Weems stood at the entrance, her perfect composure betrayed only by the tightness around her eyes as she greeted returning students. Faculty members positioned strategically around the courtyard maintained casual appearances while clearly monitoring for unusual occurrences. "Heightened security," Wednesday noted. "Stationed at 50-foot intervals covering all approach angles." "Interesting." The Nightshade Society's influence, Naruto guessed, spotting unfamiliar staff members whose formal attire couldn't quite disguise their vigilant postures. "Valyrian must have convinced Weems to accept their protection." Enid frowned. "After they completely ghosted us during the actual battle. That's some nerve." They were directed to the auditorium for what was described as a welcome back assembly, though the mandatory attendance and presence of security personnel at each exit suggested something more significant than standard announcements. The student body filled the space with nervous energy, faction boundaries temporarily blurred by shared unease. Even Bianca and her siren entourage seemed subdued, their usual haughty demeanor replaced by watchful caution. Xavier found them, sliding into the seat beside Naruto. "Dad's here," he whispered, nodding toward where Dr. St. Clair stood with other prominent supernatural family representatives. "Says the dimensional disturbance is way worse than they're admitting publicly." "Define worse," Wednesday requested. "Tears in reality fabric showing up all over town. Objects phasing between states of matter. Time flowing at different rates in certain locations." Xavier ran a hand through his artfully disheveled hair. "Dad says they found Mrs. Thornton's cat aging backward yesterday, went from 12 years old to a kitten in hours." Before they could process this disturbing information, Principal Weems approached the podium, the auditorium falling instantly silent. Beside her stood Dr. Valyrian, his composed expression belying the gravity of the situation. "Welcome back, students," Weems began, her voice carrying effortlessly through the space. "As you're aware, Nevermore recently experienced what official records describe as a localized metaphysical anomaly. The truth, as many of you witnessed firsthand, is considerably more complex." Murmurs rippled through the audience at this unexpected candor. Principal Weems rarely acknowledged supernatural incidents so directly. "The dimensional incursion has been contained," she continued, "but not without consequences. The fabric of reality surrounding Nevermore has been compromised." Dar. Valyrian stepped forward, seamlessly taking over the briefing. "What Principal Weems is referring to are dimensional tiers, points where the boundary between our reality and others has grown dangerously thin. The Nightshade Society has identified 17 distinct rupture points within a 5-mile radius of Nevermore, with additional tiers forming daily." A holographic display activated behind him, showing a map of the Academy grounds and surrounding areas. Red dots indicated identified tier locations, concentrated most densely around the central courtyard where their battle with the chakra hunters had occurred. "While we work to stabilize these ruptures, certain precautions must be observed," Valyrian continued. "Students will note modified schedules restricting access to affected areas. Security personnel will enforce dimensional quarantine protocols. Any observations of reality distortion, objects behaving contrary to physical laws, temporal anomalies, or unidentified entities, should be reported immediately to staff." Naruto felt the weight of stares as several students turned toward him, whispers linking his name with the original incursion. The chakra hunter's focus on him during the battle hadn't gone unnoticed, nor had his dramatic display of power. A joint task force comprising Nightshade Society specialists and faculty members will oversee containment efforts, Principal Weems resumed. Normal academic activities will continue with appropriate modifications. Your safety remains our primary concern. The assembly concluded with detailed evacuation procedures and dimensional breach protocols that would have seemed absurdly paranoid in any setting other than Nevermore. As students filtered out, conversations buzzed with equal parts excitement and apprehension. 17 tiers and counting, Wednesday observed thoughtfully. The dimensional destabilization is progressing more rapidly than predicted. And they're not telling us everything, Xavier added. Dad mentioned bleed-through effects the society is monitoring. Apparently, people in town are having mass dreams about landscapes that don't exist in our world, forests with trees as tall as skyscrapers, villages built on massive water bodies. Naruto felt a chill of recognition. Those sound like places from my world. Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. And Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist. Your memories manifesting in the collective unconscious, Wednesday theorized, her dark eyes gleaming with scientific interest despite the concerning implications. The dimensional tiers are allowing psychic impressions from your native reality to seep into this one. Is that bad? Enid asked, glancing between them with growing concern. Define bad, Wednesday replied dryly. From a research perspective, it's fascinating. From an existential stability standpoint, potentially catastrophic. Catastrophic sounds pretty bad to me, Enid muttered. Naruto reached instinctively for the crystal flute he'd carried since the fox hunter's visit, now secured in an inner pocket of his Nevermore uniform. He hadn't shared the encounter with anyone beyond the Adams family, partly from caution about the stranger's true intentions, partly from uncertainty about when or how to use the mysterious instrument. We should investigate the tiers ourselves, he suggested. Valyrian's explanation was suspiciously vague about their cause and potential remedies. Agreed, Wednesday nodded. The Nightshade Society's selective disclosure suggests they're withholding critical information about the dimensional disturbances. Wait, Enid interjected, you want to go poking around tiers in reality? The things they just specifically told us to stay away from. Wednesday regarded her with mild disdain. Following institutional directives without independent verification is how civilizations enable catastrophes while maintaining bureaucratic satisfaction. I think she's saying we shouldn't trust what we're being told, Naruto translated, having grown accustomed to Wednesday's particular brand of rebellion. I got that, Enid sighed. I just thought maybe we could have one normal day back before diving into more interdimensional danger. Define normal at a school for supernatural outcasts during a reality crisis, Wednesday challenged. Despite her protests, Enid didn't hesitate when they decided to investigate during free period, her loyalty overriding her reasonable concerns. The three made their way toward the eastern woods where Valyrian's map had indicated a cluster of dimensional tiers, carefully avoiding the increased security patrols. The forest felt wrong from the moment they entered its shadows. Trees that should have been familiar after months at Nevermore now seemed subtly altered, bark patterns shifting when viewed from the corner of one's eye, leaves whispering in languages that shouldn't exist in this dimension. The spatial distortion increases with proximity to the tear, Wednesday observed, consulting a modified compass whose needle spun erratically as they progressed deeper into the woods. Fascinating. That's one word for it, Enid muttered, her enhanced senses clearly distressed by their surroundings. Everything smells like ozone and, something else. Something not from our world. Naruto felt it too, a familiar chakra signature underlying the wrongness, reminiscent of his home dimension yet distorted, like a reflection in troubled water. Kurama stirred within him, the fox's consciousness pressing closer to the surface of their shared awareness. It's resonating with me, Naruto realized aloud. With us. Kurama feels it too. They found the first tear in a small clearing where nothing grew, a vertical slice in reality approximately 7 feet tall, edges shimmering with iridescent energy. Through the opening, they glimpsed a landscape that struck Naruto with powerful nostalgia, dense forest canopy stretching toward a mountain carved with 5 distinct faces. Konohagakure, he whispered, the name emerging from restored memory. The Hokage Monument. Your village, Wednesday confirmed, studying his reaction with clinical interest while making notes in her ever-present journal. The tear has manifested a direct connection to your point of origin. Enid moved closer to Naruto, her hand finding his in a gesture of instinctive support. Does it make you homesick? The question caught him off guard with its simple empathy. Did he miss his former home? The fragments of memory that had returned over recent weeks carried powerful emotional resonance, bonds formed, battles fought, a life lived with purpose and connection. Yet looking at Konoha through the dimensional tear felt like viewing a photograph of childhood, familiar and meaningful, but somehow distant. It's complicated, he finally answered. That was home. But this is too, now. Wednesday approached the tear cautiously, measuring its energy output with a device she'd naturally thought to bring. The dimensional frequency matches readings from the Chakra Hunter's incursion, but with harmonic variations suggesting natural expansion rather than forced breach. You're saying these tears are forming on their own, not being created by the hunters? Naruto asked. Precisely. The initial incursion weakened dimensional boundaries. Now natural resonance between realities is expanding those weaknesses, particularly at points with compatible energy signatures. Like places similar to Naruto's world? Enid suggested, demonstrating more intuitive understanding than Wednesday might have credited her with. Correct, Wednesday acknowledged, her tone suggesting mild surprise at Enid's insight. Locations with metaphysical properties mirroring Naruto's native dimension would form natural convergence points. Naruto stepped toward the tear, drawn by the familiar landscape beyond. As he neared the shimmering boundary, the image of Konoha seemed to respond, sharpening, colors intensifying, sounds becoming faintly audible. Distant voices, the rustle of leaves, birds he hadn't heard since arriving in this dimension. Careful, Enid cautioned, tightening her grip on his hand. We don't know what happens if you touch it. Interdimensional transference seems unlikely without focused intent, Wednesday assessed, though she moved closer as if prepared to intervene. Still, minimizing direct contact would be prudent. Naruto nodded, stepping back from the tear with effort. The pull was subtle but undeniable, like gravity exerting gentle pressure, urging him toward his original world. We should check the other tiers, he suggested, forcing his attention away from Konoha's familiar skyline. See if they all connect to my dimension or if there's something else happening. They located 2 more dimensional ruptures within the eastern woods, each revealing different aspects of the shinobi world. One showed a vast desert that Naruto recognized as the outskirts of Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand. The other opened onto a battlefield he didn't immediately place, scorched earth and shattered landscape that might have been from any of the numerous conflicts in his former life. The tears appear to be connecting specifically to locations with emotional significance to you, Wednesday theorized as they documented the third breach. Psychic resonance guiding interdimensional alignment. But I don't remember that battlefield, Naruto objected, studying the devastated landscape visible through the shimmering portal. Wednesday considered this. Perhaps significance doesn't require conscious recollection. The connection could be operating through deeper memory structures, emotional imprints Kurama retains even if you don't. The fox stirred within Naruto, a sensation of troubled recognition confirming Wednesday's hypothesis. Whatever that battlefield represented, it held meaning for Kurama, even if Naruto couldn't place it. As they prepared to leave the woods, a distant sound caught their attention, something between a sob and a growl, emanating from deeper in the forest where no tier had been marked on Valyrian's map. Enid's head snapped toward the sound, her werewolf senses instantly alert. Someone's out there. In pain, I think. Without hesitation, she started toward the sound, her protective instincts overriding caution. Wednesday caught her arm, restraining her with surprising strength. Rushing toward unidentified disturbances during dimensional instability displays poor risk assessment, she stated flatly. There's someone who needs help, Enid countered, trying to pull free. I can hear them. It could be a trap, Wednesday argued. Or an entity mimicking human distress to lure prey. Numerous supernatural predators employ such tactics. Naruto intervened before their disagreement could escalate. We'll investigate together, cautiously. Enid's right that we can't ignore someone who might need help, but Wednesday's right about being careful. This compromise satisfied neither girl completely but provided enough common ground for cooperation. They advanced toward the sound, Naruto taking the lead with Kurama's chakra ready to activate at the first sign of danger. They found not another tear, but a student, a younger boy Naruto recognized from botanical sciences class, curled in a fetal position at the base of an ancient oak tree. His body seemed to flicker between solid form and translucent mist, each transition accompanied by the pain sound they'd heard. Artemis Thornwood, Wednesday identified him. Freshman. Dryad ancestry with spectral manifestation capabilities. He's phasing involuntarily, Naruto observed, kneeling beside the distressed student. The dimensional disruption must be affecting his natural abilities. Enid joined him, her expression compassionate. Hey, Artemis. Can you hear me? We're here to help. The boy's eyes, unnaturally green, even for a dryad, focused on them with difficulty. Make it stop, he pleaded, voice distorting as another phase shift rippled through him. I can't control it anymore. Naruto reached out instinctively, channeling a small amount of stabilizing chakra toward Artemis. The technique came naturally, muscle memory from his past life responding to present crisis. To his surprise, the chakra infusion had immediate effect, Artemis's form solidifying momentarily, the pain transitions pausing. How did you do that? Enid asked with amazement. Nature energy, Naruto explained, recalling the technique as he performed it. I can temporarily stabilize his natural chakra flow, or whatever the equivalent is in this dimension. Remarkable, Wednesday observed, making rapid notes. You're instinctively adapting shinobi techniques to address extradimensional disruption. The applications are considerable. The moment of stability proved temporary. As Naruto's chakra dissipated, Artemis began phasing again, each transition more violent than before. We need to get him to the infirmary, Enid insisted. Or wherever they're treating dimensional effects. The Nightshade Society established a containment ward in the East Wing, Wednesday informed them. Though their treatment protocols for dimensional disruption remain classified. No, Artemis gasped between transitions. Not them. They'll lock me away. Study me. Like the others. This caught Wednesday's interest immediately. Others? Elaborate. Despite his distress, Artemis managed to convey fragmented information, students exhibiting unusual reactions to the dimensional tiers being segregated in what the Nightshade Society called stabilization isolation. According to rumors, those taken for treatment hadn't returned to regular classes. They're collecting affected students, Naruto realized with growing unease. Just like the chakra hunters wanted to collect me. Different methodologies, similar objective, Wednesday agreed. Containing and studying dimensional anomalies. Enid looked between them with mounting concern. So we can't take him to the official help, but we can't leave him like this either. What do we do? Naruto considered their options, feeling Kurama's presence offering silent guidance. The Adams Mansion, he decided. The dimensional properties there help stabilize my connection with Kurama. It might help Artemis too. Logical, Wednesday agreed. The mansion exists at a natural convergence point between realities. Its metaphysical architecture could provide neutralizing resonance for his disrupted state. Great, but how do we get him there? Enid asked practically. He can barely stay solid, and the school's on lockdown with nightshade goons everywhere. Wednesday produced a small vial from her bag, the liquid inside shifting between black and deep purple as the light hit it. Grandmama's Transitory Stabilization Elixir. Originally developed for communicating with partially manifested spirits, but the application should transfer. Of course you just happen to have ghost juice in your bag, Enid muttered. Preparedness is rational, not coincidental, Wednesday replied coolly, uncorking the vial. Artemis, consume this. It will temporarily stabilize your corporeal form. The dryad complied with desperate trust, downing the elixir in one swallow. His phasing immediately slowed, transitions becoming less violent though not entirely ceasing. 20-minute efficacy window, Wednesday estimated. We need to move quickly. Getting off campus proved more challenging than anticipated. Nightshade Society security had established checkpoints at all official exits, scanning students with devices that clearly detected dimensional energy signatures. Artemis, even partially stabilized, would register immediately. The old groundskeeper's tunnel, Enid suggested. It connects to the cemetery on the north side. Tyler showed me last semester when we were, looking for a private place to study. Wednesday's expression suggested complete disbelief in the study explanation but tactical appreciation for the escape route. Acceptable. If the tunnel predates current security implementation, it may lack dimensional monitoring equipment. They made their way to the groundskeeper's shed, supporting Artemis between them as the elixir's effects gradually diminished. The tunnel entrance was hidden beneath a trapdoor covered by weathered gardening equipment, the passage beyond narrow but navigable. Structural integrity is questionable, Wednesday observed as they descended into the damp corridor. Though collapse would be an appropriately gothic end if survival isn't option. Your optimism is really inspiring, Enid remarked sarcastically. Naruto took the lead, creating a small Raisin gun to provide light without the fire hazard of conventional torches in the ancient wooden tunnel. The blue-white glow cast eerie shadows as they progressed, illuminating century-old support beams and the occasional animal skeleton embedded in the walls. The Addams family would find this architecturally charming, Naruto noted, ducking beneath a particularly low section. Functional as subterranean design with memento mori aesthetic elements, Wednesday agreed. Uncle Fester would approve. They emerged in Jericho Cemetery as Enid had promised, though considerably further from the road than ideal. Artemis's condition deteriorated with each passing minute, the elixir's effect fading as Wednesday had predicted. He won't make it to the mansion like this, Naruto realized, supporting the increasingly insubstantial dryad. I need to try something else. Acting on instinct guided by fragmented memories, Naruto formed a series of hand signs, channeling chakra into a technique he'd used countless times in his previous life but never in this dimension. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 perfect duplicates of Naruto appeared beside him, each solid and stable, a significant improvement over his earlier attempts at the technique during training. Without need for instruction, 2 clones transformed their appearance with a puff of smoke, taking on the likenesses of Wednesday and Enid. Useful, the real Wednesday observed, studying her duplicate with clinical interest. Though my clone's posture suggests lumbar tension I don't actually experience. Really? That's your critique? Enid stared at her rainbow-haired double with fascination. This is amazing. It's like looking in a mirror that can high-five you. The clones will lead any pursuit away from us, Naruto explained. While we take Artemis to the mansion. The decoys departed in the opposite direction, making deliberately obvious tracks toward town. Meanwhile, Naruto created one additional clone to help carry Artemis, who had now faded to near transparency despite his desperate attempts to maintain physical form. They reached the Addams mansion as evening shadows lengthened across the grounds. Lurch answered their urgent knocking, his imposing figure filling the doorway completely before recognition registered in his deep-set eyes. Master Naruto, he groaned by way of greeting. Unexpected guests. Emergency, Lurch, Naruto explained quickly. Dimensional disruption affecting a fellow student. The mansion might help stabilize him. Lurch nodded gravely, stepping aside to admit them just as Artemis suffered his most violent phase shift yet, his body becoming almost completely spectral before solidifying partially, the transition leaving him crying out in pain. Gomez appeared at the sound, dressed for fencing practice with foil in hand. "Naruto, my boy. And Wednesday. Bringing friends for impromptu dimensional stabilization. Marvelous." Despite his theatrical manner, Gomez assessed the situation with surprising speed and competence, directing them to bring Artemis to the ritual chamber immediately. Morticia materialized from the shadows of the grand staircase, her serene presence somehow calming despite the crisis. Grandmama's dimensional binding salts, she instructed Lurch, who departed with surprising quickness for one his size. "And inform Uncle Fester we require his electrical grounding capabilities." The ritual chamber had been modified since Naruto's training sessions, now featuring an elaborate circular arrangement of crystals, bones, and what appeared to be meteorite fragments embedded in the stone floor. At the center stood an ornate chair that looked uncomfortably like a medieval torture device, though Gomez assured them it was merely ceremonial, with only incidental pain components. They settled Artemis in the chair as Grandmama arrived with a wooden box containing glittering black salt, which she methodically scattered in specific patterns around the circle's perimeter. Uncle Fester followed, electrodes already attached to his head, a maniacal grin suggesting he was thoroughly enjoying the emergency. Interdimensional disruption, he cackled with delight. Splendid. Nothing like metaphysical instability to liven up a Tuesday evening. Wednesday immediately joined Grandmama in preparing the ritual components, her encyclopedic knowledge of Adam's family practices evident in her confident movements. Enid watched with wide-eyed fascination, occasionally helping when directed but clearly overwhelmed by the casual way the Adams family approached catastrophic supernatural events. "Is this normal for them?" she whispered to Naruto as Gomez enthusiastically described previous dimensional incidents the family had weathered. "Completely," Naruto confirmed. "The more potentially disastrous, the more they enjoy it." Morticia approached them, elegant even in crisis management. "Your friend is experiencing classic dimensional displacement syndrome," she explained with practiced calm. "His natural dryad abilities include partial phase shifting between material states. The tears in reality have disrupted his control of this process. Can you help him?" Enid asked anxiously. "The Adams family has extensive experience with beings caught between dimensions," Morticia assured her. "Great-uncle Vlad existed simultaneously in 3 distinct realities for 17 years before finally choosing corporeality in this one. Though the choice was somewhat forced by vampire hunters in the other 2 dimensions." Within 20 minutes, the ritual was prepared. Artemis sat at the center, fading in and out of visibility with decreasing control, while the Adams family took positions around the circle. Fester connected himself to an apparatus that channeled electricity through the ritual components, causing the crystals to glow with unnatural light. "We require your participation, Naruto," Morticia explained. "As a being who has successfully stabilized across dimensional boundaries, your energy signature provides the template for realignment." Understanding immediately, Naruto took his position in the circle, channeling a careful measure of chakra as Grandmama had instructed. The energy flowed through the salt lines, connecting with the crystals and creating a visible network of blue-white power that enveloped Artemis. "Perfect," Gomez declared as the pattern stabilized. "Now, everyone focus on this dimension, this reality. Anchor the boy to our world through collective metaphysical intent." The ritual proceeded with surprising effectiveness. Artemis's transitions slowed, then stabilized, his form becoming increasingly solid as the Adams family worked their peculiar magic. Enid watched in amazement while Wednesday documented every aspect of the process in her journal, occasionally adjusting components to optimize energy flow. After an intense 30 minutes, Artemis finally stabilized completely, exhausted but fully corporeal, his natural dryad coloration returning to previously ashen features. "Remarkable," Morticia observed with satisfaction. "Complete dimensional realignment without loss of inherent supernatural properties." "The boy will need rest," Grandmama advised. "And regular treatments with my spectral binding tea for at least a lunar cycle." "Thank you," Artemis managed weakly, looking around at the strange family with understandable bewilderment. I thought I was going to fade away completely. Nonsense. Gomez declared cheerfully. Fading between dimensions is merely an inconvenient transition state. Either full manifestation or complete transcendence is preferable, but disappearing halfway is terribly indecisive. As Lurch escorted Artemis to a guest room for recovery, the others gathered in the parlor to discuss the implications of what they'd witnessed. Naruto explained the dimensional tears appearing around Nevermore and the Nightshade Society's suspicious collection of affected students. Classic containment protocol overreach, Gomez nodded knowingly. The society has always preferred controlled study over collaborative resolution. Been that way since Valyrian's grandfather ran the organization back in the 40s. You know Valyrian's family? Naruto asked, surprised. The Adams family knows everyone interesting, darling, Morticia explained with a small smile. Particularly those who hunt, study, or inadvertently release supernatural entities. We've had a complicated relationship with the Nightshade Society for generations. Complicated meaning they've tried to contain us, study us, and occasionally eradicate us, Wednesday clarified. While simultaneously requesting our assistance when conventional methods fail against genuine metaphysical threats. Enid, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke up. So the tears around Nevermore, they're all connecting to Naruto's original world. To this Konoha place. Not all, Naruto corrected. But many of them. The dimensional frequencies seem to be aligning with places I have emotional connections to, even if I don't consciously remember them all. A natural resonance pattern, Wednesday theorized. Your presence in this dimension creates gravitational equivalence between corresponding points in both realities. Which means what, exactly? Enid pressed. Wednesday's dark eyes met Naruto's with rare directness. It means the longer Naruto remains in this dimension, the more tears will form. His very existence here pulls his native reality closer to ours. The implication hung heavy in the air, a problem without obvious solution. If Naruto's presence was weakening the boundaries between dimensions, what could be done? The fox hunter's words about returning to his original dimension echoed uncomfortably in his mind. Perhaps, Morticia suggested with characteristic serenity, the crystal flute your interdimensional visitor provided might offer some insight. Naruto had shared the fox hunter's visit with the Adams family the morning after it occurred, though he'd been cautious about mentioning it to others given the stranger's enigmatic nature. Now he removed the small instrument from his pocket, its crystalline surface catching the firelight with unnatural brilliance. The hunter said it could create harmonic resonance between dimensions, he reminded them. Close the tears without requiring me to leave this reality. A convenient solution provided by a being with unknown motives, Wednesday noted skeptically. Interdimensional entities rarely offer assistance without corresponding benefit to themselves. But what choice do we have? Enid asked. If the tears keep spreading, more students will end up like Artemis, or worse. Gomez studied the crystal flute with expert interest. The craftsmanship suggests axiomatic origin, beings who exist at dimensional crossroads and shape reality through harmonic manipulation. Extremely powerful, notoriously cryptic about their intentions. The fox hunter claimed it was carved from something called the World Tree, Naruto added. At the nexus of dimensions. Yggdrasil, Wednesday identified immediately. Norse mythological construct representing the multiverse. Its branches extend through all realities, its roots anchored in fundamental cosmic forces. If the flute truly contains Yggdrasil essence, its harmonic capabilities would transcend conventional dimensional boundaries, Morticia observed. Though using such an artifact without proper understanding carries significant risks. What kind of risks? Naruto asked. Unpredictable reality alteration, Gomez supplied enthusiastically. Potentially catastrophic timeline divergence. Parallel self-manifestation. Existential paradox loops. All fascinating possibilities. Potentially fatal possibilities, Wednesday corrected her father, though she shared his clinical interest. Interdimensional harmonic resonance could as easily tear reality further as mend it, depending on the specific frequency generated. Enid had been watching their exchange with growing concern. So our options are let the tears keep spreading, or risk making everything worse by using a magical flute given to us by a mysterious dimension-hopping stranger. Accurate assessment, Wednesday confirmed. Though I'd replace magical with metaphysically attuned. We need more information before attempting anything with the flute, Naruto decided, returning it to his pocket. And we need to understand exactly what the Nightshade Society is doing with the affected students. A two-pronged investigation, Wednesday agreed. Divide resources for optimal efficiency. Enid and I will infiltrate the Society's containment ward at Nevermore to assess their operations. Enid blinked in surprise at being paired with Wednesday rather than Naruto. We will. Your enhanced senses provide tactical advantages for covert operations, Wednesday explained practically. And your emotional intelligence may help extract information from affected students. The matter-of-fact acknowledgement of Enid's interpersonal skills, something Wednesday typically dismissed as inefficient sentimentality, caught everyone by surprise, most notably Enid herself. Meanwhile, Wednesday continued, Naruto should document the remaining tears, analyzing their specific connections to his native dimension. Understanding the pattern may reveal critical information about how to close them without catastrophic side effects. I'll help. Fester volunteered eagerly. I've always wanted to poke interdimensional ruptures with experimental devices. Perhaps a more subtle approach, Morticia suggested gently. The Nightshade Society is already monitoring the tears closely. Naruto will need to avoid detection while conducting his investigation. Shadow clones, Naruto decided. I can send duplicates to monitor multiple tears simultaneously without risking direct contact. Excellent strategy, Gomez approved. And while you're all investigating, I'll consult the family archives for additional information on this fox hunter character and their kind. Ancestral journals might contain encounters with similar entities. With plans established, they prepared to return to Nevermore, now with deliberate stealth rather than their hasty earlier departure. Artemis would remain at the mansion for recovery, his absence explained by a carefully forged note claiming family emergency that Wednesday produced with disturbing efficiency. As they made final preparations, Enid pulled Naruto aside in the mansion's grand foyer, her expression uncharacteristically serious. I'm worried, she admitted quietly. About you, about these tears, about everything. It feels like we're getting deeper into something none of us really understands. Her concern touched him. While Wednesday approached their situation with clinical detachment and the Addams family embraced the potential chaos with enthusiasm, Enid alone seemed to recognize the emotional weight of what they faced. I'm worried too, he confessed, appreciating her honesty. But I'm also grateful I don't have to figure this out alone. Enid smiled, the expression warming her features despite her concern. Partners in interdimensional disaster management. Something like that, he agreed, returning her smile. Nearby, Wednesday observed their interaction while pretending to review her notes, her dark eyes missing nothing. When Enid rejoined her to finalize their infiltration strategy, Wednesday's manner remained professionally detached, but something in her posture had shifted, a subtle acknowledgement of Enid's importance to Naruto, and by extension, to their collective effort. Your emotional support appears beneficial to Naruto's psychological stability, she noted as they reviewed the layout of Nevermore's East Wing. An intangible but potentially relevant contribution to our objectives. Coming from Wednesday, this was practically effusive praise. Enid blinked in surprise before a small, knowing smile touched her lips. Thanks. Your, extensive knowledge and planning skills are pretty amazing too. It wasn't quite friendship, but it was a beginning, an acknowledgement that despite their differences, both girls brought valuable strengths to their shared purpose. And at the center of that purpose stood Naruto, watching their tentative cooperation with quiet hope that transcended the immediate crisis. Whatever came next, dimensional collapse, Nightshade Society confrontation, or unforeseen consequences of the Fox Hunter's gift, they would face it together, each in their own way. The Nightshade Society's containment facility within Nevermore's East Wing proved more extensive than anyone had suspected. What had officially been described as a temporary medical station occupied 3 full floors, with specialized equipment transported from the Society's main headquarters and security measures that went well beyond standard protocols. Wednesday and Enid infiltrated the restricted area after curfew, using a combination of Wednesday's encyclopedic knowledge of Nevermore's architectural weaknesses and Enid's enhanced senses to avoid patrols. They found themselves in a clinical corridor that bore little resemblance to the Gothic aesthetic of the rest of the academy: white walls, bright lights, and modern security systems creating stark contrast to Nevermore's usual shadows and gargoyles. 16 rooms, Enid whispered, her sensitive hearing picking up sounds beyond ordinary range. I can hear heartbeats, multiple patients in each. They've got at least 30 students in here. Wednesday consulted the structural plans she'd memorized from the academy archives. The East Wing wasn't designed to accommodate this level of modification. They must have used dimensional compression technology to expand the internal space while maintaining external dimensional consistency. Is that as dangerous as it sounds? Enid asked, following Wednesday down the corridor. Potentially catastrophic during a period of reality instability, Wednesday confirmed. Though consistent with the Society's prioritization of containment over safety. They located a central monitoring station where digital displays showed the interior of each patient room. Students with various supernatural heritages exhibited different symptoms of dimensional disruption, some phasing like Artemis had been, others manifesting powers beyond their normal capabilities, several surrounded by objects that behaved contrary to physical laws. They're not just containing them, Enid realized, watching a technician collect energy readings from a young vampire whose shadow moved independently of his body. They're studying them. Like lab rats. Establishing baseline measurements for dimensional disruption effects across supernatural categories, Wednesday observed clinically, though her expression hardened as she watched the procedures. Data collection disguised as medical treatment. A familiar figure appeared on one of the monitors, Dr. Valyrian conferring with medical staff while reviewing results from their latest tests. His expression remained professionally composed, but something in his demeanor suggested growing concern rather than scientific satisfaction. They're losing control of the situation, Wednesday deduced, studying Valyrian's subtle tells. The dimensional disruption is progressing beyond their containment capabilities. Enid pointed to another monitor where a girl with siren heritage was surrounded by water that flowed upward against gravity, forming complex patterns in the air around her. Is that Bianca's cousin? Lyra? Confirmed. Interesting. The disruption appears to be enhancing natural abilities rather than suppressing them. Wednesday documented their observations in her journal. Supernatural traits amplified beyond normal parameters, breaking conventional metaphysical limitations. They continued their reconnaissance, carefully avoiding security as they gathered information about the Society's operations. What emerged was a disturbing picture: genuine medical assistance combined with opportunistic research, legitimate concern for dimensional stability alongside questionable ethics regarding supernatural beings. Valyrian's playing a dangerous game, Enid whispered as they accessed patient records from an unattended workstation. He wants to help these students, but he also wants to understand how to use what's happening to them. Predictable ethical compromise, Wednesday replied, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely unsympathetic to the complexity of the situation. The Society exists to maintain dimensional boundaries, but their primary methodology has always been knowledge acquisition through questionable means. The patient records revealed a classification system for dimensional disruption effects, with students categorized according to both type and severity of manifestation. Most concerning was a separate section labeled Phase 3 Candidates, a small group exhibiting the most dramatic alterations, scheduled for transfer to the Society's main facility for advanced stabilization protocols. They're planning to remove students from Nevermore, Wednesday realized, copying the relevant files to a drive she'd brought. Those whose abilities have been most significantly affected by the tears. We can't let them do that, Enid insisted. Who knows what advanced protocols actually means? Before Wednesday could respond, alarms blared throughout the facility, not, they quickly realized, because of their intrusion, but due to some other emergency. Security personnel rushed past their hiding place toward the far end of the corridor where a door had been sealed with additional containment measures. "Breach in Containment Room 7, announced a clinical voice over the intercom. "All available personnel report for stabilization protocols. This is not a drill." Wednesday and Enid exchanged glances before making the unspoken decision to investigate. They followed at a safe distance, using the chaos to mask their unauthorized presence as staff focused entirely on the emergency at hand. Containment Room 7 housed a student they both recognized, Ajax St. Clair, whose electrical abilities had apparently intensified beyond control in the days since the dimensional tears appeared. Where he had once generated manageable voltage, he now produced complex electromagnetic phenomena that distorted reality around him. Equipment sparked and failed in his proximity, and the very air seemed to bend with electrical potential. "St. Clair's manifestation is accelerating," Valyrian's voice carried from inside the containment area. "The dimensional resonance is amplifying his abilities exponentially." Through the observation window, they could see Ajax suspended in a containment field, his body crackling with energy far beyond his previous capabilities. His eyes glowed with unnatural brightness, and patterns like circuit boards appeared beneath his skin, luminous and shifting. "He's becoming a conduit," Wednesday whispered, her scientific interest momentarily overriding caution. "His electrical affinity is creating a direct channel between dimensions." As if confirming her assessment, reality fractured around Ajax, a new tier forming spontaneously within the containment room itself. Unlike the existing ruptures they documented, this one pulsed with violent energy, edges jagged rather than smooth, the landscape beyond shifting too rapidly to identify. "Unstable breach," someone shouted as equipment exploded around them. "We can't maintain containment." The tear expanded rapidly, consuming equipment and sending staff scrambling for safety. Valyrian remained closest, attempting to activate emergency protocols even as reality unraveled around him. The dimensional rupture continued growing, pushing beyond the containment room and into the corridor where Wednesday and Enid watched in horrified fascination. "We need to go," Enid urged, pulling at Wednesday's arm. "Right now." For once, Wednesday didn't argue with Enid's instinctive response. They retreated rapidly as the breach expanded, alarms blaring throughout the facility. Behind them, they heard Valyrian ordering complete evacuation of the East Wing as containment measures failed catastrophically. They made it to the main academic building just as emergency protocols activated across campus, lights flashing, security personnel directing confused students toward designated safety zones. Through windows facing the East Wing, they could see unnatural light pulsing from within the Nightshade Society's facility, reality visibly distorting around the building. "We need to find Naruto," Enid insisted as they navigated the growing chaos. "Whatever's happening over there, it's way beyond what anyone expected." Wednesday nodded, for once in complete agreement with Enid's assessment. The dimensional tear in Containment Room 7 exhibited characteristics consistent with forced breach rather than natural formation. Something is actively widening the ruptures from the other side. The implications were disturbing. If Wednesday's theory was correct, the tiers weren't simply passive connections between dimensions but potential entry points for whatever waited beyond, perhaps even the chakra hunters, regrouping for another incursion. They located Naruto near the western woods, returning from his own investigation of the tiers with information that only confirmed their growing concerns. "The ruptures are expanding," he reported grimly. "And changing. They started showing places from my world, but now some of them are displaying landscapes I don't recognize, dimensions that aren't mine or this one." Multiple reality convergence, Wednesday theorized. The initial tiers followed your dimensional frequency, but they're becoming junction points for other realities as the boundaries continue weakening. Naruto's expression grew more troubled as they shared what they'd discovered in the Nightshade facility, particularly regarding Ajax's transformation into a dimensional conduit. It's happening faster than anyone anticipated, he concluded. These tiers aren't just windows anymore, they're becoming doorways. As if in response to his assessment, a massive surge of energy pulsed from the east wing, visible light combined with metaphysical disturbance that every supernatural being on campus could sense. Windows shattered across Nevermore, and for one terrible moment, gravity itself seemed to falter, students and objects lifting slightly before crashing back to the ground. Containment failure, Wednesday stated with clinical certainty despite the chaos erupting around them. The dimensional barrier has been breached completely. Through broken windows, they watched in horrified fascination as the east wing transformed, architecture stretching and distorting, portions phasing between solid matter and energy, the entire structure appearing to exist partially in multiple realities simultaneously. Valyrian appeared amidst the evacuating students, his typical composure shattered, blood streaming from a cut above his eye. When he spotted them, he altered course immediately, approaching with urgent purpose. Adams, he addressed Naruto directly, ignoring their unauthorized presence outside designated safety areas. The dimensional tiers have converged into a singular breach point. We've lost containment completely. What about the students in your facility? Enid demanded. All those people you were treating? Evacuated, except for St. Clair, Valyrian replied, surprising them with his directness. He's become the focal point for dimensional convergence, a living conduit between realities. And you want Naruto to fix your mistake, Wednesday deduced coldly. After excluding him from your containment strategies and concealing the true extent of the dimensional disruption. Valyrian's expression hardened. This isn't about institutional politics, Miss Adams. If the convergence continues expanding, reality as we understand it will collapse completely. Not just at Nevermore, not just in this town, but expanding outward until dimensional integrity fails globally. The scale of the threat silenced even Wednesday's criticism. Whatever the Nightshade Society's methods and motives, the danger was real and immediate. I'll help, Naruto decided, feeling Kurama's agreement through their connection. But I do this my way, not yours. Whatever stops the convergence, Valyrian agreed without hesitation. The Society's resources are at your disposal. I need to get to Ajax, Naruto explained. If he's become a conduit between dimensions, maybe I can use that, stabilize the connection rather than trying to sever it completely. Dangerous, Wednesday assessed immediately. Direct contact with the convergence point could pull you into the interdimensional void. Permanent dimensional displacement would be the optimal outcome, complete metaphysical dissolution more probable. Always looking on the bright side, Enid muttered, though her concern was evident beneath the sarcasm. Naruto touched the crystal flute in his pocket, feeling its resonance with his chakra network intensify in proximity to the dimensional breach. Perhaps this was exactly the situation the fox hunter had anticipated, the moment when harmonic stabilization could repair the tiers between worlds. I'm going to try using the flute, he decided. Create the harmonic resonance the fox hunter described. Without testing. Without understanding its full capabilities. Wednesday's scientific caution warred with the urgency of their situation. The potential variables are incalculable. Sometimes you have to trust your instincts, Naruto replied. That's something I'm starting to remember from my previous life. When there's no time for perfect solutions, you go with what feels right. Surprisingly, it was Enid who supported Wednesday's concern. But what if the hunter was lying? What if playing that thing makes everything worse? Then we'll deal with that when it happens, Naruto answered with determination that felt increasingly natural, echoes of his former self emerging through restored confidence. But doing nothing definitely leads to dimensional collapse, so I'm choosing the option that at least has a chance of working. Valyrian studied him with new assessment. Your conviction is reminiscent of someone I once knew, another being who existed between dimensions. She, too, believed intuition sometimes transcends analytical caution. She. Naruto questioned, something in Valyrian's tone suggesting personal connection rather than professional knowledge. A story for another time, if we survive this one, Valyrian deflected, turning toward the distorted east wing. The convergence center is in what was containment room 7. I can get you there, but beyond that, you're on your own. Our equipment can't function in proximity to the breach. I'm coming too, Wednesday stated with finality. Your probability of success increases 37% with additional analytical support during implementation. And I'm definitely not letting you both go without me, Enid added firmly. Someone needs to be there who actually worries about whether we all make it back in one piece. Their solidarity, Wednesday's clinical but genuine concern, Enid's emotional but practical support, strengthened Naruto's resolve. Whatever awaited at the center of the dimensional convergence, he wouldn't face it alone. Valyrian led them toward the east wing, now transformed into something that barely resembled its original architecture. Reality itself seemed fluid around the structure, solid matter transitioning to energy and back again in waves that rippled outward from the central breach point. Gravity fluctuated unpredictably, and time itself seemed to flow at different rates in different areas, movements appearing accelerated in some spaces, glacially slow in others. The dimensional laws of multiple realities are overlapping, Wednesday observed as they navigated the increasingly unstable environment. Creating localized physics governed by competing metaphysical frameworks. In English, Enid requested, narrowly avoiding a section of floor that suddenly phased into energy. Reality can't decide which set of rules to follow, so it's trying all of them at once, Naruto translated, having grown accustomed to interdimensional terminology through his training with the Addams family. They reached what remained of containment room 7 to find a sight that defied conventional description. Ajax St. Clair floated at the center of a maelstrom of pure energy, his body now seemingly composed of living electricity. Around him, reality had torn completely, not a single breach but countless overlapping tiers, each showing glimpses of different dimensions flickering past like channels on a cosmic television. The convergence has progressed beyond our model's predictions, Valyrian admitted, unable to approach closer as equipment on his person began to malfunction. This is where I leave you. Whatever you're planning, do it quickly. Reality can't sustain this level of dimensional overlap for long. Naruto nodded, turning to Wednesday and Enid as Valyrian retreated. I need to get closer, right to the center where Ajax is. The flute's resonance needs to align with the convergence point to have any effect. The electrical discharge alone could kill you before you reach him, Wednesday pointed out, calculating risks with her usual precision. And the competing dimensional forces would tear apart normal matter. Good thing I'm not exactly normal, Naruto replied with a confidence that felt increasingly natural. Kurama's chakra can protect me, create a shield against the worst effects. He felt the fox's agreement through their connection, Kurama's consciousness pressing forward to share more directly in their sensory experience. The dimensional chaos surrounding them resonated with the fox's ancient energy in ways that seemed almost familiar, as if Kurama had witnessed similar convergences in his long existence. I'm going to try something, Naruto told the girls. Something Kurama and I did in our original world. It might look intense. Before either could question further, Naruto closed his eyes, reaching deep into the connection he shared with the nine-tailed fox. Instead of drawing Kurama's chakra into his own network as he had during previous manifestations, he surrendered to the partnership completely, allowing their consciousnesses to merge more fully than ever before in this dimension. Golden light erupted around him, chakra manifesting as visible energy that reshaped itself into a form both human and vulpine. His appearance transformed, hair lengthening slightly, features sharpening, whisker marks deepening into actual physical changes rather than mere markings. Most dramatically, the chakra surrounding him took definite shape, a translucent golden fox with 9 distinct tails that moved with fluid grace around his human form. Kurama mode, he named it, voice resonating with dual tones as both he and the fox spoke simultaneously through shared vocal cords. Enid gasped in astonishment while Wednesday's eyes widened fractionally, her version of complete shock. Even in his transformed state, Naruto felt a moment of satisfaction at having genuinely surprised Wednesday Addams, a feat few could claim. Interdimensional symbiotic manifestation, she breathed, scientific fascination temporarily overriding even her substantial concerns. Complete harmonic integration between host and entity. Be careful, Enid urged, her expression mixing awe with worry. That looks amazing but also really intense. We'll be fine, Naruto/Kurama assured her, the dual-toned voice somehow conveying both determination and ancient wisdom simultaneously. This form can withstand dimensional flux long enough to reach the center. Without further delay, he moved toward the convergence point, the golden chakra shield protecting him as reality distorted around him. Ordinary physics ceased to apply within the maelstrom, matter converted to energy and back again, time accelerated and slowed in unpredictable patterns, gravity shifted direction without warning. Through it all, Naruto maintained his course, Kurama's ancient consciousness helping navigate the dimensional chaos with experience that transcended human understanding. They reached Ajax at the center, or what had once been Ajax, now transformed into a being of pure energy that existed simultaneously in multiple realities. Saint Clair, Naruto/Kurama addressed him, unsure if human consciousness remained within the electrical entity. We're here to help stabilize the convergence. A face formed briefly within the electrical maelstrom, features recognizable as Ajax despite their transformed state. Can't control it, his voice echoed strangely, as if coming from multiple points in spacetime simultaneously. Too many dimensions, pulling. Naruto withdrew the crystal flute from his pocket, the instrument glowing with increased brilliance as it resonated with the dimensional energies surrounding them. This close to the convergence point, he could feel the flute's connection to what the fox hunter had called the world tree, a cosmic constant that existed across all realities. I'm going to play this, he explained to the entity that had been Ajax. It should harmonize the dimensional frequencies, stabilize the tiers without closing them completely. Hurry, Ajax's voice urged, features dissolving and reforming erratically. I'm losing, myself, to the convergence. Naruto brought the flute to his lips, drawing on fragmented memories of musical instruments he'd encountered in his previous life. No specific technique came to mind, but instinct guided by Kurama's ancient wisdom suggested the notes needed weren't complex, just pure tones aligned with fundamental cosmic frequencies. The first note emerged clear and impossibly resonant, vibrating at a frequency that seemed to exist beyond ordinary sound. It penetrated the dimensional chaos, creating momentary stability in its wake, like a stone dropped in turbulent water, ripples of order expanding outward. Encouraged, Naruto continued, finding a simple melody that felt right, 3 notes repeating in a pattern that somehow mapped perfectly to the structure of reality itself. With each repetition, the dimensional tiers responded, not closing completely, but stabilizing, edges becoming less jagged, transitions more harmonious. At the center of the convergence, Ajax's form began to stabilize as well, still composed of living electricity, but more coherent, less fragmented across multiple dimensions. The competing physics of different realities began to align into a more sustainable pattern, a balanced exchange rather than chaotic overlap. For a moment, it seemed the fox hunter's solution was working exactly as promised. The dimensional convergence transformed from destructive chaos to structured harmony, tears remaining open but stable, allowing controlled flow between worlds rather than catastrophic collapse. Then something changed. From one of the largest tiers, a portal showing a landscape Naruto recognized from his original world, energy surged forth with deliberate purpose. Not random dimensional feedback, but directed power with intelligent intent behind it. The chakra hunters had found their way through. 3 entities emerged, similar to those they'd faced before but larger, more defined, their geometric forms adapted to maintain stability in the dimensional convergence. They recognized Naruto immediately, their vortex faces spinning with what might have been triumph. The 9-tailed vessel, their overlapping voices echoed through the chaotic space. The final component. The convergence will be complete. Naruto maintained the flute's melody, unwilling to abandon the stabilization process despite this new threat. The harmonic resonance continued spreading outward, containing the dimensional damage even as the chakra hunters approached. Stay back, he warned between notes, Kurama's chakra intensifying around him. This convergence is being stabilized, not collapsed. Your convergence will never happen. Incorrect, the lead entity countered, geometric form shifting to adapt to the harmonized dimensional space. The Yggdrasil resonance creates perfect conditions for complete integration. All realities made one through the world tree's music. With horrifying clarity, Naruto realized the truth: the fox hunter had not lied about the flute's purpose, but had strategically omitted crucial information. The harmonic resonance wasn't closing the dimensional tiers, it was stabilizing them permanently, creating fixed connections between realities that could indeed prevent catastrophic collapse, while simultaneously facilitating controlled integration between dimensions. Exactly what the chakra hunters wanted. He stopped playing immediately, but the resonance had already established itself, the pattern self-sustaining as dimensional energies aligned with the fundamental frequencies he'd initiated. The chakra hunters moved forward, their forms becoming more solid, more present in this reality with each passing moment. The vessel has served its purpose, they declared with cold satisfaction. Now the final phase begins. From the dimensional tiers surrounding them, more entities began to emerge, different from the chakra hunters but clearly allied with them. Beings from multiple realities, some recognizable from human mythology, others entirely alien, all converging on this single point where dimensions had been forcibly aligned. An invasion, Naruto realized aloud, Kurama's ancient wisdom confirming his assessment. The tiers weren't just about energy extraction, they're entry points. The fox hunter had played them perfectly, providing a solution that appeared to address the immediate crisis while actually advancing a more complex agenda. By stabilizing rather than closing the dimensional tiers, Naruto had inadvertently created perfect conditions for controlled incursion from multiple realities. From beyond the chaos, he heard Wednesday's voice calling out, her typical composure strained by genuine urgency. Naruto. The dimensional frequencies are aligning toward permanent convergence. The flute is accelerating the process. Enid's voice joined hers. Something's coming through the tiers. Lots of somethings. Trapped at the convergence center with chakra hunters closing in, Naruto made a split-second decision. The flute's resonance had been designed to stabilize connections between dimensions, but perhaps, with different intent behind it, the same tool could be repurposed. Kurama, he communicated internally to his partner. We need to change the resonance frequency, disrupt rather than stabilize. Harmonic inversion, the fox agreed, ancient knowledge surfacing through their shared consciousness. But it will create catastrophic feedback. We might not survive the backlash. Better that than letting them invade this dimension, Naruto decided. Besides, we've survived worse. With renewed determination, he raised the crystal flute again, but this time infused it directly with Kurama's chakra before playing. The instrument absorbed the interdimensional energy, crystal structure glowing with golden red light as foxfire seemed to dance along its surface. The melody he played now inverted the previous pattern, discordant rather than harmonious, deliberately misaligned with cosmic frequencies. The effect was immediate and violent. Dimensional energy reacted like opposing magnets forced together, reality itself shuddering in protest as established patterns destabilized. The chakra hunters recognized the threat immediately, their geometric forms distorting with alarm. The vessel disrupts the convergence. Stop him. They surged forward, but Kurama's chakra shield expanded to repel them, 9 tails of golden energy sweeping through dimensional space with devastating effect. Where the spectral tails struck, reality itself rippled, the chakra hunters' forms disrupting momentarily before reforming with visible effort. Your invasion ends here, Naruto declared through their dual voice, maintaining the disruptive melody despite growing resistance from the flute itself, which vibrated violently against his fingers as if fighting his efforts to change its purpose. The dimensional convergence began to destabilize, not collapsing exactly, but shifting, realigning. Where the tiers had been stabilizing into permanent portals, they now fluctuated wildly, edges becoming unstable, connections weakening rather than strengthening. Ajax, still suspended at the convergence center, cried out as the electrical entity he had become responded to the changing dimensional frequencies. Something's happening. I can't maintain. Let go, Naruto/Kurama advised him, recognizing what was occurring. Don't fight the transition. As the disruptive resonance spread through the dimensional convergence, reality began separating along its natural boundaries, dimensions pulling apart, tiers narrowing rather than widening. The entities that had begun emerging retreated, unwilling or unable to maintain presence in the destabilizing environment. The chakra hunters, however, fought against the separation with terrible determination. The lead entity extended appendages composed of pure dimensional energy, latching onto Ajax's electrical form like parasitic tendrils. The conduit will remain open, it declared with cold certainty. We will not be denied. Naruto recognized their strategy immediately, using Ajax as an anchor point to maintain the convergence regardless of the flute's disruptive resonance. If they succeeded, the young man would be permanently transformed into a living portal between dimensions, his consciousness sacrificed to maintain the connection. Wednesday. Naruto shouted over the increasing dimensional turbulence. The containment crystals from the ritual chamber. Do you have any with you? Wednesday, ever prepared, reached into her bag and produced several small crystals identical to those they'd used to stabilize Artemis at the mansion. Interdimensional binding components, she confirmed. Temporary effect only without the full ritual circle. Throw them here. Naruto instructed, continuing to play the disruptive melody while maintaining Kurama's chakra shield against the hunter's increasingly desperate attacks. Wednesday's aim proved perfect, the crystals arcing through dimensional chaos to land within reach. Naruto snatched them mid-air, Kurama's chakra tails extending to place them in a specific pattern around Ajax's suspended form. What are you doing? The lead hunter demanded, recognizing the threat to their anchor point. Giving him a choice, Naruto/Kurama replied, infusing the crystals with their combined chakra. The crystals activated instantly, creating a localized stabilization field around Ajax separate from the larger dimensional convergence. Within this protected space, his electrical form began to consolidate, human features becoming more distinct within the energy. Saint Clair, Naruto addressed him directly. You need to choose now. This reality or transcendence. You can't remain between. For a moment, Ajax's consciousness seemed to struggle with the decision, the gravitational pull of dimensional transcendence warring with his connection to his original existence. Then his features solidified further, eyes opening with renewed purpose. This reality, he declared with surprising clarity. My reality. The moment he made his choice, the crystals responded, their energy contracting sharply around him, severing the chakra hunter's connecting tendrils and forcibly consolidating his form into its original dimension. Ajax dropped from his suspended position, still crackling with enhanced electrical energy but fundamentally human once more. The chakra hunters recoiled as their anchor point vanished, their carefully engineered convergence destabilizing beyond recovery. The lead entity turned its vortex face toward Naruto, geometric form contorting with what might have been rage. This delay changes nothing, it declared even as its presence in this dimension began to fade. The boundaries will thin again. We will find another way. And we'll be waiting, Naruto promised through their dual voice, Kurama's ancient defiance reinforcing his own determination. With their anchor lost and the disruptive resonance spreading, the hunters had no choice but to retreat, their forms dissolving back through the dimensional tiers, which began closing behind them as natural barriers reasserted themselves. The flute in Naruto's hands grew hotter with each passing moment, crystal structure vibrating at frequencies that threatened to shatter it completely. He maintained the disruptive melody as long as possible, guiding the dimensional separation until the convergence point began collapsing in on itself. We need to get out of here, he shouted to Wednesday and Enid, who had managed to reach Ajax and were supporting him between them. The convergence is collapsing completely. They retreated as quickly as possible through the increasingly unstable environment, reality reasserting its natural laws in chaotic bursts as dimensions separated. The east wing shuddered around them, architecture returning to normal in some areas while dissolving completely in others as spacetime recalibrated. They reached the relative safety of the main courtyard just as the dimensional collapse accelerated behind them, the east wing imploding in a spectacular display of metaphysical recalibration. Light bent impossibly, gravity fluctuated one final time, and with a sound like reality itself sighing in relief, the convergence collapsed completely. Where the east wing had stood, nothing remained but empty space, as if that portion of Nevermore had never existed at all. Complete dimensional reset, Wednesday observed with clinical fascination despite her evident exhaustion. The convergence point has been excised from our reality entirely. Is it over? Enid asked, still supporting Ajax who seemed dazed but conscious. Really over? Before Naruto could respond, the crystal flute in his hands shattered, not violently, but with quiet finality, fragments dissolving into motes of light that faded like dying fireflies. The fox hunter's gift had served its purpose, whether as intended or not. The immediate crisis is over, Naruto confirmed, allowing Kurama's chakra manifestation to reseed until he appeared human once more. But the hunters will try again. They were too determined, too prepared for this to be their only strategy. Valyrian approached them across the courtyard, his usual composure somewhat restored though his expression remained grave. The dimensional tiers throughout the region are closing, he reported. Whatever you did at the convergence point triggered a cascade effect, reality is re-establishing its natural boundaries. Not my doing exactly, Naruto admitted, looking down at his empty hands where the flute had been. More like undoing what I started. The Fox Hunter's artifact was designed to stabilize connections between dimensions, Wednesday explained to Valyrian with reluctant transparency. Permanent bridges rather than temporary tiers. Understanding dawned in Valyrian's eyes. Controlled convergence rather than catastrophic collapse. Ingenious strategy, and nearly successful. You don't seem surprised about the Fox Hunter, Naruto noted with suspicion. Something like regret flickered across Valyrian's features. The Nightshade Society has encountered them before. Dimensional travelers with their own agenda regarding the boundaries between worlds. We should have anticipated their involvement once the tiers began forming. This partial admission only raised more questions, but before Naruto could press further, reality shifted around them one final time, not violent dimensional disruption, but something subtler yet equally profound. The world seemed to fold inward, colors inverting momentarily before snapping back with altered resonance. When the effect passed, Nevermore appeared unchanged on the surface, the east wing still missing, the courtyard still filled with confused students and staff, yet something fundamental had transformed. What was that? Enid asked, looking around with werewolf senses on high alert. Dimensional recalibration, Wednesday answered, though uncertainty tinged her usually confident analysis. Reality adjusting to new metaphysical parameters. Naruto felt it more specifically, a change in how his and Kurama's energies interacted with this dimension. Where before they had existed somewhat apart from this reality, now they felt more integrated, more anchored in the fabric of this world. We've been incorporated, Kurama observed through their mental connection. Our existence here has been woven into this dimension's fundamental pattern. The implications were significant, they were no longer visitors or anomalies in this reality, but genuine parts of it. Whether this would prevent further dimensional disruption remained to be seen, but it represented a profound shift in their relationship with this world. As students and staff regrouped around them, Naruto noticed something else, subtle changes in those who had been most affected by the dimensional convergence. Ajax still crackled with enhanced electrical energy despite returning to human form. Other students exhibited similar alterations, abilities amplified or modified by exposure to multiple dimensional frequencies. The convergence changed them, he realized aloud. Not just temporarily, but fundamentally. Metaphysical evolution through dimensional exposure, Wednesday theorized, already documenting her observations. Their supernatural abilities have been permanently altered by contact with alternative reality frameworks. Valyrian noticed as well, his expression suggesting this development hadn't been anticipated in the Nightshade Society's models. We'll need to establish new monitoring protocols, he murmured, more to himself than to them. Adaptive support systems for evolved supernatural manifestations. As the initial crisis response transitioned to recovery efforts, Naruto found himself suddenly exhausted, the sustained manifestation of Kurama's chakra and the psychic effort of redirecting the flute's purpose depleting his energy completely. He swayed slightly, prompting both Wednesday and Enid to move to support him from either side. Interdimensional harmonic manipulation would naturally deplete chakra reserves, Wednesday observed, clinical assessment belied by the careful way she positioned herself under his arm. Cellular regeneration will require significant recovery time. She means you need rest, Enid translated, taking his other side with equal care. Lots of it. The mansion, Naruto agreed wearily. It's the best place for recovery. For all of us. As they made their slow way from the devastation of Nevermore's grounds, Naruto felt consciousness slipping away despite his best efforts to remain awake. The last thing he registered was being supported between Wednesday and Enid, darkness and light flanking him, guiding him home. Then everything faded to peaceful black. Naruto drifted through dreams that weren't quite dreams, more like visitations to fragments of other realities. He saw Konoha as it had been during his childhood, felt the wind on his face as he ran through familiar streets. He glimpsed battles he had fought, friends he had known, moments of triumph and despair that had shaped his former existence. Yet unlike previous dreams where these memories had felt immediate and urgent, now they carried a quality of pleasant nostalgia, meaningful but distant, like cherished photographs from a life well lived rather than pressing demands for return. Between these fragments of his past, he caught glimpses of something else, a massive tree with branches extending through countless realities, roots anchored in fundamental cosmic forces. Yggdrasil, the world tree, just as the fox hunter had described. Among its branches, figures moved with purpose, beings similar to the hunter, neither hostile nor benevolent but committed to some greater design Naruto couldn't quite comprehend. One such figure paused, seeming to look directly at Naruto across metaphysical distance. Though features were difficult to discern, something about their presence felt familiar, the fox hunter, observing the outcome of their intervention with inscrutable interest before continuing along their cosmic path. The dream shifted again, returning to more immediate concerns. He saw Wednesday in the Addams family library, surrounded by ancient texts, methodically documenting everything that had occurred during the dimensional convergence. Her scientific precision remained unchanged, yet something in her expression had softened when she believed no one was watching, concern bleeding through her careful detachment as she researched methods to ensure his complete recovery. Elsewhere in the mansion, Enid paced the guest room she'd been assigned, rainbow hair pulled back as she alternated between checking on other affected students the Addams family had taken in and returning to Naruto's door, hesitating each time before deciding to let him rest. Her open concern contrasted with Wednesday's concealed worry, yet both represented genuine care expressed through their distinct natures. The most curious dream came last. Naruto found himself in a spacious office unlike any he'd seen before, watching Dr. Valyrian report to a council of figures seated in shadow. Their discussion centered on the dimensional convergence, the unexpected involvement of the Axis travelers, clearly referring to the fox hunter and their kind, and most interestingly, the unprecedented integration of interdimensional consciousness Naruto and Kurama had achieved. The Uzumaki boy and the Ninetales have established a template, one shadowed figure observed. A successful merger of dimensional consciousness without catastrophic reality distortion. A promising development, another agreed. Though whether it represents a solution or merely a different category of problem remains to be determined. Valyrian's response was lost as the dream faded, leaving Naruto with the unsettling impression that he had witnessed something he wasn't meant to see, a conversation with implications beyond his current understanding. When consciousness finally returned, Naruto found himself in his bedroom at the Addams mansion, moonlight spilling through partially opened curtains. The familiar comfort of the space, even with its macabre decorations and the persistent sense of being watched by inanimate objects, provided welcome grounding after his journey through metaphysical chaos. 3 days, came Wednesday's voice from the shadows beside his bed. Your metabolic functions maintained normal parameters, but consciousness remained suppressed while chakra networks regenerated. Naruto turned to find her seated in what had apparently become her customary position during his recoveries, journal open on her lap, clinical detachment firmly in place despite what must have been a lengthy vigil. "You've been here the whole time?" he asked, voice rough from disuse. Interrupted only by necessary biological functions and research requirements, she confirmed without embarrassment. Consistent monitoring was essential for accurate documentation of interdimensional recovery patterns. From anyone else, this would have sounded like a cold justification for scientific observation. From Wednesday, it represented something far more significant: dedicated care disguised as academic interest, emotional investment channeled through intellectual frameworks she found more comfortable. "Thank you," Naruto said simply, understanding what remained unspoken. Wednesday acknowledged his gratitude with a slight nod, then provided a concise update on developments during his unconscious recovery. The dimensional tiers had closed completely throughout the region, reality stabilizing around its natural boundaries once more. The east wing of Nevermore remained missing, literally erased from existence rather than merely destroyed, necessitating significant architectural and metaphysical reconstruction before the academy could fully reopen. Most interestingly, the students affected by dimensional exposure had continued exhibiting enhanced or altered abilities, not temporary disruptions but permanent evolutions of their supernatural natures. Ajax could now transform completely into living electricity rather than merely generating it. Other students displayed similar transformations, their inherent powers amplified or modified by contact with multiple dimensional frequencies. The Nightshade Society has established what they're calling an Evolved Abilities Program to monitor and support affected individuals, Wednesday informed him. Surprisingly ethical by their standards, with voluntary participation and transparent research protocols. Valyrian learned something from all this, Naruto suggested. Perhaps, Wednesday allowed, though skepticism tinged her response. Or adapted strategic approach based on observed outcomes. The society rarely alters fundamental objectives, merely methodologies. Before Naruto could pursue this line of thought, the bedroom door opened to admit Enid, carrying a tray with what appeared to be Grandmama's restorative broth. She nearly dropped it upon seeing Naruto awake. "You're up," she exclaimed, hastily setting down the tray before throwing her arms around him in an enthusiastic embrace. "We were so worried." "Well, I was worried. Wednesday just took notes and said your vital signs were within acceptable parameters, whatever that means." "It means I was fine," Naruto translated, returning her hug with genuine warmth before she pulled back. "Fine is a relative assessment," Wednesday corrected. Unconscious for 72 hours following interdimensional harmonic manipulation would not qualify as fine by standard medical definitions. "But he's awake now and looks good," Enid countered, her relief evident. "That's what matters, not whether his, whatever parameters, were acceptable." Watching them, Wednesday with her precise terminology and careful analysis, Enid with her emotional directness and tactile reassurance, Naruto was struck again by how perfectly they complemented each other despite their apparent differences. Like opposite sides of the same coin, they represented approaches to life and care that might seem contradictory but actually formed a complete whole when combined. This observation must have shown in his expression, because both girls paused in their familiar disagreement to look at him questioningly. "What?" Enid asked, glancing down as if checking for something amiss in her appearance. "Nothing," Naruto assured them, unable to suppress a smile. "Just appreciating having both of you here." This simple statement produced fascinating responses, Enid beaming with pleased surprise while Wednesday appeared momentarily uncertain how to process such direct acknowledgement, her usual composure briefly disturbed before clinical detachment reasserted itself. Psychological comfort during recovery accelerates physical regeneration, she finally stated, as if explaining his sentiment in acceptable scientific terms. Familiar presences provide contextual stability following dimensional displacement. "She means we make you feel better," Enid translated with a knowing smile. "And that's a good thing." Wednesday didn't contradict this interpretation, which seemed significant in itself. As Naruto consumed Grandmama's restorative broth, notably less hallucinogenic than previous batches, they filled him in on additional developments. The Adams Mansion had become temporary sanctuary for several students most severely affected by dimensional exposure, Gomez enthusiastically converting the East Wing into what he called metaphysically adaptive accommodations, with Morticia's elegant oversight. The fox hunter had not reappeared, nor had any trace remained of the crystal flute beyond the lingering resonance of its final notes, a harmonic pattern that Wednesday had meticulously documented for future reference. The chakra hunters likewise had retreated completely, though Valyrian's report suggested increased dimensional monitoring under the assumption they would eventually attempt another incursion. Most significantly for Naruto himself, his connection with Kurama had fundamentally changed following the convergence collapse. Where before they had existed as somewhat separate consciousnesses sharing a body, now their integration had deepened, not a merging exactly, but a more harmonious coexistence where boundaries between them had become flexible rather than fixed. The dimensional recalibration appears to have integrated your dual nature more completely into this reality's metaphysical framework, Wednesday explained. You're no longer an anomaly from another dimension but a natural part of this one, albeit with unique properties. Does that mean the tears won't form around him anymore? Enid asked, demonstrating again her ability to identify the practical implications of abstract concepts. Theoretically, yes, Wednesday confirmed. Reality now recognizes his composite consciousness as native rather than foreign, removing the dimensional resonance that created connection points to his original world. Naruto felt Kurama's presence stir within him, the fox more accessible than ever despite his days of unconsciousness. We belong here now, he realized aloud, feeling the rightness of this assessment resonate through their shared awareness. Completely. The implications extended beyond metaphysical considerations into more personal territory. If his presence no longer threatened dimensional stability, the question of whether he should remain in this world versus returning to his original dimension became purely one of choice rather than cosmic necessity. The fox hunter's cryptic guidance about returning to seal the dimensional breach permanently had been rendered moot by the convergence collapse and subsequent reality recalibration. This was home now, not by accident or temporary circumstance, but by fundamental cosmic integration. The thought brought unexpected peace, a sense of belonging that transcended even his growing comfort with the Adams family and Nevermore Academy. What happens next? He asked, looking between Wednesday and Enid, one representing analytical planning, the other emotional intuition, both now essential parts of his new life. Nevermore reopens in 2 weeks following metaphysical reconstruction, Wednesday reported practically. Classes resume with modified curriculum to accommodate evolved abilities and dimensional awareness. The Nightshade Society maintains peripheral presence but with negotiated limitations on student interaction. And we figure out whatever normal looks like after you save reality from interdimensional collapse, Enid added with a smile. You know, regular teenage stuff. Normal is relative, Wednesday observed. Particularly at a school for supernatural outcasts during unprecedented metaphysical evolution. I think I can handle abnormal, Naruto replied, returning Enid's smile while meeting Wednesday's assessing gaze. As long as I'm not handling it alone. The statement hung between them, simple yet laden with significance. In the days that followed, as Naruto regained strength and Nevermore began its reconstruction, that sentiment would form the foundation for whatever came next in their shared journey. The dimensional veil had been restored, reality recalibrated to incorporate rather than reject his unique existence. Threats remained, the chakra hunter's promised return, the Nightshade Society's evolving interest, the fox hunter's mysterious agenda, but they would face those challenges together, each contributing their distinct strengths to a whole greater than its parts. Darkness and light. Analysis and intuition. Ancient power and new possibilities. Different dimensions of the same reality. Chapter 5, The Heart's True Path. Spring arrived at Nevermore Academy with suspicious enthusiasm, as if nature itself was overcompensating for the metaphysical trauma of recent months. Cherry blossoms appeared on trees that had never produced flowers before. The perpetually gray skies occasionally parted to reveal actual sunshine. Even the gargoyles adorning the academy's Gothic spires seemed less menacing, their stone faces weathered to softer expressions. Residual dimensional realignment, Wednesday observed as she, Naruto, and Enid crossed the courtyard where students lounged in the unexpected warmth. Reality overcorrecting following comprehensive recalibration. Probability suggests catastrophic equilibrium restoration within 37 days. Or maybe it's just spring, Enid suggested, her rainbow hair newly highlighted with pastel streaks that matched the season. Not everything has to be a sign of impending doom. Optimism reflects insufficient data analysis, Wednesday replied, though without her usual edge. The months following the dimensional convergence had softened even her perpetual pessimism, slightly. Naruto walked between them, a position he had gradually accepted as both literal and metaphorical in their evolving relationship. I vote for enjoying it while it lasts. Doom can wait for finals week. The reconstruction of Nevermore had proceeded with surprising efficiency, the East Wing rebuilt with what Principal Weems described as enhanced metaphysical architecture, designed to withstand future dimensional anomalies. Students with evolved abilities had adapted to their new powers through specialized training programs, some supervised by the Nightshade Society under strict transparency protocols negotiated by concerned parents, and, more effectively, the Addams family's team of supernatural attorneys. Ajax St. Claire had become something of a celebrity among the student body, his transformation into living electricity now controllable and increasingly versatile. Other affected students displayed similarly enhanced abilities, werewolves with greater control over partial transformations, witches capable of more complex manifestations, even Bianca's siren abilities now extending to emotional manipulation beyond her voice alone. For Naruto, the most profound change remained internal, his connection with Kurama evolving into something deeper than their original partnership. Where once they had existed as separate entities sharing space, now the boundaries between them flowed with natural harmony. Kurama's consciousness could merge with Naruto's or separate as circumstances required, their chakra networks fully integrated while maintaining distinct identities. This evolved connection had accelerated the restoration of Naruto's memories from his previous life. Not just fragments now, but whole chapters of his existence as a shinobi of Konoha, childhood struggles, adolescent battles, hard-won friendships and devastating losses. Names and faces that had been shadows now emerged with crystal clarity, Kakashi-sensei with his perpetually masked face, Sakura's fierce determination, Sasuke's complicated journey from friend to enemy to ally. Earth to Naruto, Enid's voice broke through his reflection as they reached the dining hall. You went full memory lane again, didn't you? Sorry, he smiled apologetically. Something about the weather reminded me of Konoha during spring festivals. Your memory restoration has accelerated approximately 27% since the equinox, Wednesday noted, having tracked the pattern with characteristic precision. Temporal resonance suggests seasonal alignment between dimensions may facilitate cognitive reconnection. She means memories come back easier when the weather matches, Enid translated automatically. She had become remarkably fluent in Wednesday speak over the past months. Inside the dining hall, the usual faction boundaries had blurred somewhat following shared experiences during the dimensional crisis. While sirens, werewolves, and other groups still clustered together, the rigid social hierarchy had given way to more fluid interactions. Even Bianca occasionally deigned to acknowledge Enid without immediate insult, progress that qualified as miraculous in Nevermore's social ecosystem. Naruto Adams, a crisp voice interrupted as they collected their lunch. Dr. Valyrian stood nearby, his formal attire unchanged despite the unseasonable warmth. A moment of your time, if convenient. Though the Nightshade director maintained his professional demeanor, subtle changes in his approach had emerged since the convergence collapse. His interactions with Naruto now carried reluctant respect rather than clinical assessment, acknowledgement of partnership rather than subject observation. Nothing is ever convenient when the Nightshade Society is involved, Wednesday observed coldly, her distrust of Valyrian undiminished despite adjusted protocols. A fair assessment, Miss Adams, Valyrian acknowledged without offense. Nevertheless, recent developments warrant discussion. Naruto exchanged glances with both girls, Enid's concerned, Wednesday's suspicious, before nodding. We can talk. But whatever you're sharing, they hear too. Valyrian accepted this condition with a slight inclination of his head, leading them to a secluded table away from curious ears. Our monitoring stations have detected unusual energy signatures at 3 locations surrounding Nevermore. Subtle disturbances in dimensional fabric, not tears, precisely, but thinning. That's impossible, Wednesday countered immediately. The convergence collapse and subsequent recalibration stabilized all boundary points. Naruto's integration into this dimension's metaphysical framework eliminated the resonance, creating connection points to his original world. Theoretically correct, Valyrian agreed. Which is why these readings are concerning. They don't match previous patterns associated with tiers to the shinobi dimension. These signatures suggest connection points to somewhere else. Define else, Naruto requested, feeling Kurama's alertness rising within their shared consciousness. Valyrian hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Our instruments indicate a dimensional frequency we've encountered only once before, during brief contact with what your family calls the Fox Hunter. This caught everyone's attention. The mysterious dimensional traveler had not reappeared since providing the crystal flute months earlier, though Naruto occasionally sensed a watchful presence during dreams, something observing from just beyond perceptible reality. The Hunter's dimension? Enid asked, immediately grasping the implications. Why would tears be forming to their world now? Unknown, Valyrian admitted. Though perhaps not coincidental given recent cosmic alignments. The vernal equinox often correlates with increased permeability between certain dimensional boundaries. Wednesday was already documenting this information in her ever-present journal. Locations of these thinning points. The old cemetery north of campus, the convergence site where the original East Wing stood, and Valyrian's gaze fixed on Naruto, the Addams family mansion. Naruto felt Kurama's concern mirror his own. The mansion's natural position as a dimensional crossroads had helped stabilize their connection during initial adaptation to this world. If it now served as a thinning point to the Hunter's dimension, the implications were troubling. Have you informed my family? He asked Valyrian. A courtesy notice was sent this morning. Your uncle's response was characteristically enthusiastic about potential interdimensional visitation. Naruto could easily imagine Gomez's delight at the prospect of new supernatural entities appearing on the family doorstep. Morticia would be more measured but equally intrigued by the metaphysical implications. We'll investigate immediately, Naruto decided, already calculating which locations should take priority. The society has established monitoring stations at each site, Valyrian informed them. Remote observation only, we've learned the value of non-interference in certain metaphysical situations. This last statement carried surprising self-awareness from an organization previously committed to control above all else. The dimensional convergence had apparently taught lessons beyond technical protocols. Your restraint is noted, Wednesday acknowledged, the closest she came to approval where the Nightshade Society was concerned. Though presumably motivated by self-preservation rather than ethical evolution. Motivations can be multifaceted, Miss Addams, Valyrian replied with the ghost of a smile. A concept I believe your family understands quite well. With that cryptic observation, he departed, leaving them to process this unexpected development. The peaceful period following the convergence collapse had lulled them into cautious optimism that dimensional threats had been resolved. This new information suggested otherwise. We should split up, Naruto proposed. Cover all 3 locations simultaneously. Tactically unsound during potential interdimensional incursion, Wednesday countered immediately. Previous encounters demonstrate optimal outcomes through collaborative approach. Wednesday's right, Enid agreed, surprising herself with the automatic support. Besides, these thin spots connect to the Hunter's dimension, not the chakra hunters. Different situation, different risk assessment. Naruto conceded the point, appreciating how both girls approached the problem through their unique perspectives, Wednesday through strategic analysis, Enid through intuitive risk evaluation, yet reached the same conclusion. The mansion first, he decided. If there's a connection forming there, my family's already interacting with it in ways the Nightshade Society probably wouldn't approve of. Gomez is likely probing it with experimental devices as we speak, Wednesday confirmed with the resignation of someone intimately familiar with her father's enthusiastic approach to supernatural phenomena. They departed immediately, Wednesday driving her newly acquired black vintage hearse with characteristic precision despite its impractical dimensions. The vehicle had been a birthday gift from her parents, complete with coffin compartment that Wednesday had converted into additional research storage. Enid found the transportation choice creepy but kind of awesome, while Naruto had simply accepted it as perfectly aligned with Wednesday's aesthetic. As they approached the mansion, subtle changes in the surrounding environment became apparent. The perpetual gloom that shrouded the Adams property had intensified, shadows stretching at impossible angles despite the midday sun. The wrought iron gates opened automatically at their approach, metal creaking in what sounded disturbingly like welcome rather than mere mechanical movement. The dimensional thinning is affecting the mansion's inherent properties, Wednesday observed, parking beside Lurch's polished hearse. Enhancing existing supernatural resonance rather than disrupting it. Which means what exactly? Enid asked, eyeing the mansion with newfound wariness. The building had always been unsettling, but now it seemed almost alive, watching their approach with patient anticipation. The Adams' ancestral home exists at a natural convergence point between realities, Naruto explained, recalling what Morticia had told him months earlier. The foundation stones were quarried from a meteorite with interdimensional properties. The mansion isn't just built on a supernatural hotspot, it is one, Wednesday clarified. Any thinning between dimensions would naturally amplify along existing pathways of least resistance. The front door swung open before they reached it, revealing Gomez in full explorational gear, pith helmet, expedition jacket with numerous pockets, and what appeared to be protective goggles fashioned from modified opera glasses. Naruto. Wednesday. And a colorful werewolf friend. Perfect timing, he exclaimed with characteristic enthusiasm. We've discovered something absolutely marvelous in the conservatory. Reality folding in on itself like an origami nightmare. Morticia's deadly nightshade is blooming in 17 dimensions simultaneously. The Nightshade Society contacted you about dimensional thinning, Naruto confirmed, following his uncle into the mansion's shadowy interior. Valyrian's people set up monitoring equipment at the property boundary, Gomez waved dismissively. Primitive instruments, really. Can barely detect standard spectral manifestations, let alone the multidimensional blossoming we're experiencing. The interior of the mansion displayed subtle but distinct alterations. Shadows moved independently of their casting objects. Portraits of Adam's ancestors seemed more animate than usual, eyes following visitors with heightened awareness. The temperature fluctuated dramatically between rooms, from unseasonable warmth to bone-chilling cold within single steps. Classic signs of dimensional boundary degradation, Wednesday noted, documenting these changes with methodical precision despite their occurrence in her family home. Localized reality experiencing parameter expansion beyond standard metaphysical limitations. It's way worse in the conservatory, Pugsley informed them, appearing suddenly from behind a suit of armor that definitely hadn't contained a hidden passage the previous week. His clothes were singed and his face covered in a fine purple powder. Mom's plants are eating things from other dimensions. It's awesome. Define things, Enid requested warily. Mostly small, squirmy entities with too many eyes, Pugsley replied cheerfully. Though Cleopatra, that's the giant Venus flytrap, caught something with tentacles and what looked like a briefcase. Morticia greeted them in the main hallway, elegant as always despite the metaphysical chaos unfolding around them. Naruto, Wednesday, Enid, how wonderful you could join us for this extraordinary event. The mansion hasn't experienced such dimensional fluidity since great-grandfather Balthazar's failed attempt to communicate with his alternate selves in 1853. Mother, the dimensional thinning appears concentrated in the conservatory? Wednesday inquired, maintaining professional focus despite the family's celebration of potentially catastrophic supernatural phenomena. Primarily, yes, Morticia confirmed. Though the ritual chamber in the basement has developed a rather persistent gravitational anomaly. Uncle Fester is currently testing its effects on his electrical conductivity. Most illuminating, in the literal sense. They made their way to the conservatory, where the dimensional thinning manifested most dramatically. The glass-enclosed space had always housed Morticia's collection of exotic and deadly plants, but now the vegetation had transformed into something beyond earthly classification. Plants existed in multiple states simultaneously, budding, flowering, and decaying all at once. Vines grew in non-Euclidean patterns, twisting through dimensions visible only from certain angles. The air itself seemed thicker, filled with spores that glimmered like distant stars. At the center of the conservatory, reality had visibly thinned, not a tear exactly, but a shimmering distortion through which glimpses of another place occasionally appeared. Unlike the tears to Naruto's original dimension, which had shown recognizable landscapes, this distortion revealed only shifting patterns of light and geometric shapes that seemed to reconfigure themselves with deliberate intelligence. The hunter's dimension, Naruto recognized immediately, feeling Kurama's confirmation through their connection. Fascinating, Wednesday moved closer, instruments already deployed to measure the phenomenon. The boundary appears permeable but stable, allowing limited energy exchange without complete rupture. It's been growing since dawn, Grandmama informed them, appearing from behind an enormous pitcher plant that snapped ineffectively at her passing. Started as a tiny shimmer, no bigger than a teacup. Now look at it, large enough to swallow a medium-sized relative. Enid stayed notably closer to Naruto, her werewolf senses clearly overwhelmed by the dimensional distortion. This doesn't feel like the tears from before, she observed. Less chaotic, more intentional. Like it's being created on purpose rather than just happening. Her intuitive assessment aligned with Naruto's own impression. The previous tears had formed through natural resonance between compatible points in different dimensions, accelerated by his presence as an interdimensional anomaly. This phenomenon felt deliberate, a controlled thinning rather than accidental rupture. The fox hunter, he concluded aloud. They're creating these connection points intentionally. But why now? Enid asked. They gave you the flute to fix the tears months ago. The flute that ultimately accelerated the convergence rather than preventing it, Wednesday reminded them. Strategic misdirection suggesting ulterior motives beyond dimensional stability. Before they could pursue this line of reasoning, the shimmering distortion pulsed with increased intensity. The geometric patterns beyond reorganized themselves into more complex configurations, moving with clear purpose toward the boundary between dimensions. Something's coming through, Naruto warned, instinctively channeling Kurama's chakra in preparation. The golden-orange energy manifested around him, ready to defend if necessary. The Adams family showed no alarm, quite the opposite. Gomez moved closer with scientific enthusiasm, opera glass goggles adjusted to maximum magnification. Morticia observed with serene curiosity, while Pugsley produced what appeared to be a modified camera designed to capture interdimensional entities. Perhaps we should establish safe distance, Wednesday suggested to her family with unusual concern. Previous interdimensional visitors have demonstrated unpredictable hostility levels. Nonsense. Gomez declared cheerfully. Adam's hospitality extends across all dimensional boundaries. We welcome visitors from every plane of existence, regardless of their metaphysical composition or tentacular appendage count. The distortion rippled dramatically, then parted like a curtain drawn aside. Through the opening stepped a figure both familiar and changed, the fox hunter, though their appearance had shifted subtly since their previous encounter. Their proportions remained unnaturally perfect, but now their forms seemed less solidly humanoid, edges blurring slightly as if they existed partially in multiple states. Naruto Uzumaki, the hunter greeted him, melodious voice carrying harmonic undertones that resonated with the dimensional distortion around them. Wednesday Adams. Enid Sinclair. The triad convergence progresses as anticipated. You knew this would happen, Naruto stated rather than asked, maintaining his chakra shield while assessing the hunter's intentions. I observe patterns across dimensional boundaries, the hunter replied enigmatically. Some outcomes are more probable than others given established variables. You're not just observing, Wednesday challenged, her dark eyes sharp with analytical suspicion. The dimensional thinning occurring at 3 specific locations suggests deliberate intervention rather than passive monitoring. The hunter smiled, an expression too perfect to be entirely natural. Perceptive, as expected from an Adams. Yes, the thinning boundaries are my creation, though creation implies more direct action than reality permits. I merely encouraged existing possibilities. Encouraged how? Naruto pressed. And why? The dimensional crisis was contained months ago. Was it? The hunter questioned mildly. The convergence collapse restored superficial stability, certainly. The immediate incursion was prevented. But the underlying pattern remains unresolved. What underlying pattern? Enid asked, moving protectively closer to Naruto while addressing the interdimensional being directly. The hunter's amber eyes shifted to her, recognition and something like approval in their ancient gaze. The wolf girl asks the essential question. Direct, intuitive, complementing the analytical darkness. Their attention returned to Naruto. You stand at the center of converging realities, Ninetales vessel. Not by accident or cosmic error, but by design. Whose design? Wednesday demanded, patience visibly thinning with the hunter's cryptic responses. Instead of answering immediately, the hunter turned to address Gomez and Morticia, who had been watching the exchange with fascinated interest. The Adams bloodline has always understood the fluidity of dimensional boundaries. Your ancestors recognized the pattern when it last emerged, 3 centuries past. Great-grandfather Alphonse's interdimensional correspondence. Gomez recalled with sudden enthusiasm. The journals documented communication with entities existing across multiple reality frameworks. We thought it merely exceptional madness, even by family standards. It was more, the hunter confirmed. The pattern recurs cyclically across dimensional boundaries. Cosmic forces seeking equilibrium through designated focal points. Focal points meaning people, Naruto translated, growing frustrated with the hunter's oblique explanations. Me specifically. You. The nine-tailed fox. The Adams bloodline. The convergence of elements necessary for dimensional realignment. The hunter gestured toward the shimmering distortion. What you perceive as crisis was merely prelude. The true convergence approaches, not the forced collision the chakra hunter sought, but natural harmonic resonance between complementary dimensional frequencies. Wednesday had been documenting every word, her analytical mind clearly processing implications beyond the immediate conversation. You're describing a naturally occurring interdimensional phenomenon that uses specific individuals as conduits for cosmic realignment. Precisely, the hunter acknowledged with that too-perfect smile. The pattern has manifested throughout multiversal history, different vessels, different catalysts, but consistent purpose. Balance between worlds that have drifted too far apart or come too close together. And we're supposed to just trust that you're the good guy in this cosmic pattern thing? Enid challenged, werewolf protectiveness evident in her stance. After the whole flute trick that nearly caused dimensional collapse. Good and evil are provincial concepts, limited to single-dimensional moral frameworks, the hunter replied without offense. My purpose transcends such binary classifications. I maintain the pattern, nothing more, nothing less. The flute, Naruto pressed, focusing on concrete deception rather than abstract purpose. You knew what would happen when I used it. I knew what might happen, the hunter corrected. Probability, not certainty. The harmonic resonance could have stabilized the tears permanently without convergence collapse. Your choice to invert the frequency determined the outcome. A choice made necessary by the chakra hunter's invasion, Wednesday pointed out coldly. Entities you failed to mention were waiting to exploit the stabilized connections. The hunter inclined their head slightly, conceding the point. Information management is necessary when guiding pattern fulfillment across dimensional boundaries. Complete disclosure often prevents essential developments. You manipulated events, Naruto stated flatly, Kurama's ancient wariness of beings who played with mortal lives reinforcing his own instinctive distrust. I observed possibilities and provided tools at critical junctions, the hunter corrected again. The choices remained yours, as does the choice you now face. This statement hung in the air, laden with significance beyond the immediate conversation. Before Naruto could demand clarification, the dimensional distortion pulsed dramatically, geometric patterns beyond shifting into alarming new configurations. "They've found the pathway," the hunter observed, displaying the first signs of concern. "Earlier than anticipated. The pattern accelerates." "Who has found the pathway?" Gomez inquired with inappropriate enthusiasm. "More interdimensional visitors." "How delightful." "Not delightful," Naruto corrected grimly, feeling Kurama's recognition through their connection. "The chakra hunters. They've tracked the fox hunter's dimensional signature." As if confirming his assessment, the distortion rippled violently, reality folding inward as something pushed against the thinned boundary from the other side. Unlike the hunter's controlled entry, this intrusion carried aggressive intent, reality itself seeming to resist the forced breach. "The convergence point is not yet stabilized," the hunter observed with clinical detachment despite the growing threat. "Their incursion will cause catastrophic dimensional fragmentation if completed under current conditions." "Then close it," Enid insisted, gesturing toward the distortion the hunter had created. "Impossible at this stage," the hunter replied. "The thinning has progressed beyond threshold parameters. The pattern must complete its cycle, one way or another." Naruto recognized the implicit choice in the hunter's statement. "You're saying we need to enter the distortion. Go to your dimension." "The shadow realm exists between dimensions, not within any single reality framework," the hunter clarified. "A neutral space where the pattern can complete without catastrophic damage to adjacent realities." Wednesday's analytical mind grasped the implications immediately. "You've been creating these thinning points to facilitate our transition to this shadow realm. The cemetery, the convergence site, the mansion, all locations with significant metaphysical resonance for us specifically. The triad must enter willingly," the hunter confirmed. "Forced transition destabilizes the pattern beyond recovery parameters." "Triad meaning the three of us," Enid realized, looking between herself, Naruto, and Wednesday. "But why us? I get Naruto with his whole interdimensional fox spirit thing, but why me and Wednesday?" The hunter's perfect features arranged themselves into an expression of almost human surprise. "You still don't recognize your role in the pattern? The balance you collectively represent?" Before further explanation could be offered, the distortion convulsed violently. Reality around the thinning point began to fracture, not the controlled permeability the hunter had established, but jagged tears revealing the geometrically impossible forms of chakra hunters pushing through from between dimensions. "Choose quickly," the hunter advised, already stepping back toward the distortion. "The shadow realm offers temporary protection while the pattern completes. Remain here, and the chakra hunters will force convergence regardless of dimensional stability." "This feels suspiciously like coercion disguised as choice," Wednesday observed coldly. "Nevertheless, options are limited by current circumstances," the hunter replied without denying the accusation. "The pattern will complete, either through harmonized transition or catastrophic rupture." Naruto looked to both girls, unwilling to make this decision unilaterally despite his central role in whatever cosmic pattern the hunter described. "Together or not at all," he stated firmly. Enid responded immediately, her loyalty unquestioning. "I'm with you. Interdimensional shadow realm can't be worse than calculus with Professor Thornhill anyway." Wednesday's dark eyes assessed the situation with characteristic precision, weighing variables beyond immediate perception. "The convergence of multiple dimensional threats at this specific moment suggests orchestrated manipulation rather than coincidental timing," she observed. "However, tactical options under current conditions favor conditional compliance while maintaining analytical skepticism." "She means we go together but stay super suspicious of everything," Enid translated. "A reasonable approach to interdimensional transition," the hunter acknowledged, extending one perfect hand toward the distortion, which stabilized slightly under their influence. "The shadow realm awaits." Naruto reached out, taking Wednesday's hand in his right and Enid's in his left, a physical connection to anchor them through whatever transition awaited. He felt Kurama's presence surge forward in their shared consciousness, the fox's ancient wisdom providing calm certainty despite the chaos unfolding around them. "We're ready," Naruto stated, stepping toward the dimensional distortion. "Not without proper family documentation," Gomez declared, producing an antique camera from somewhere within his expedition jacket. First Adams family interdimensional transit in 73 years. Historical moment. "Darling, perhaps after they've safely navigated cosmic forces beyond mortal comprehension," Morticia suggested gently, placing a restraining hand on her husband's arm. Of course," Gomez agreed reluctantly. "Safety before documentation. Though if possible, do try to bring back souvenirs from the Shadow Realm. Interdimensional artifacts make such interesting conversation pieces." With this peculiar family blessing, Naruto led Wednesday and Enid toward the shimmering distortion. The hunter had already passed through, their form dissolving into geometric patterns as they transitioned between realities. Behind them, the fractures in reality widened as chakra hunters pushed with increasing force against dimensional boundaries. "Whatever happens," Naruto said to both girls as they reached the threshold, "we stay together." "Obviously," Enid replied with nervous bravado. Logical for optimizing survival probability, Wednesday agreed with clinical precision that didn't quite mask her underlying concern. Together they stepped into the shimmering distortion, and reality as they understood it fell away completely. The Shadow Realm defied conventional perception. It existed as neither place nor non-place, a dimension composed of conceptual structures rather than physical matter. Gravity operated selectively, if at all. Light emanated from no discernible source yet illuminated everything with perfect clarity. Sound traveled through medium-less space, sometimes arriving before its creation, sometimes echoing long after its source had ceased. Most disorienting was the realm's effect on consciousness itself. Thoughts became partially visible as shifting patterns in the air. Emotions manifested as color gradients surrounding each person. Memories occasionally projected outward like three-dimensional photographs before dissolving back into mental privacy. "Fascinating," Wednesday observed, her voice creating ripples of midnight blue that spread outward with each word. "A dimension where conceptual frameworks maintain equivalent validity to physical laws." "Is everyone okay?" Naruto asked, checking both girls as they oriented themselves to this impossible environment. "Any interdimensional side effects?" "Define okay," Enid requested, staring at her hands which occasionally phased to transparent before solidifying again. "I can see through parts of myself, my emotions are making pretty color light shows around me, and I'm pretty sure I just watched one of my childhood memories float by like a soap bubble." "So, normal Tuesday." Her attempt at humor created actual sparks of golden light that danced briefly around them, the Shadow Realm responding to emotional intent as readily as physical action. Wednesday's analytical assessment similarly manifested as complex mathematical patterns briefly visible in the air around her head. The fox hunter awaited them nearby, though nearby held limited meaning in a realm where space existed as relative concept rather than absolute measurement. Their form had stabilized here, appearing more definitively humanoid while retaining the unsettling perfection that marked them as something beyond mortal. "Your transition was successful," the hunter observed. "Consciousness patterns remain intact despite dimensional translation." "Where exactly are we?" Naruto asked, feeling Kurama's chakra responding strangely to this environment, more accessible yet less controllable, as if the usual constraints of physical embodiment had partially lifted. "The Shadow Realm exists in the spaces between defined realities," the hunter explained. "A buffer dimension where different metaphysical frameworks can interact without catastrophic incompatibility. A neutral zone between competing dimensional territories," Wednesday translated, her analytical mind adapting remarkably well to conceptual existence. "Fascinating implementation of quantum boundary theory." Their surroundings shifted constantly, responding to their perceptions and thoughts. When Naruto thought of Konoha, elements of the village briefly manifested around them, buildings formed of memory and concept rather than physical materials. When Enid's thoughts turned to Nevermore, Gothic architecture rippled through the environment before dissolving back into abstract patterns. The realm responds to conscious and unconscious thought, the hunter explained, observing these manifestations with clinical interest. For beings accustomed to single reality perception, the effect can be disorienting. Focus maintains conceptual cohesion. Why bring us here? Naruto pressed, maintaining focus on the hunter despite the realm's distractions. What is this pattern you keep mentioning, and what does it have to do with us specifically? The hunter considered the question, their perfect features suggesting contemplation beyond human parameters. Perhaps demonstration would be more efficient than explanation, they finally decided. With a gesture that somehow folded space around them, the hunter transported them to a different aspect of the shadow realm. Here, the abstract environment had organized itself into a structure resembling an ancient amphitheater, concentric circles descending toward a central platform where a complex diagram glowed with inner light. The pattern, the hunter indicated the diagram, which resembled a massive mandala composed of interconnected geometric shapes, symbols from countless writing systems, and flowing lines that moved like living things between fixed points. A multidimensional representation of reality frameworks and their interaction points, Wednesday observed, immediately understanding the diagram's significance despite its impossible complexity. Conceptual mapping of interdimensional resonance patterns. Correct, the hunter acknowledged. What appears chaotic from within a single dimension reveals structured harmony when observed from between realities. Naruto studied the diagram, feeling Kurama's ancient consciousness providing context beyond human understanding. Certain symbols resonated with fragmented memories from the Fox's millennia of existence, concepts that transcended any single world or timeline. These points, he indicated specific nodes where multiple lines converged, their focal points. Places where dimensions naturally connect. Yes, the hunter confirmed. Convergence points where reality frameworks align through natural resonance. Some are locations, like your Addams family mansion. Others are moments, cosmic alignments when dimensional boundaries naturally thin. And some are people, Enid added with surprising insight, indicating a different type of node within the pattern. Individuals who exist between realities or connect them somehow. Vessels, the hunter agreed. Beings who embody the convergence of multiple dimensional frequencies. Like you, Naruto Uzumaki, human consciousness from one reality framework, ancient entity from another, reborn into a bloodline that naturally straddles dimensional boundaries. The pattern shifted as they discussed it, responding to their growing understanding. New connections formed, highlighting specific relationships within the greater whole. 3 nodes illuminated with particular brightness, drawing everyone's attention. The triad convergence, the hunter indicated these connected points. 3 consciousness patterns representing essential balancing forces across dimensional boundaries. To Naruto's surprise, these 3 points clearly represented himself, Wednesday, and Enid, not just as individuals, but as fundamental aspects of something greater. Balance between what? He asked, sensing profound significance in this revelation. Between fundamental forces that maintain dimensional stability, the hunter explained. In conceptual terms, your limited perceptual framework might comprehend darkness and light, analysis and intuition, past and future, all anchored through present awareness. As the hunter spoke, the shadow realm responded by manifesting these concepts around each of them. Wednesday became surrounded by midnight shadows that somehow illuminated rather than obscured, revealing hidden truths through darkness itself. Enid glowed with warm light that didn't banish shadows but complemented them, intuitive understanding flowing outward like sunshine. Between them, Naruto manifested both elements simultaneously, darkness and light balanced through his presence, anchored by Kurama's ancient wisdom and his own adaptive nature. You're saying we're some kind of cosmic tripod? Enid questioned, watching the conceptual manifestations with fascinated uncertainty. That seems kind of hard to believe. Dimensional balance has manifested through similar triadic structures throughout multiversal history, the hunter replied. Different vessels, same essential pattern. The specific consciousness configurations vary, but the fundamental relationship remains consistent. Wednesday studied the pattern with intense focus, her analytical mind processing implications beyond immediate explanation. The convergence collapse accelerated this pattern manifestation rather than resolving it, she deduced. By integrating Naruto and Kurama more completely into our dimension, it strengthened the resonance between all three nodes. Correct, the hunter confirmed. What appeared as crisis resolution actually accelerated pattern completion. The balance you collectively represent has been consolidating since that moment, though you perceived it merely as interpersonal relationship evolution. This statement carried implications that momentarily distracted all three from the cosmic diagram before them. Their growing closeness over recent months, Wednesday's gradual acceptance of Enid, Enid's increasing respect for Wednesday, Naruto's deepening connection with both, had seemed natural progression following shared experiences. The suggestion that these developments represented cosmic forces rather than personal choice felt uncomfortably deterministic. You're saying we didn't choose this? Naruto challenged, the shadow realm responding to his emotion by manifesting swirling patterns of golden-orange energy around him. That everything we've felt has been this pattern forcing us together. Choice versus cosmic determinism represents false dichotomy, the hunter replied with that too-perfect smile. The pattern identifies vessels with natural compatibility, but consciousness retains agency within established parameters. You chose each other because your fundamental natures resonate harmonically, the pattern merely recognizes what already exists. This explanation provided limited reassurance, though Naruto felt Kurama's ancient perspective offering wider context. The fox had witnessed enough of existence to recognize patterns beyond human perception without reducing individual experience to mere cosmic puppetry. So what happens now? Enid asked, practical as always despite the metaphysical revelation surrounding them. Why bring us here instead of just letting this pattern thing work itself out naturally? The hunter's expression shifted subtly, perfect features arranging themselves into something approaching concern. Because natural completion has been compromised. The chakra hunters identified the pattern's emergence and seek to exploit its energy for their convergence agenda. As if summoned by their mention, the shadow realm distorted around them. The amphitheater structure warped, conceptual architecture bending as something pushed against the boundaries of this between space. The pattern diagram pulsed with warning illumination, connections flaring as external forces applied pressure to dimensional weak points. They've breached the shadow realm's outer boundaries, the hunter observed with unsettling calm despite the obvious crisis. Earlier than probability matrices predicted. The pattern must complete before they reach the convergence core. Complete how exactly? Wednesday demanded, her patience for cryptic statements clearly exhausted. Before the hunter could respond, reality fractured around them. The shadow realm's conceptual structure couldn't maintain integrity against the chakra hunter's intrusion, beings designed specifically to exist between dimensions, exploiting boundaries others couldn't cross. They appeared first as geometric distortions in the fabric of the realm itself, then consolidated into the now familiar forms Naruto recognized from previous encounters. Unlike their manifestations in the physical world, here the hunters appeared more substantial, more complete, existing in their natural state between defined realities. The vessel, their overlapping voices resonated through conceptual space. The pattern approaches completion. The final convergence will be ours. The pattern serves balance, not conquest, the fox hunter countered, their form shifting to something less humanoid, more aligned with the shadow realm's fundamental nature. Your interference destabilizes multiversal integrity. Balance is stagnation, the lead chakra hunter replied, geometric form reconfiguring into increasingly complex patterns. Convergence is evolution. All realities made one through unified dimensional frequency. The confrontation escalated rapidly, both entities manipulating the shadow realm's malleable nature to their advantage. The fox hunter created conceptual barriers using the pattern itself, weaving its connections into protective configurations around Naruto, Wednesday and Enid. The chakra hunters responded by disrupting these structures, their natural ability to exist between dimensions giving them frightening advantage in this environment. The pattern must complete naturally, the fox hunter insisted as reality warped around them. Forced convergence will collapse all dimensional boundaries simultaneously. Precisely our intention, the chakra hunters confirmed with cold certainty. The multiversal reconfiguration requires total boundary dissolution before new framework implementation. Understanding dawned with horrifying clarity. The chakra hunters didn't merely seek to travel between dimensions or extract energy from them. Their ultimate goal was comprehensive destruction of the multiverse as it existed, collapsing all reality frameworks into a single homogenized dimension they would control. They're interdimensional terrorists, Enid realized, her intuitive understanding cutting through complex metaphysics to the essential truth. They want to destroy everything to remake it their way. Oversimplification, but fundamentally accurate, the fox hunter confirmed, maintaining conceptual barriers against increasingly aggressive attacks. The pattern represents natural balance between realities. They seek artificial unification through catastrophic collapse. Naruto felt Kurama's consciousness surge forward in their shared awareness, the fox's ancient wisdom offering perspective beyond human comprehension. You knew this was their plan all along, he accused the fox hunter while preparing to channel Kurama's chakra. You've been manipulating events to position us against them. I maintain the pattern, the hunter repeated, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Individual motivations remain secondary to multiversal stability. The shadow realm convulsed around them as the chakra hunters launched a concentrated assault against the fox hunters' barriers. Conceptual architecture shattered, the amphitheater structure dissolving as reality itself struggled to maintain coherence. The pattern diagram at the center pulsed with increasingly erratic illumination, connections flaring and fading as dimensional pressure mounted. We need to do something, Naruto stated, looking to Wednesday and Enid as the fox hunter engaged the chakra hunters directly. Whatever this pattern completion involves, it has to happen now. Agreed, Wednesday concurred, her analytical mind already processing possibilities. The triadic configuration suggests harmonic resonance as implementation mechanism. Our consciousness patterns must align at precisely calibrated frequencies. Translation, we need to work together, Enid simplified. Combine whatever cosmic balance things we supposedly represent. Despite the shadow realm collapsing around them, Naruto felt a moment of clarity, not just strategic understanding, but emotional certainty. Whatever cosmic forces had drawn them together, the connection between them transcended metaphysical pattern recognition. Wednesday's analytical brilliance and unflinching confrontation with darkness. Enid's emotional intelligence and intuitive light. His own adaptive nature bridging these complementary forces. Together, they formed something greater than their individual parts, not because cosmic patterns demanded it, but because they had chosen to embrace what each offered the others. Focus on what connects us, Naruto instructed, taking both their hands as he had when entering the shadow realm. Not what the pattern says we should be, but what we actually mean to each other. As they joined hands, the shadow realm responded immediately. Conceptual space reconfigured around them, darkness and light flowing between their connected forms like living energy. Wednesday's analytical patterns merged with Enid's intuitive illumination, both flowing through Naruto where Kurama's ancient consciousness provided stabilizing framework. The fox hunter, still engaging the chakra hunters in reality-bending combat, noticed this development with apparent approval. The natural resonance emerges, they observed between defensive maneuvers. The pattern recognizes authentic connection. The chakra hunters likewise recognized what was happening, their assault intensifying as they attempted to disrupt the forming resonance. The convergence is ours to control, they insisted, geometric forms pressing against the conceptual space surrounding the triad. The vessel's energy belongs to unified reality. Naruto felt Kurama's chakra responding to their connected consciousness, flowing not just through his network but extending to encompass both Wednesday and Enid. Not possession or invasion, but harmonic resonance, the fox's energy finding complementary frequencies within their unique natures. Wednesday experienced this connection through her analytical framework, suddenly perceiving patterns beyond normal comprehension, understanding flowing through mathematical structures previously hidden from conscious awareness. Enid received it through emotional channels, intuitive leaps becoming structured insight, feelings clarified through newfound perception of their underlying patterns. "I can see it," Wednesday whispered, dark eyes wide with uncharacteristic wonder. "The complete pattern, not just isolated nodes, but comprehensive multiversal structure." "And I can feel it," Enid added, her usual emotional awareness expanded to cosmic scale. "The connections between everything, not just us, but all realities." Through their joined perception, guided by Kurama's ancient wisdom, the true nature of the pattern revealed itself. Not rigid cosmic determinism, but living relationship between infinite possibilities. Not forced convergence, but natural harmony through complementary difference. Not singular truth, but multiple valid perspectives offering comprehensive understanding when combined. The Shadow Realm responded to this revelation, conceptual space reconfiguring around their connected consciousness. The pattern diagram at the center of the collapsed amphitheater rose from two-dimensional representation to multidimensional reality, connections forming, strengthening, expanding outward to encompass everything around them. The Fox Hunter, witnessing this transformation, ceased direct combat with the Chakra Hunters. "The pattern completes through authentic resonance," they declared with something approaching satisfaction. "My function concludes." "Impossible," the lead Chakra Hunter protested as their geometric form began destabilizing. "The convergence requires boundary dissolution. Complete dimensional collapse. Your understanding remains limited to conquest frameworks," the Fox Hunter replied. "True convergence preserves distinctive reality parameters while establishing harmonic resonance between them." As the pattern expanded through the Shadow Realm, the conceptual space itself began to stabilize, not through forced restructuring, but natural rebalancing. Dimensional boundaries clarified rather than dissolved, connections strengthened rather than collapsed. The Shadow Realm transformed from deteriorating buffer zone to vibrant nexus point between healthy, distinct realities. The Chakra Hunters could not maintain presence within this restructured conceptual space. Their forms distorted, geometric patterns unable to find purchase in an environment now defined by harmonic balance rather than exploitable boundaries. "This changes nothing," the lead hunter insisted even as their presence faded. "The boundaries will thin again. Convergence is inevitable across sufficient timescale." "Perhaps," the Fox Hunter acknowledged. "But not through forced collapse. The pattern endures beyond individual implementation attempts." With final distortion, the Chakra Hunters disappeared completely, not destroyed exactly, but rejected by a multiversal framework no longer vulnerable to their particular methods of exploitation. The Shadow Realm continued stabilizing around the triad, conceptual space reorganizing into harmonious structure maintained through their connected consciousness. As the immediate threat receded, Naruto became aware of another aspect of their situation. The expanded perception granted by their connected consciousness revealed not just the Shadow Realm and its relationship to adjacent dimensions, but pathways between them, bridges connecting to every reality touched by the pattern. Including his original world. There, shimmering with unmistakable resonance, Naruto could perceive Konoha, not as memory or concept, but actual connection point to his former home. The village hidden in the leaves existed as tangible possibility, accessible through the Shadow Realm's unique position between dimensions. Both Wednesday and Enid noticed his attention shift, their connected consciousness allowing immediate understanding of what he perceived. "You can go back," Wednesday stated, her voice creating ripples of midnight blue through conceptual space. "The pattern has established stable connection to your origin point. Your home," Enid added softly, golden light pulsing gently around her form. "If that's what you want." The choice manifested literally before him, pathways leading to different possibilities, all equally accessible through the Shadow Realm's unique properties. Return to his original dimension, where friends and comrades might still remember the shinobi who had sacrificed himself to save their world. Remain in his adopted reality, where new connections had formed with equal significance. Or something else entirely. The pattern revealed countless variations, branches extending through infinite possibility space. The Fox Hunter, observing this moment from the periphery of their awareness, offered no guidance. This choice transcended pattern maintenance, entering territory where individual consciousness must determine its own path. Naruto looked at both girls, their hands still joined with his, consciousness still connected through Kurama's chakra and their own natural resonance. In Wednesday, he recognized depths of understanding that matched his own hard-won wisdom, different implementation but equivalent significance. In Enid, he found warmth and acceptance that echoed his most cherished relationships from his former life, unique expression of universal connection. And in himself, he recognized something he hadn't fully understood until this moment. The person he had been in Konoha and the person he had become as an Atoms were not separate identities requiring choice between them. They were continuous evolution of the same consciousness, experiences building upon each other rather than replacing what came before. I already am home, he realized aloud, the shadow realm responding to this truth by strengthening the connections between them. With both of you. With the Atoms family. With everyone at Nevermore. The pathway to Konoha remained visible, not closing or disappearing, but establishing itself as connection rather than destination. A bridge between worlds that could be crossed in either direction, visited rather than permanently chosen. The pattern accommodates multiple simultaneous connections, the fox hunter observed from the periphery. Dimensional visitation without permanent transference remains viable following complete stabilization. Meaning I could visit my original world without having to leave this one permanently, Naruto translated, understanding flowing through their connected consciousness. Acceptable compromise, Wednesday assessed with characteristic precision, though the shadow realm revealed emotional depth beneath her analytical statement, relief and attachment she wouldn't verbalize directly. So we get to keep you and you get to see old friends sometimes. Enid summarized, her emotional framework immediately identifying the optimal balance in this arrangement. That sounds perfect. The fox hunter approached them now, their forms shifting subtly as the shadow realm continued stabilizing around the completed pattern. My function concludes with pattern implementation, they announced. The triad convergence will maintain multiversal stability through natural resonance. You're leaving? Naruto asked, surprised by the hunter's abrupt withdrawal after orchestrating events across multiple dimensions. My presence is required elsewhere, the hunter replied enigmatically. Other pattern manifestations require monitoring across dimensional boundaries. You never actually explained who or what you really are, Enid pointed out with characteristic directness. Just a lot of cryptic talk about maintaining the pattern. Something like amusement flickered across the hunter's perfect features. I am balance given form. Equilibrium personified between cosmic forces. Some dimensions name my kind axis travelers. Others, boundary walkers. The Nightshade Society classified us as interdimensional constants. Valyrian knows about you specifically, Naruto realized, remembering the Nightshade Director's careful non-answers regarding the fox hunter. We have encountered each other previously, the hunter acknowledged without elaboration. His understanding remains limited by single-dimension perspective, but exceeds most mortal comprehension. Questions remained, hundreds of them about the hunter's true nature, the pattern's wider significance, the chakra hunter's origins, and countless other mysteries only partially revealed through their shadow realm experience. Yet Naruto sensed the fox hunter would provide no further explanation, either unable or unwilling to translate cosmic understanding into terms mortal consciousness could fully comprehend. The shadow realm will return you to your dimension once your consciousness patterns realign with physical parameters, the hunter informed them, already beginning to fade from perceptible awareness. The pattern connection remains accessible through meditation techniques your fox companion understands. Wait, Wednesday called, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding her usual suspicion. The triadic configuration, has it manifested before in precisely this form? Are there records or documentation we could access? The hunter's form had almost completely dissolved into the conceptual fabric of the shadow realm, but their voice remained clear. Ask Valyrian about Emergence Case 1337. The Nightshade archives contain relevant historical documentation. With that final cryptic direction, the fox hunter disappeared completely, not destroyed or departed exactly, but integrated into the pattern itself, consciousness distributed across dimensional boundaries beyond conventional perception. As the hunter's presence faded, the shadow realm began shifting around them. Conceptual space reconfigured, preparing for their transition back to physical reality. Their connected consciousness remained intact, though the expanded perception it provided gradually contracted toward more manageable parameters. "Going home's gonna feel super boring after this," Enid observed, watching reality reshape itself around them. Regular dimensions are so limited. Three-dimensional existence offers certain advantages despite perceptual constraints, Wednesday countered with a hint of her usual dry humor. Notably, consistent gravitational parameters and linear temporal progression. "She means she misses being able to walk on solid ground and have time move in one direction," Naruto translated with a smile, appreciating how their familiar dynamics remained even within cosmic revelation. The Shadow Realm continued its transition sequence, conceptual architecture dissolving as their consciousness prepared for return to physical embodiment. The pattern remained visible until the final moments, infinite connections between realities manifesting as living relationship rather than fixed structure. As dimensional shift commenced, Naruto felt Kurama's consciousness merge more completely with his own, the fox's ancient wisdom providing context for everything they had experienced. The connection between him, Wednesday and Enid similarly stabilized, not cosmic force overriding personal choice, but natural harmony between complementary aspects of shared experience. Their last awareness in the Shadow Realm came as joined perception, three consciousness patterns resonating at complementary frequencies, maintaining balance not through rigid structure but authentic connection. Darkness and light, analysis and intuition, past and future, all flowing through present awareness in natural harmony. Then physical reality reasserted itself, and the Shadow Realm faded from direct perception, though not from memory or potential future access. They materialized in the Addams family conservatory, exactly where they had entered the dimensional distortion hours earlier. Except, as they quickly realized, hours held little meaning when transitioning between conceptual space and physical reality. "You've returned," Gomez exclaimed, still wearing his expedition gear despite what appeared to be significant time passage. "Marvelous. We were beginning to consider a rescue expedition after the first week." "Week?" Enid echoed, checking her watch which still displayed the same time they had departed. "We were only gone for like, an hour tops." 9 days, 14 hours, and approximately 27 minutes, Morticia corrected serenely. "Though time does progress differently between dimensional boundaries, of course." Naruto looked to Wednesday, whose internal clock typically maintained perfect accuracy regardless of circumstances. She consulted her watch with uncharacteristic uncertainty. Temporal displacement between conceptual dimensions and physical reality, she theorized. The Shadow Realm exists partially outside conventional temporal parameters. "Which explains why you've missed midterm examinations," came another voice from the conservatory entrance. Dr. Valyrian stood there, his usual composure somewhat diminished by evident relief at their return. "Principal Weems has authorized extended deadlines given the extenuating interdimensional circumstances." "How considerate," Wednesday remarked dryly. "Though I completed all exams in advance anticipating potential supernatural interruptions to the academic schedule." "Of course you did," Enid sighed, though her expression suggested fond exasperation rather than genuine annoyance. Naruto noticed subtle but significant changes in the environment around them. The dimensional distortion had completely disappeared, the conservatory returned to its usual Gothic splendor, deadly plants and all. More notably, the underlying metaphysical resonance had transformed. Where before the mansion had hummed with unnatural energy, now it radiated balanced stability, still supernatural, but harmoniously integrated with surrounding reality. Kurama confirmed this observation through their shared awareness. The pattern completion stabilized dimensional boundaries throughout the region, the fox commented internally. Natural resonance rather than weakened separation. Valyrian approached them with careful assessment, his trained perception clearly noting changes beyond physical appearance. "The Axis Traveler indicated you encountered the pattern directly," he stated rather than asked. Emergence Case 1337 has been updated accordingly in the Nightshade archives. The hunter mentioned you would know about that, Naruto replied, studying Valyrian with newfound perception. The Shadow Realm experience had left lasting changes in how he processed reality, subtle awareness of connections and patterns previously hidden from conscious recognition. Something shifted in Valyrian's carefully maintained professional demeanor, a momentary glimpse of personal history beneath institutional representation. The Nightshade Society has documented pattern emergences throughout recorded history, he acknowledged. Though direct interaction with Axis travelers remains exceptionally rare. The Fox Hunter suggested your interaction was more than theoretical documentation, Wednesday pressed, her analytical mind identifying intentional omission in Valyrian's carefully worded statement. A ghost of smile touched Valyrian's features. Perhaps another time, Miss Adams. Today's focus remains your successful return and the apparent stabilization of dimensional boundaries throughout the region. He provided brief update on developments during their 9-day absence. The dimensional thinning at all 3 locations had resolved completely following their transition to the Shadow Realm. Nevermore Academy had returned to normal operations, or what passed for normal at a school for supernatural outcasts. Most significantly, students affected by the dimensional convergence had continued adapting to their evolved abilities, establishing what appeared to be stable new baselines rather than temporary enhancements. A new subspecies classification may be warranted, Valyrian noted with clinical interest that couldn't quite mask genuine excitement. Dimensional exposure has fundamentally altered certain supernatural bloodlines beyond traditional parameters. Convenient for an organization dedicated to studying supernatural anomalies, Wednesday observed with characteristic suspicion. The Society's approach has evolved following recent events, Valyrian admitted with surprising candor. Collaborative methodology has demonstrated superior outcomes to containment strategies. This represented significant institutional shift, though whether driven by ethical reconsideration or merely practical adaptation remained debatable. Either way, it suggested improved conditions for those with supernatural abilities under Nightshade Society oversight. As Valyrian departed with promises of scheduling discussions regarding their academic reintegration, Naruto found himself momentarily alone with both girls in the conservatory. The Adams family had withdrawn with uncharacteristic sensitivity to provide privacy following their interdimensional ordeal, though Gomez could be heard in the next room enthusiastically describing potential commemorative plaques for the historic occasion. So, Enid broke the momentary silence, cosmic balance trio with interdimensional shadow realm access. That's going to look great on college applications. Her attempt at normalizing their extraordinary experience created actual golden sparks in the air around them, residual effect from their time in the shadow realm, where emotions had manifested as visible energy. Wednesday noticed immediately, documenting this phenomenon in her ever-present journal despite having just returned from conceptual space. Dimensional residue, she noted with scientific precision. Fascinating implication for consciousness transference theories. Naruto watched them both, Wednesday processing cosmic revelation through analytical framework, Enid approaching the same experience through emotional intuition, and felt profound appreciation for how perfectly they balanced each other. And how, together, they balanced him. The pattern thing, he began carefully, uncertain how to address the cosmic significance placed on their personal connection. What the hunter said about us representing some kind of interdimensional balance trio. Empirical evidence supports certain aspects of the triad convergence theory, Wednesday acknowledged, closing her journal to give him her full attention, a rare gesture that emphasized the significance of this conversation. Though cosmic determinism remains philosophically problematic. I think what Wednesday means, Enid translated, moving closer to both of them, is that maybe we do have some weird universe balancing connection thing happening, but that doesn't mean we didn't choose each other ourselves too. Both statements can be simultaneously valid, Wednesday agreed. Cosmic pattern recognition and authentic personal connection need not be mutually exclusive concepts. Naruto felt Kurama's amused approval through their shared consciousness. The fox, having existed across multiple dimensions and countless mortal lifetimes, recognized profound truth in this simple reconciliation between cosmic significance and personal choice. So we're just going to accept that we're some kind of metaphysical tripod holding reality together, Naruto summarized with a small smile, while also being three people who care about each other for perfectly normal reasons. Normalcy is relative at Nevermore Academy, Wednesday pointed out. Particularly for an Adams hosting an interdimensional fox spirit. And dating a werewolf and, whatever Wednesday is, Enid added with characteristic directness. The term, dating, hung in the air between them, the first time any of them had verbalized the shifting nature of their relationship. Their connected consciousness in the shadow realm had revealed depths of feeling beyond conventional categorization, yet returning to physical reality necessitated some framework for understanding what they meant to each other. I prefer undefined yet significant interpersonal connection with evolutionary parameters, Wednesday stated, though a hint of color appeared on her usually pallid cheeks. She means she likes us but hates putting labels on things, Enid translated with a knowing smile. Which is fine, because whatever this is. She gestured between the three of them, it works. Labels optional. Naruto felt unexpected relief at this simple acceptance. Their connection transcended conventional relationship definitions, as unique as their individual natures and the balance they collectively represented. Whether cosmic pattern or personal choice had brought them together seemed less important than the genuine understanding they had developed. I'm just glad I don't have to choose, he admitted, the statement encompassing multiple meanings, between Wednesday and Enid, between dimensions, between past identity and present self. Choice versus cosmic determinism represents false dichotomy, Wednesday quoted the fox hunter with uncharacteristic whimsy, suggesting the shadow realm had influenced even her carefully maintained composure. Enid laughed, the sound creating actual golden sparks in the air, dimensional residue responding to genuine joy. We should probably figure out how to stop doing that before we go back to Nevermore. Glowing emotion sparkles might make calculus awkward. Metaphysical manifestation typically diminishes with readjustment to dimensional parameters, Wednesday assured her, making additional notes about this phenomenon. Though certain enhanced perceptions may persist indefinitely. The conversation shifted to practical considerations, returning to Nevermore, explaining their 9-day absence, managing residual effects from the shadow realm. Yet beneath these immediate concerns ran deeper current of understanding, connection established not just through cosmic pattern recognition, but authentic appreciation for what each brought to their shared experience. Darkness and light. Analysis and intuition. Past and future. All flowing through present awareness in natural harmony. Not because the universe demanded it, but because they had chosen it for themselves. Epilogue. 3 months later Nevermore Academy's Spring Festival represented tradition dating back centuries, celebration of nature's renewal with appropriately Gothic interpretation. Where conventional schools might feature pastel decorations and cheerful activities, Nevermore acknowledged spring through blooming deadly nightshade displays, ceremonial bonfires representing winter's ritualistic destruction, and dance performances honoring various cultural interpretations of seasonal death and rebirth. From his position beneath a flowering tree whose blossoms periodically snapped at unwary passers-by, Naruto watched Wednesday directing final adjustments to the ceremonial bonfire structure. Her uncompromising precision ensured the wooden construction would collapse in geometrically perfect pattern when ignited at midnight, a detail few would notice but that mattered intensely to her aesthetic sensibilities. Nearby, Enid coordinated the refreshment committee with characteristic enthusiasm, her rainbow hair now featuring green streaks that mimicked spring growth. She moved between tasks with boundless energy, managing to resolve conflicts, boost morale, and ensure logistical efficiency through sheer force of personality. In their separate activities, both girls manifested the balance Naruto had come to appreciate so deeply, Wednesday's calculated darkness complementing Enid's intuitive light, each essential to the collective harmony they had established in the months since their Shadow Realm experience. "They're quite extraordinary," observed a voice beside him. "Each in their own way." Naruto turned to find Valyrian standing there, watching the festival preparations with thoughtful assessment. The Nightshade Director's relationship with Nevermore had evolved significantly, institutional oversight replaced by collaborative partnership following the dimensional convergence crisis. "They are," Naruto agreed, feeling Kurama's amused approval through their connection. The fox had developed unexpected appreciation for both girls' distinctive approaches to reality. Pattern manifestations typically stabilize following initial convergence, Valyrian noted, his casual tone belied by careful observation of Naruto's response. Though few achieve the particular balance your triad has established. In the months since their return from the Shadow Realm, Valyrian had gradually revealed greater knowledge of cosmic patterns than initially acknowledged. Never complete disclosure, the Nightshade Society maintained institutional secrecy by reflex, but enough to confirm the Fox Hunter's suggestion that Valyrian had personal experience with Axis travelers beyond theoretical documentation. "You've seen other triads," Naruto stated rather than asked, having learned to recognize when Valyrian was offering information through seemingly casual observation. A ghost of smile touched the director's features. The Nightshade Archives Document 17 confirmed pattern emergences throughout recorded history. 3 involving triadic convergence with configuration similar to yours. And one of those was Emergence Case 1337, Naruto deduced, recalling the Fox Hunter's cryptic reference. Indeed. Valyrian's gaze shifted toward the festival preparations, though his attention remained on their conversation. 1913, a particularly notable manifestation involving an interdimensional traveler, a young woman with remarkable analytical abilities, and a third individual whose intuitive understanding transcended conventional perception. The parallel to their own situation was unmistakable. What happened to them? Something like genuine emotion flickered across Valyrian's carefully composed features, so briefly Naruto might have missed it without enhanced perception developed through Shadow Realm experience. They maintained dimensional stability during a period of significant metaphysical disruption, Valyrian replied with professional detachment that didn't quite mask personal connection to this historical account. And established certain protocols still used by the Nightshade Society today. Before Naruto could press for details, Valyrian smoothly changed subject. Your ability to access your original dimension through Shadow Realm meditation has stabilized, I understand. This transition from personal history to current developments felt deliberate, though Naruto allowed it. 3 successful visits so far, he confirmed. Short duration, but enough to reconnect with people from my previous life. Following their return from the Shadow Realm, Naruto had worked with Kurama to develop meditation techniques allowing controlled access to the conceptual space between dimensions. Through this method, he had managed brief visits to Konoha, reconnecting with former friends and comrades who had believed him lost forever. The experiences had proven both healing and clarifying. Seeing Sakura, Kakashi, and others from his previous life had brought closure rather than divided loyalty. Their joy at discovering his survival confirmed the significance of those bonds while reinforcing that his current existence wasn't replacement but continuation, different chapter of the same story rather than entirely new book. Interdimensional visitation without permanent transference represents significant advancement in cross-reality interaction theory, Valyrian observed with professional approval. The Society would value documentation of your methodology for the archives. I'll consider it, Naruto replied non-committally, having learned caution regarding Nightshade Society information collection. While Valyrian had demonstrated evolution beyond previous containment approaches, institutional habit remained powerful force. Their conversation concluded as Wednesday approached, having completed bonfire preparations to her exacting standards. Her dark eyes assessed Valyrian with characteristic suspicion despite months of gradually improved relations. Director, she acknowledged coolly. Institutional oversight or personal attendance at tonight's festivities? Merely appreciating Nevermore traditions, Miss Adams, Valyrian replied with the ghost of smile. The Society maintains purely observational presence during cultural celebrations. How reassuring, Wednesday noted dryly. Then, to Naruto, Enid requires assistance with refreshment distribution logistics. Apparently certain substances are producing unexpected reactions when combined. Color-changing punch incident. Naruto guessed, already moving to help. Among other concerns, Wednesday confirmed. Though the student temporarily transformed into a decorative shrub appears to be returning to human form without permanent botanical characteristics. This level of supernatural mishap qualified as entirely normal for Nevermore events, practically expected during seasonal celebrations. As Naruto departed to assist Enid, he noted the subtle but significant shift in Wednesday's demeanor. Despite her continued clinical detachment, genuine concern for both him and Enid had become increasingly evident in her actions if not her words. The festival proceeded with characteristic Nevermore blend of the macabre and celebratory. Students with evolved abilities following dimensional exposure demonstrated their enhanced capabilities through performances that would have terrified conventional audiences but earned appreciative applause from their supernatural peers. Ajax St. Claire's transformation into living electricity illuminated the gathering with complex patterns that danced through the night air. Bianca and her fellow sirens performed songs that manipulated emotional response with new subtlety beyond their previous abilities. Even Tyler Galpin, whose particular supernatural heritage had previously manifested minimally, displayed enhanced transformation capabilities developed since the dimensional convergence. At midnight, Wednesday ignited the ceremonial bonfire with typical precision. Flames consumed the structure exactly as designed, wooden architecture collapsing in mathematically perfect sequence that created specific shadow patterns across the gathered crowd. The display represented Wednesday's particular genius, darkness utilized not to obscure but to reveal, shadows creating meaning rather than merely absence of light. As the ceremony concluded and students dispersed to various celebration activities, Naruto found himself seated on a stone bench beneath the night sky, Wednesday and Enid joining him in rare moment of collective stillness. Successful implementation of traditional spring destruction ritual, Wednesday assessed the smoldering bonfire remains with satisfaction. Optimal collapse sequence achieved through precise structural engineering. It was beautiful, Enid translated with a smile. The shadows made pictures on the ground, I saw animals and plants and faces. Was that intentional? Perceptual interpretation remains subjective despite calculated design parameters, Wednesday replied, though the slight lift at the corner of her mouth suggested pleased confirmation. Naruto watched them both, Wednesday's darkness and Enid's light existing not in opposition but complementary harmony. Their relationship had evolved significantly since the Shadow Realm experience, mutual respect developing into genuine appreciation despite continued differences in perspective and communication style. In quiet moments like this, Naruto felt the pattern they collectively represented, not as cosmic force overriding personal choice, but natural resonance between authentic connection. Balance maintained not through rigid structure but living relationship. I'm visiting Konoha again tomorrow, he mentioned, having perfected the meditation technique allowing controlled interdimensional transit. Anyone want to come with me this time? Both girls looked at him with surprise. Previous visits had been solo journeys, personal reconnection with his former life that had seemed too intimate to share immediately. You want us to see your original dimension? Enid asked, understanding the significance of this invitation immediately. If you're interested, Naruto confirmed. Kurama thinks you could both maintain conscious presence in the Shadow Realm long enough for short visit. The pattern connection makes transition easier for all three of us together. Interdimensional visitation represents unprecedented opportunity for comparative reality documentation, Wednesday noted, though the scientific justification didn't quite mask her evident interest in experiencing Naruto's original world firsthand. I want to meet your friends, Enid admitted more directly. See the places you remember. Understand that part of you better. Their different responses reflected their distinctive natures, Wednesday approaching through intellectual framework, Enid through emotional connection, yet both reaching similar conclusion through complementary paths. Tomorrow then, Naruto agreed, feeling Kurama's approval through their shared consciousness. The fox had suggested this shared journey, recognizing its importance for their collective understanding beyond dimensional significance. As midnight gave way to early morning, the three remained beneath stars that seemed brighter since the pattern completion, reality itself more vibrant following dimensional rebalancing. Their conversation turned to ordinary topics, upcoming exams, summer plans, Adam's family events that Wednesday described with clinical detachment despite their objectively concerning nature. In this mundane exchange, something profound revealed itself, balance maintained not through cosmic intervention but authentic appreciation for their distinctive perspectives. Darkness and light. Analysis and intuition. Past and future. All flowing through present awareness in natural harmony. The Shadow Realm awaited them tomorrow, gateway between worlds, access to Naruto's original dimension and whatever experiences that visit might bring. Beyond that, unknown future stretched with infinite possibility, the pattern extending through reality frameworks beyond current perception. Yet in this moment, beneath Nevermore's night sky, with Wednesday's analytical presence on one side and Enid's emotional warmth on the other, Naruto recognized truth transcending dimensional boundaries and cosmic patterns. Different paths, different perspectives, different approaches to existence itself, all leading to shared understanding greater than any could achieve alone. Not because the universe demanded it, but because they had chosen each other freely, recognizing in their differences not contradiction but completion. Balance maintained not through cosmic force, but genuine connection. The truest pattern of all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.